Chapter 31, Deathmatch. Seeing that he had entered his optimal fighting range, Gu Li no longer hesitated and went all out in an instant. Visible bulging veins popped out on his neck and face, while his body looked as if small snakes were crawling over it, which was quite eerie. The drug greatly enhanced Gu Li's explosive power. His legs suddenly thickened substantially, cracking the green bricks beneath his feet as if he were a cannonball hurtling towards his opponent. Amidst the shrill howling, the butterfly twin blades stabbed straight towards the delicate and lustrous neck of the young girl. And just at that moment, the great lance in Liao Ye's hands suddenly quivered. The body of the lance vibrated violently, with the tip thirsting for blood, turning the entire great lance into a black dragon unwilling to be tamed. The next second, a pair of fair and delicate hands tightly gripped and subdued it. Liao Ye mobilized her internal organs, exhaling loudly as a thunderous rumble came from her mouth and nose, thrusting her spear straight forward. The force was so powerful that it shattered the green bricks, with a speed so swift that even Liu Yao, in his meditative state, could only barely catch a glimpse of a red tassel. This was from the rotating head of the spear. A glint of cold light arrived first, then the spear lunged forward like a dragon. The two figures crossed paths, the visible aura scattering and shattering into a strong wind that blew towards the spectators, who hastily covered their hats with their hands. As the dust settled, everyone saw. Liao Ye's shoulder was torn open, with only a small hole in her clothes but no damage to the flesh. There were also a few strands of hair sheared off by the blade, fluttering in the wind. But Gu Li, everything above his jaw had vanished. His body, propelled by momentum, took 3 steps forward, then dropped to the ground like a piece of wood. Half a head tumbled countless times in the air before landing on the platform, then bounced a few times and rolled to the feet of the guests, eliciting bursts of gasps. The open eyes of Gu Li, who died with resentment, were faintly visible. Good! Bravo! Thunderous applause and shouts of praise erupted, as the audience finally realized the outcome had been decided, exclaiming. One spear thrust sheared off half a head, so fast! So ruthless! Is this organ refining? It almost looks like marrow cleaning. How could Yunzhou have such a person? Mr. Liao's daughter, a true heir to the family legacy. Over by the main seat on the east side of the Four Seas Tower. Sun Haoran's expression was indifferent as he tightly grasped the arms of his taishi chair, watching as the tavern staff carried away Gu Li's body. Beside him, Duanpei clicked his tongue in wonder. The spear thrust struck after launching but before lightning, truly spectacular. Sun Haoran, to have a martial master die in such a public place, it's quite embarrassing for your martial hall, isn't it? Sun Haoran glanced coldly at the man and said, Duanpei, I hear your son has returned from studying in the Imperial City, and I am quite curious to meet such a talent. The blatant threat involving family members immediately darkened Duanpei's face, and the atmosphere between the two was not good. Enough already. We're both too old for this, don't make others laugh at our expense. These words came from the third witness, who had been silent until now, Master Peng. He was an elder in his 60s, with long white whiskers, wearing a silk jacket, emanating a peaceful demeanor, more like a wealthy gentleman than a master. Master Peng slowly said, this move is called Somber Dragon Clasping Grief. The Liao family must have some connection with the Xiao family from the capital. Liao Yu returned, and Liu Yao gave her a thumbs up in continued admiration. Sister, you were amazing. The beautiful girl's one-strike kill was a delightful sight. Liao Yu smiled gracefully, then raised her hands to touch her sister's soft and tender face. Give it your best, be careful. I know, don't worry, sister. Liao Qi rubbed her sister's hand, advancing towards the platform. Both contestants ascended the platform at the same time. Liao Qi assumed a stance, squatting slightly, her entire figure like a taut, drawn bow. Her opponent's sallow face had an abnormal flush, and his lifeless eyes bulged with excitement, as if he were in some kind of exhilarated state. He also bellowed with a lolling tongue, you daughter of a bitch from the Liao family. Your father destroyed 100,000 caddies of opium back in the day, 100,000 caddies. He caused all the opium dens across the country to close for 3 days, what a bloody beast. Beast. As soon as his words ended, his chest puffed up, a muffled sound came from his mouth and nose, and he transformed into an out-of-control car charging at Liao Qi. An observer exclaimed in surprise, this is a martial master who has failed organ refining. He can temporarily burst forth with the power of the organ refining realm. The opponent suddenly erupted, but Liao Qi showed no fear, raising her long, toned leg and delivering an upward whip kick on the spot. With a bang, her kick, full of bone-penetrating strength, was much more formidable than the sallow-faced man's, who certainly didn't want his head kicked to pieces, hurriedly raised his hand to block. But with a crack, the grating sound of his arm snapping off was heard. It had been directly kicked to pieces. Having disabled one hand of her enemy, Liao Qi showed no mercy as she followed up with a fierce combination of punches to his chest, sending him flying sideways. Although the man was at the half-step organ refining level, Liao Qi, with the opulent methods provided by Liu Yao, completely overpowered him in physical fitness. Her fluid movements earned rounds of applause. Excellent Kung Fu. This girl has a solid foundation, it's obvious she has been training hard since a young age. Her punches and kicks are forceful and heavy, her bones as hard as iron. She easily broke her opponent's bones. This young lady must have eaten a lot of good stuff. After their commentary, everyone thought the match had ended. Liao Qi also turned her head to look at her sister, celebrating the victory. Just then, the sallow-faced man who had fallen rose to his feet, ignoring the severe pain of his broken arm, and charged madly at the girl who had turned her back to him. Liao Qi was somewhat surprised, she hadn't expected this man to still be able to move after such serious injuries. None of the onlookers were ordinary people, and those with broad knowledge immediately explained to those around them, this man has numbed his body with drugs, he no longer feels anything. The sallow-faced man looked at Liao Qi with eyes full of resentment. Depressed by his failure in organ refining, he tried worry-free smoke on a friend's strong recommendation but never expected to become hopelessly addicted and plummet into a downward spiral. Ever since, he harbored a particular hatred for these talented young individuals. His chest swelled up again as he forcibly stimulated his organ refining energy, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Leveraging the burst of power, he lunged forward, attacking Liao Qi like a mad dog with hands and teeth, all while screaming, "The heavens are unjust! They made me this monstrous mess! I loathe it!" Without the sensation of pain and recklessly fearless, he indeed was troublesome to deal with, but, unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Liao Qi remained completely unflustered, her arms drawing circles outward to block all his attacks while using her elbows to strike back. Her elbow struck his chest, and with a fluid motion, she brought her palms together like a blade to smash his throat, the movement bearing a resemblance to Wing Chun. Having suffered a fatal blow, the sallow-faced man let out a choking sound. But regardless of himself, he still attempted to attack Liao Qi. Liao Qi leapt up fiercely, her knees like two large iron hammers, ruthlessly pounding the man's chest. Amid the ear-piercing sound of breaking bones, the sallow-faced man's chest cavity shattered as he was sent flying backward, his eyes quickly dimming, falling like a lump of flesh outside the ring. In his last moments, the resentment in his eyes seemed almost tangible. He violently opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of filthy blood towards Liao Qi, fanning out toward her. This vile bloody mist reeked disgusting and repulsive, the result of years of opium accumulating in his lungs. Contact with it would mean a dual assault of chemical and psychological impact. The girl, who prized cleanliness, dared not let a single drop touch her and dodged far away with a graceful carp stance. The sallow-faced man died on the spot with an expression of madness and resentment, unable to accept his fate. Chapter 32. Another crisp and decisive victory, the audience applauded fervently, cheering enthusiastically. However, for Sun Haoran, these cheers sounded harsh to his ears, and he became enraged, suddenly standing up. "A bunch of trash! How could you not even defeat a little girl?" Losing the first round didn't matter, there were still 2 more to go. As long as they got their hands on the Liao family fist, losing a martial master was a small price to pay. But losing 2 rounds in a row meant certain defeat, a crushing one at that. Looking at the elated trio from Liao family fist, his face momentarily turned an angry shade of blue. Frustration and unwillingness edged into his features. "Absolutely cannot let it end like this, I must have them bleed. Moreover, the corpses of Blood Exchange Realm powerhouses have various incredible uses, I cannot let them have it too easily." Down below, Liao Qi had already returned, and Liu Yao approached her with praise. "Heroine, what excellent skills! That scoundrel had no chance to fight back, in the end, he couldn't even spit on you." The girl giggled joyfully, her body trembling like a flower in the breeze. Liu Yao looked around, 2 out of 3 rounds are won, can we collect our prize now? Normally there would be no need to continue fighting, but there were exceptions. Some martial arts halls, after losing 2 rounds straight, would still fight the third for the sake of their reputation, desperate to kill an opponent, if only to save face. The audience looked towards the main seat in the east, where Sun Haoran spoke up, as written in the life and death agreement, prepare for the third match. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the tavern heard it clearly. Upon hearing Sun Haoran say prepare for the third match, the Liao family sisters grew furious. The other party was dead set on killing someone. Liao Qi was worriedly frantic, sister, what do we do? Liu Yao has just started his muscle training. Liao Yu remained composed, if it's written on the life and death agreement, we must fight. If we don't, they will have an excuse to deny the outcome. Don't panic, I have faith in our junior brother. Liu Yao stretched his limbs, saying calmly, I too am very confident. Sun Haoran insists on fighting, right? Watch me win this duel, 3-0. I'll shave his head clean, and let this bastardly grandson understand the meaning of reaping what you sow. In the martial arts community, being shaved bald, especially in front of a crowd, meant a devastating blow to one's dignity, subjecting one to ridicule. The Haoran Martial Arts Hall dared to bully the sisters, and Liu Yao had been holding back his anger, determined to make the other side lose face completely. Liao Yu placed her hands on her junior brother's shoulders, instructing, do not underestimate him, be extra careful. The girl was slender and delicate. As they looked each other in the eye, Liu Yao saw his reflection in her large eyes and nodded earnestly. At that moment, a waiter from the tavern came over to remind them, the time is almost upon us. Please, young Master Liu, ascend the stage. Liu Yao looked back with a smile, I know, thank you. The young waiter seemed to be treated with politeness for the first time and was momentarily stunned, then said, the other side has chosen a weapon, it would be best if you selected one as well. Good thing I came prepared. Liu Yao cheerfully produced a kitchen knife from his bosom. Because it was used daily, the kitchen knife was exceptionally sharp, though its appearance was, decidedly unimpressive. The sisters exclaimed, pointing at the kitchen knife, when did you bring that thing? Liu Yao brandished the kitchen knife, creating a formidable breeze. Don't worry, this thing is extremely useful. After speaking, amid the conflicted gazes of the two women, Liu Yao confidently walked onto the stage with the kitchen knife. For the last low-realm martial arts competition, the spectators showed little interest. The moment Liu Yao entered the arena, a wave of laughter broke out. A kitchen knife? What is this sickly kid trying to do? This guy's breathing and posture clearly show he has never practiced martial arts. Is he looking for death? Interesting, let's just watch and see. The opponent was already on stage, waiting. He was a burly giant, 1.9 meters tall and weighing over 200 jin, 100 kilograms. His bald head was marked with several scars, tattoos peeked out from his neck, and his cruel eyes held a hint of rascality. He was clearly an old hoodlum. He specialized in debt collection in opium dens and was best at pushing people to ruin. Though only in the muscle training realm, he had a record of killing martial artists in the bone tempering realm in brawls. He held a traditional Chinese ear spoon-shaped knife, laughing heartily, you brought a kitchen knife to offer me a massage. Liu Yao instantly entered a state of psychic focus, gesturing with the kitchen knife, come at me. Lao Shen approached with the knife at ease, and despite his appearance, he was quite cautious due to his rich fighting experience. His eyes targeted Liu Yao's ribs and kidneys, ready to strike with his knife, his most familiar attack method. Seeing that Liu Yao remained still, Lao Shen didn't hesitate to lunge with his knife aimed straight for the heart. Liu Yao suddenly stepped to the side, letting his opponent's attack barely miss him as it grazed his clothes. At the same time, he slashed with his kitchen knife, cutting a gash into Lao Shen's wrist, and blood gushed out. Lao Shen roared, the injury igniting his ferocity, and he lunged again, stabbing down with his knife. Liu Yao's five senses, firmly locked on his opponent, captured his every move. Again, he narrowly dodged the attack and counter-sliced with his kitchen knife, disfiguring Lao Shen's face with a 3-inch-long cut. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have lost an eye, not just scarred a face. Liu Yao flipped the kitchen knife in his hand, finding it even more handy and suited to his fighting style than he had anticipated. He didn't need much force, just needed to use the opponent's momentum. By now, many had started to realize what was happening. This sickly kid has entered a spirit-refining focus. It's just like playing with monkeys. After focusing, the sharpness of his senses is beyond comparison. He can easily grasp the opponent's movements, indeed like toying with a monkey. The Liao family sisters, who had been holding hands in tension, now wore broad smiles as they saw Liu Yao gaining the upper hand. Liao Yu couldn't help but remark, our junior brother has surpassed me in spirit refinement. His state of focus is deeper than mine. Liao Qi's big eyes never left Liu Yao, filled with admiration. Lao Shen was covered in his own blood. It was clear that the sickly kid had no experience in combat, just hacking and slashing wildly, but he couldn't overpower him, and a few more strikes would guarantee his doom. Damn it! I'm going to kill you, you sick freak! Lao Shen immediately resorted to his special skill. He charged forward and made a stabbing attempt. As Liu Yao dodged, Lao Shen raised his arm towards him. A 3-inch-long arrow shot out from his wrist with a swoosh. The man actually had a sleeve arrow bound to his arm. Liu Yao, in a focused state, clearly saw his opponent's moves and even the heavy metal arrow being shot. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the arrow. But unexpectedly, Lao Shen raised his arm again, firing a second arrow while sneering, "Surprised, aren't you? I've got two." Liu Yao's posture was old-fashioned, and he couldn't dodge it in time. Fortunately, his state of focus greatly assisted in battle. Holding the kitchen knife sideways in front of him, there was a loud clang as the arrow ricocheted off the blade. Lao Shen was astonished at the sight. He couldn't believe the sickly kid dodged 2 sleeve arrows within 10 steps. These weapons were comparable to a crossbow, and Liu Yao wasn't even in the muscle training realm. How did he do it? That's it. Why didn't you bring more? Liu Yao examined his opponent with the kitchen knife, looking for where to strike next. Chapter 33. Liu Yao slowly approached his seemingly exhausted opponent, ready to deliver a finishing blow and secure a perfect 3-0 victory. But Lao Shen refused to yield without a fight. His face hardened as he pulled out an old-fashioned glass syringe from his bosom, filled with a green liquid. This thing was meant for organ-refining martial artists, and it would have severe side effects if he used it, but he was past caring at this point. He fiercely jabbed it into his chest and pressed down. His veins bulged all over his body as if tiny snakes were crawling underneath his skin, a sight quite chilling to behold. After throwing the glass syringe to the ground where it shattered into pieces, Lao Shen bellowed in a hoarse voice, "You little bastard! You're dead meat now!" His already broad physique bulged out further, becoming even more imposing. His eyes bloodshot, he surged forward with a speed more than double what it had been and stabbed with his knife. Liu Yao narrowly dodged the attack, cursing inwardly, "The effect of this stimulant is too damn strong." Lao Shen, seizing the momentum, roared and spun the ox horn knife like an electric fan, while Liu Yao hopped desperately to avoid the slashes. The shortcomings of his physical condition were laid bare, and after a series of intense moves, he was out of stamina and got slashed across the shoulder, blood gushing forth. Finally feeling his opponent's flesh under his blade, Lao Shen got excited, howling with even more frenzy as he attacked, drooling from the mouth. Liu Yao exerted his mind to stabilize his spirit and dismiss any distractions, trying not to let the intense pain in his shoulder disrupt his state of focus. "I have to try to adapt to my opponent's increased speed, and then counterattack." He was utterly unconcerned with his own life or death. He didn't fear dying, since his body, ravaged by terminal cancer, was undergoing horrific changes, virtually indistinguishable from a corpse. Facing his own body every day had led him eventually to see through the nature of life and death. With a heart undisturbed by life or death, Liu Yao was solely focused on winning now. His life had been pretty unlucky, but the best thing that had happened to him was meeting these two sisters, gentle, kind, lovely, and adorable. If Haran Martial Arts Hall dared to bully them, he would definitely win the duel, a 3-0 victory, and shave Sun Haran's head clean as retribution for his own actions, depriving him of all his dignity. After avoiding another round of attacks, Liu Yao had gradually adjusted to his opponent's speed. Seizing the chance, he rolled on the ground to dodge an assault while simultaneously delivering a ruthless chop to his opponent's foot. Lao Shen, devoid of any sense of pain, only cursed furiously, "You little fucker, I'll tear you to shreds." As his words trailed off, he lunged again. Liu Yao easily sidestepped and was back to the previous routine. The two seemed to have an unspoken agreement, one attacking and the other dodging. In no time, Lao Shen was covered with cuts and could do nothing but scream in agony and curse. At that moment, the sisters' delicate voices called out simultaneously, "Liu Yao, junior brother, come on!" Liu Yao's spirit soared, filled with a fierce desire to win. Fully entering his focused state, he charged at his opponent, aiming to finish him off with one strike. By this time, Lao Shen was panting heavily, covered in blood, with his eyes rolling back and emitting bestial howls as he charged forward. But it was as if he were moving in slow motion, which was quite eerie. Liu Yao was suddenly startled. Why had his opponent suddenly slowed down? No, is it that I'm in a deeper state of focus? That shouldn't be possible, my condition isn't good, and I'm injured. Even the spectators around him were in slow motion, their whispering and tea sipping all slowed down. Liu Yao's mind was in disarray. Suddenly, a secret to maintaining composure taught by Liao Ya flashed through his mind, unperturbed at heart, unencumbered by emotions, fearing neither the future nor dwelling on the past. Liu Yao had an epiphany, a fortunate insight. I understand now. The original me was merely unafraid of life and death, with a mind free of distractions, which allowed only the most superficial level of focus. But being focused is not just about having no distractions, it's more about having unwavering belief, obtaining an indomitable spirit. At this moment, my conviction is victory. Invisibly, it was as though something had shattered. Liu Yao felt his body instantly becoming dozens of pounds lighter. By this time, Lao Shen had already charged over, the ox-horn knife slowly stabbing towards the chest. But it moved so slowly, like a falling dry leaf, seemingly afraid that Liu Yao wouldn't be able to dodge it. Liu Yao activated the recently learned carp stance, allowing the ox-horn knife to brush past the tip of his nose. The dodge was incredibly easy, and he could clearly observe the knife piercing a droplet of sweat as if captured by a high-speed camera. Then, Liu Yao, holding a kitchen knife, sliced from Lao Shen's elbow to his shoulder, gouging out a deep, bone-deep gash. He hadn't exerted much strength, it was entirely using the opponent's own momentum. Blood surged out in great amounts, instantly staining Lao Shen's entire arm red, dribbling down his clothes ceaselessly and forming a small stream on the ground. Such an amount of blood loss wouldn't necessarily be salvageable even in an ICU. Lao Shen screamed loudly and actually turned to flee. Liu Yao used the carp stance again, his spine powered his entire body forward in a lunge, the kitchen knife sweeping across his opponent's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Lao Shen could only desperately cover the wound with his hand, staggering out a few steps before collapsing to the ground, motionless. An enemy that should have taken a slow and grueling effort to kill was now slaughtered as easily as a chicken. Liu Yao finally entered the calm steadiness realm. The carp stance had only been recently learned, to use it in actual combat usually required years of hard practice, but now Liu Yao picked it up without any discomfort, which was precisely the effect of calm steadiness or complete entry into steadiness. At times, the human body does not obey its owner, such as twitching one eyebrow or moving the ears. Some people are born able to do it, others are forever incapable. After achieving calm steadiness, Liu Yao could control all parts of his body at will, doing anything he wanted. It's said the body moves as one desires, and this was truly the case. He didn't need to practice to be able to eat with chopsticks using his feet, or to use his feet to wipe himself with paper after using the toilet. The onlookers exclaimed continuously. What's going on with this sickly boy? How did he suddenly gain the skills of decades overnight? What was Sun Haoran thinking, insisting on this final match? It's simply humiliating. Liao Qi jumped up happily, while Liao Ya was shocked her junior brother had achieved calm steadiness before her. He had only been practicing spirit refinement for how many days? In the main seat to the east of the restaurant, Sun Haoran suddenly stood up, his composure gone, his face completely darkened with anger and disbelief plain in his eyes. Not having defeated the Liao sisters was one thing. They came from a reputable family and were closely related to a blood exchange realm martial artist, but why couldn't he even defeat a sickly boy? Losing all 3 rounds. He had made a fool of himself for nothing, completely losing all his prestige. At this moment, the looks directed at Sun Haoran had changed. The Haoran Martial Arts Hall had suffered a great embarrassment. The disparity between the 2 martial arts schools was stark. The Liao family fist had a total of only 3 people, while Haoran Martial Arts Hall had 3 martial masters just sitting in residence. Having their heads shaved bare was truly an inexcusable defeat. Next to him, Duan Pei was grinning from ear to ear, visibly elated. And the elderly Master Pang spoke in a hoarse, indistinct voice, Master Sun, be patient and calm, haste makes waste. Don't disgrace the face of the Yunzhou martial faction. Sun Haoran sat back down, his face paler than the corpse of Lao Shen. Chapter 34, Challenge. Liu Yao returned to his seat, and a soft, warm fragrance filled his arms. You are so amazing. Have you stabilized it yet? Liao Qi's pretty face was flushed with excitement, and she hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. Reliable at a crucial moment, the girl had fallen deeply in love with Liu Yao. I was lucky to have a breakthrough. Liu Yao caressed the body in his arms, which was compact and well proportioned. A wave of joy filled his heart. He hadn't been useless, instead, he played a key role. He helped the sisters win back their father's remains, and he had also managed to break through in his spirit refinement that had been at a standstill for so long. It was a double celebration. The ordeal was worth it. Liao Ye looked at him with eyes full of admiration and took out some golden sore medicine to remind him, Liu Yao is hurt, you should tend to your wounds first. Only then did Liao Qi remember that her beloved had been injured. She hurriedly bandaged him up. Liu Yao's wounds were not too severe and were quickly taken care of. He waved his cleaver with vigor and said, let's go, claim the master's remains. At the main seats to the east of Four Seas Tower, Duan Pei personally handed over the deed to the Liao family's martial arts school, the school opening permit, and most importantly the sandalwood box to Liao Ye, saying warmly, Master Liao was young and talented, indeed, a fortune for our Yunzhou martial faction. Liu Yao noticed that the age of high-level martial artists was rather hard to determine. This man was of average height with a rectangular face. At first glance, he looked to be in his 40s, but his vibrant vigor and good maintenance made him appear like a man in his 20s. Duan Pei put on an appearance of caring for talent. You all are outstanding individuals, you are welcome to come and exchange knowledge at our Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an attempt to win them over. You flatter me, said Liao Ye, whose demeanor was perfect for such grand occasions. With her elegance and composed manner, she easily attracted the attention of the entire room. At that moment, Master Peng, who had been inconspicuous until now, tapped his cane and said, Liao family's eldest daughter, I may be a few years older, having already taught 3 organ refining and 2 marrow cleansing disciples. You are young with exceptional talent, but without proper guidance, I fear you won't go far. If you are interested, you may come to Peng's martial arts school for a chat. He was clearly hinting at taking her as a disciple, and Liao Ye responded with a fist salute, I am honored by Master Peng's high regard. Duan Pei felt uncomfortable inside. He was doing well with his recruitment, and then this old man suddenly came out of nowhere to steal the spotlight. He hadn't seen him offer any protection when Sun Haoran was playing tricks earlier, and now he shows up. By this time, Liu Yao and Liao Qi had already opened the box and checked its contents. Inside was only an arm, nothing else remained. Liao Ye shouted angrily, Sun Haoran, where are my father's other remains? Faced with the accusation, the elegant gentleman who looked like a teacher curled his lips upwards, held his teacup leisurely, and replied. Let Master Liao know that the body of a martial artist who has reached blood exchange mastery is quite precious, often handling it can aid in breaking through barriers. But there's no need to keep the entire body, just cutting off a part will do. As for the other parts, they must have been well hidden by someone. Of course, it's also possible that they were sold to the English for dissection. The clean cut on the arm in the box was an obvious sign it had been severed. Looking at Sun Haoran's expression and tone, the whereabouts of the father's other remains had to be related to him. The sisters, flushed with indignation, were furious. Liao Ye, in her extreme anger, took a deep breath so long that it took nearly a minute to inhale and exhale completely. A sound like distant thunder arose from within her. Then, her chest suddenly quivered, causing the air around her to ripple as if agitated by water. Liu Yao remembered that in animal world, crocodiles used a similar method to vibrate the water to show off their strength and court mates. But that was nothing compared to the shock of Liao Ye at that moment. The air around her seemed to boil. Liao Ye's eyes grew brighter, and the next second, she suddenly exhaled a breath that stayed together like an arrow. Seeing this, someone in disbelief said, Master Liao is breaking through. Duan Pei's face was full of surprise as he muttered, breath as sharp as an arrow, resonance of the 6 organs. Master Peng, who had been calm throughout, stood up leaning on his cane, his face showing shock. This girl, has she been refining organs for even a year? Consecutive breakthroughs. After breaking through, Liao Ye's momentum surged even more, like a sharp blade splitting the sky, as if she wanted to cleave the entire Four Seas Tower in two. Looking at Sun Haoran again, she could only think of him as a cowardly scoundrel, despicable and shameless, only capable of using dirty tricks. She was already talented herself, and with her junior brother's strong support, even hiding 1,000 taels of silver under the bed, there was no need to feel afraid. Liao Ye raised her hand, pointing at Sun Haoran, and shouted loudly as her words hit the ground, Sun Haoran, you've been coveting our Liao family's boxing school, so I'll give you one more chance in 1 month, you and I will have another martial arts competition here. Do you dare accept? Do you dare accept? Dare accept? Accept. Accept. The last few words seemed to explode out of thin air, a thunderclap shaking everyone to the core, with dust falling from the beams of the wine house. Liaoya achieved a breakthrough in public, then with the immense momentum of her breakthrough, she issued a challenge. No sooner had she spoken than a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This woman wants to challenge from organ refining to marrow cleaning. Challenging across a major realm, does she no longer want to live? With such a vast gap between their realms, like a cat and a mouse, it was utterly impossible for her to win. Liu Yao also found it strange, his senior sister wasn't a reckless person. He would have to ask her about it after a while. Everyone's gaze returned to Sun Haoran to see how he would respond. Sun Haoran set down his teacup calmly, his eyebrows rising, his previously gentle demeanor turning fierce. He looked just like a wanted criminal in a poster. Little girl, you actually dare use me as a whetstone? You want to force yourself, to put pressure on yourself to achieve marrow cleaning within a month. Liaoya remained coldly silent, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Ha, ha ha ha! Sun Haoran began to laugh as if he had heard some joke, his laughter echoing within the Four Seas Tower, causing many teacups to tremble. The idea is not bad, but sadly, it's courting death. I accept the challenge. I'll see you in 1 month. Having said this, he left with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Duan Pei chimed in to curry favor. Master Liao, you're being rash. This man was looking for an opportunity to deal with you again, and yet you directly challenge him. Aren't you giving him a perfect opportunity? The document for life and death hasn't even been signed, do you want me to decline it for you? Liaoya bowed with her hands clasped and said, the enmity of my father's murder cannot share the sky, not to mention this man holds my late father's body. I must fight him. Ah, you this. Duan Pei shook his head, deeply feeling regret and incomprehension. We need to recover after a great battle, I shall take my leave. Not wanting to waste more time with pleasantries, Liaoya bowed to the crowd and left with Liu Yao and Liao Qi. Along the way, many people approached them to strike up a conversation or to ingratiate themselves. Others watched with cold eyes, among them were Sun Haoran's supporters and even more who did not hold Liaoya in high regard. The Liao family girl is too arrogant. Does she really think that Sun Haoran rose from being a son of a courtesan to his current status solely by his own vast natural aura? Half of the opium dens in Yunzhou are under Sun Haoran's protection. This man's reach is heavenly, not something the small Liao family can contend with. I reckon that the Liao family won't last till the day of the fight. Chapter 35, Touch your belly a few times. Back to the martial arts school, they enshrined the severed arm in the main hall and performed a grand ritual to pay homage. Liaoya wore a sorrowful expression, her large eyes misty. Dad knew he might not return when he left that year, but he still went. Liao Qi interlocked her fingers with her father's, fully recalling the sound and smile of her dear relative, especially the warmth of his large hand, which immediately brought tears to her eyes like pearls slipping from a broken string. Liu Yao sighed. Without offering consolation, he too had known the pain of losing a loved one and understood that expressing these emotions was better than bottling them up inside. After a while, the two girls recovered and wiped away their tears. The three of them gathered in the courtyard to discuss their plans. Liaoya, with her gentle voice, softly said, Junior brother, I know you must think I'm acting rashly by challenging Sun Haoran directly. Liu Yao shook his head, not at all, senior sister, you are both beautiful and intelligent, not someone who acts recklessly. There must be a reason. Hearing him say this, Liaoya felt both shy and comforted. Sun Haoran will certainly not accept defeat, and who knows what despicable schemes he still has up his sleeve. Moreover, he has many followers and is even colluding with the Heilong gang. We are weak and few by comparison. It's better to go straight to the arena and kill him, once and for all. Liu Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before agreeing, indeed. A direct execution is the best solution, not giving the enemy the chance to act. But are you confident you can win? My original approach was simply to snatch a life out of death, the chances of victory were not high. But with your help, junior brother, I am confident that I can kill this foe in a month. Liaoya looked towards where the silver was hidden, full of confidence. I've already figured out a way to rapidly enhance my strength with the silver, a way to use ambergris. It can improve blood circulation and boost vital energy. It also calms the mind, allowing one to enter a forgetful state in a short period. We can all use it. It seemed the sisters had a special fondness for resources that everyone can use, always choosing such things. Liu Yao had no objections. Whatever you decide, senior sister, is fine. Don't worry about the silver, I have plenty. Liaoya chuckled, there's no need, 1,000 taels of silver are enough. Normally, ambergris is incredibly expensive, rumored to cost 3 maces of fragrance per tael of silver. I wouldn't have dared to consider it. Liaoya paused suddenly, then with both hands clasped in a fist, she bowed deeply to Liu Yao, her pretty face full of sincerity. Junior brother, I really can't thank you enough. Not just for the silver, but if you hadn't risked your life in the arena, we would have lost the martial arts school and Dad's remains. Thank you. Liu Yao promptly helped her up, shaking his head, why are you giving thanks again? We are fellow disciples, a family. It's only right we help each other. But he couldn't raise Liaoya to her feet, the girl insisted on completing her bow. Junior brother, you had already cleared the so-called debt of saving your life. Now it is us sisters who owe you a great deal. I really don't know how to repay you. I have only one sister who is quite presentable and has a good character. Before she could finish, Liao Qi began to blush. Sister, what are you saying? As she grasped her sister's hand, her big eyes stealing glances at Liu Yao. Liaoya smiled, what, you don't want to? I do want to. Liao Qi promptly declared, fearing her sister might retract the offer. Having gone through so much together, she had completely set her heart on Liu Yao, determined to marry no other. Liaoya then said to Liu Yao, Junior brother, if I fall in battle a month from now, you two should leave Yunzhou and flee far away, take good care of her, will you? It was indeed an intention to entrust her care. After all, it's a battle against a veteran of the marrow cleansing realm, and none could guarantee a 100% chance of victory. Liu Yao understood her intentions and promised earnestly, I'll treat her as even more important than myself. At that, Liaoya immediately relaxed, visibly more at ease. Liao Qi threw herself into her sister's arms, muffling her voice, Sister, I want to stay with you forever, and not go anywhere. Are you silly? I, who have dedicated myself to the martial path, am destined to a solitary life, while you are meant to marry and carry on the family line. No, I just want to be with you. Liaoya wrapped her sister in her arms. They clung to each other tightly, their sisterly affection deep and the moment warm. But it wasn't long before Liao Qi couldn't stand it, suffocated by the overly ample bosom, she promptly wriggled free to gasp for air. Liu Yao nearly laughed aloud, maintaining a serious face, he said, don't worry about the sparring, once I'm healed, I'll return home for a few things, and I will make sure to kill that son of a bitch Sun Haoran. With an injury on his shoulder, Liao Qi became his personal caregiver. These days, Liu Yao turned into the true young master Liu, with food brought to his mouth and clothes handed to him, and every day there was a charming girl by his side, life couldn't be any better. At the moment, the two of them sat side by side in the courtyard, with Liao Qi helping him clip his nails. Liu Yao fiddled with the girl's smooth and lovely braids, inquiring, you're with me all day, don't you practice martial arts anymore? Actually, my injury is healed, you shouldn't delay your cultivation. As he finished speaking, he moved his shoulder to indicate he was fine. The wound medicines from Otherworld weren't exactly scientific either. The scabs formed on the third day. Sister told me to stabilize my realm for 2 days before preparing for organ refining. Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to stay with you, so I want to spend more time with you now. The girl said, squatting down to also trim his toenails. The more Liu Yao looked at Liao Qi, the more he liked her, and he couldn't resist wrapping his arm around her waist to have her sit next to him. You know your sister has offered you to me. As if keep dreaming, Liao Qi teased, coquettishly using her braid as a weapon, tickling Liu Yao's neck. Fully appreciating the beauty of the girl's waist, Liu Yao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, you're so smooth. His hand could easily cover the girl's small waist, it was white and supple with an excellent touch, and she even had defined abs. Her hands kept working, but Liao Qi's body first stiffened, then softened, until she completely collapsed onto him. A few touches on the belly shouldn't affect you this much, should they? Liu Yao looked down to see her cheeks were flushed, her eyes misty. Turns out, martial artists have robust bodies and abundant vitality, with desires far stronger than the average person. A maiden in the bloom of youth could hardly bear a lover's caress, and now she was thoroughly confused and smitten. Just as Liu Yao's hand began to move up, Liao Qi grabbed it. Her gaze becoming clear again, she chided with faux anger, I can be with you, but you must show respect, and not dishonor me. Feigning frustration, Liu Yao said, it's really hard for me to hold back. Liao Qi shyly brought her head closer, whispering, don't rush, my body will be yours sooner or later. But sister said marrow cleansing must be achieved before consummation, otherwise one's mind gets filled with distractions, adding many difficulties. Liu Yao teased her, then don't waste time, go on with your cultivation, try to reach the marrow cleansing realm today. Liao Qi giggled and playfully pounded him with her small fists. At that moment, Liao Ye, who had been in the quiet room stabilizing her realm, came out. She exhaled a breath arrow, which flew nearly 10 meters before disappearing. Satisfied, she nodded her head and then declared, enough rest, let's continue training. Chapter 36, Purchase Ambergris. In the early stages of sinew strengthening, stretching muscles was as common as having a meal every day. Once again Liu Yao was held down and contorted into strange shapes, but this time it didn't hurt. Not only had he adapted, but the increased body control after entering meditation also played a role. Liao Ya nodded with satisfaction and then said, being able to stretch like this is barely passable, you can now begin to practice the cultivation method. Liao Qi, demonstrate a set of Liao family fist for Liu Yao to see. Liao Qi took off her jacket, leaving only her clothes-fitting clothes, and instructed Liu Yao, besides the punches and kicks, you should also pay attention to the movements of my spine. As soon as she finished speaking, she started performing the fist form. Liu Yao had watched Master Liao perform this set during his apprenticeship, but he was only a spectator at the time. Now in a state of constant calm, he could see the intricacies involved. The movements of the fist form were complex, and even with Liao Qi's expertise, it took almost 20 minutes to complete the entire set. Moreover, the exercise was quite draining, and despite her excellent physical condition, she was drenched in sweat by the end. This was the cultivation method of Liao family fist, the core of their style. It wasn't intended for combat but mainly for conditioning the body. This single fist form could train all the bones and muscles in the body. An ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years just to get the hang of it, and Liao Qi had been practicing since she was 6. Liu Yao just watched her go through it once, then he took his turn. His first attempt was 90% accurate, and by the second time, he looked like someone who had been practicing for 2 to 3 years. Liao Qi was a bit displeased, how can this be? Why are you learning it so fast? Liao Ya was quite envious. This is the benefit of fully entering meditation. The powers of observation and body control are incredibly strong, which makes learning Kung Fu very fast. Many people think spirit refinement is laborious and not very useful, but in reality, it greatly aids the martial path. The ancients always said sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, and that's exactly the case. After pondering for a while, the girl turned to her sister and said, Liao Qi, I suddenly think you should postpone organ refining and focus on entering meditation first. Having consumed so many tonics, it's inevitable that your foundation isn't stable, but with the enhanced senses that come with meditation, precise and detailed, you can avoid this issue. Right. Meditation first. Liu Yao completely agreed with this view, winking and making faces at Liao Qi. Once she entered meditation, she could do the things she loved. Liao Qi's face turned red, but she didn't bother with him. Looking at the sky, Liao Ya said, you stay and cultivate in the quiet room. I'm going to buy some ambergris. With its help, you will surely succeed in entering meditation. Liao Qi's pretty face soured, cultivating spirit refinement was the most boring part. But she was a sensible girl, knowing that some things have to be done, she obediently went inside to cultivate. Liao Ya said to Liu Yao, let's go to the prefectural yamen. We'll buy the ambergris from the government. Taking the silver with them as they left the house, Liao Ya wasn't one for small talk, and they walked without speaking. The idea of using ambergris was Liao Ya's own, but it seemed from her demeanor that even with this substance, victory was not guaranteed. Liu Yao began to ponder what other tricks could he bring from earth that would give him an edge. Lost in thought, he unintentionally fell half a step behind. Suddenly startled, he thought, sister's figure is just too extravagant. Below a waist as slender as A4 paper, there suddenly emerges such a substantial backside, yet without appearing the slightest bit bloated. Immediately, he fully activated his state of constant calm, slowing down his surroundings to better appreciate the view. He also had to avoid Liao Ya's perceptive gaze, so as not to intrude indecorously. Liu Yao inwardly sighed, such a fine waist and long legs, perfect proportions. And she sways unconsciously when walking, making for a visually gratifying effect. This swaying seems to be a bodily habit formed from practicing carp stance. Liao Qi does the same when she walks. What a fine kung fu technique indeed! At the same time, Liu Yao realized he could use this method to train the spirit refining technique. While activating the spirit refinement technique to observe his opponent without alerting them, this was the epitome of pressure training. Pressure training was highly energy consuming, and just as Liu Yao felt dizzy, he arrived at an estate protected by 2 gigantic stone lions, with 4 gilded characters on the plaque over the gate Yunzhou Prefectural Yamen. While the exterior was quaint and classical with double eaves and a hip and gable roof, the interior was modernized. It featured electric lights and telegraphs, and Liu Yao even spotted a hand-cranked telephone. The technological level of the other world isn't as low as I imagined. Liao Ye placed the great lance in the weapon rack at the entrance, passed through several security checks, and led Liu Yao to a department called Armed Forces Authority. Liu Yao remembered that this was the institution for the imperial court to manage local martial artists. The staff were quite bureaucratic, and the two stood at the entrance for quite a while before a 9th-grade official dressed in a green government robe came to greet them. His expression was nearly cold, with a touch of haughtiness. "So it's Master Liao, may I know the purpose of your visit?" "Official Dong, I'm here to exchange for some ambergris," said Liao Ye. "Ambergris?" Official Dong pulled out a thick book to check, furrowing his brow and said, "Master Liao, you haven't established any notable achievements and can only exchange with silver, and the price is not low. The least for 1 stick of incense is 10 taels of silver." He was well aware of the factions in Yunzhou. The Liao family fist had opened their school no more than a year ago, and with only 3 people, they didn't seem like a grand sect that could afford 10 taels of silver. Liao Ye stood tall with her chest out, proudly saying, "I want to exchange for 10 sticks." As she spoke, she took out a cloth bag filled with silver, shaking it to produce a crisp, pleasant jingle. 10 sticks. Official Dong's face changed. Such an expensive item normal people usually only buy 1 stick for critical moments to break through. This was the first time someone wanted 10. Official Dong gave Liao Ye a deep look, quickly changing his demeanor to one of respect and said, "Please wait a moment, I will return shortly. Someone, bring tea, bring the good tea." Immediately, servants led the two to the reception room, serving up tea and pastries with sincere deference. Compared to the martial artists who exchanged merits for resources, the staff at the government office preferred someone like Liao Ye who paid with solid silver. Ambergris can induce a state of forgetfulness in a short time, an incredibly mystical state. Currently, very few powers can produce it, and though it's expensive at the government office, it's reliable, explained Liao Ye to Liu Yao as they waited. They hadn't chatted much before official Dong came hurrying back with a small chest. Upon opening the chest, there was a balance scale and an exquisitely crafted jade box. "Master Liao, please." Official Dong handed the jade box with both hands, allowing Liao Ye to examine it. Inside the box were 10 rosewood tubes, containing the sought-after ambergris. The scent made one feel lightheaded and almost otherworldly just by smelling it. Liao Ye handed over 100 taels of silver, which official Dong pinched off a piece of directly, showing that he was a cultivator himself. He then carefully weighed the silver to ensure accuracy. After confirming everything, he locked the silver in the chest with a satisfied smile on his face. The servants were also visibly happy, as solid silver made it convenient for their superiors to engage in under-the-table dealings, and by running errands they could get a share. Curious, Liu Yao asked one of them, "Young brother, can one purchase ambergris with copper coins?" The young servant looked at him oddly, as a matter of course replying, "Of course not, we only accept solid silver. It's the same for other items, copper coins are not accepted at all." Liu Yao was momentarily speechless. Weren't copper coins the official currency? Chapter 37, Rush to go into seclusion. The transaction complete, the prefect personally saw Liao Ye and her companion out of the government office. "Master Liao, there's no need for courtesy in the future. Just ask for whatever you need." This man was arrogant before and respectful after. For some reason, Liao Ye suddenly felt that spending money lavishly was quite exhilarating. After leaving, Liu Yao curiously picked up the piece of ambergris to examine it. This was considered one of the top cultivation resources in the other world. Yet his powerful bodily control allowed him to instantly realize something was wrong with the weight. Puzzled, he said, Sister, each of these fragrances should weigh 1 liang, so why do I only feel 9 qian? A tenth is missing. Liaoya was not at all surprised, that's just how the imperial court stuff is, the missing tenth has simply floated away. Ah! Younger brother, you'll get used to dealing with the imperial court after a while. They have always been like this. At least it's safer than buying from the market. Well, that's all right, since we're not short on silver anyway. Such observations couldn't help but make Liu Yao feel a sense of contempt towards the imperial court. Just then, while he was in the focused spirit state, he sensed a dangerous gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw a military soldier in a tight uniform scanning the area from a high point on a building rooftop. The soldier was carrying an old-fashioned sniper rifle, with a large and strange-looking scope attached. Beside him was a heavy machine gun with its stand, the exposed cartridges glistening coldly, very much like a Maxim. Liu Yao's expression became stern. There were heavy machine guns. Liaoya also saw and remarked nonchalantly, those are the prefectural governor's elite troops. Liu Yao asked, Sister, if it were you, could you block firearms like these? Liaoya thought for a moment, within 10 steps I'm not afraid, the gunman wouldn't have the chance to shoot, beyond that, I would survive 3 shots. Liu Yao nodded. The other world was not a place of peace, so he planned to buy a gun for self-defense, using Liaoya as a reference. Liaoya glanced at him and said indifferently, Younger brother, military weaponry is strictly regulated, and it's all imported. At best, you could only buy a handgun. Its power is very limited, and certain martial artists with formidable external skills can even ignore them. Ha, sister, you saw right through me, I did indeed want to get a gun for self-defense. You have exceptional talent, just don't become too reliant on external tools, it might affect your future. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Returning to the martial arts school, they released Liao Qi who had been cooped up for the better part of the day, and the 3 prepared to incense themselves. Liao Qi was restless, her twin braids particularly disheveled. It was obvious she had been fiddling with her hair out of boredom, finding the spirit refinement lonely and unengaging. Liaoya pinched her younger sister's cheek in mild reproach, You just can't sit still and train, can you? I just can't stay put. Liao Qi said pitifully. She was naturally lively and restless, and practicing focused spirit was as unbearable to her as if she were being killed. Forget it, you're in luck this time. We have ambergris, which is a divine item for breaking through stages in cultivation. If not for Liu Yao, using it now would indeed be a waste. Liaoya shut the doors and windows of the quiet room tightly and placed a stick of incense in the burner. Ambergris can temporarily put people into a sit-and-forget state. I will explain this step of cultivation to you. It will be just the right time to experience it when the incense takes effect. Liaoya cleared her throat and began to explain in detail. Younger brother, even though you have an exceptional talent and have quickly passed the first 2 stages of spirit refining focused spirit and entry into trance, beware of pride and complacency. Be aware that these 2 stages are not such a big deal. Even ordinary people can achieve them if they work hard enough and spend a lot of time, but inevitably they can manage it. But the step of sitting and forgetting that followed was different. This step requires extremely high talent and comprehension. The vast majority of people can never reach the realm of sitting and forgetting throughout their lives, including many great martial masters who have undergone blood exchange. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao immediately tensed up. Liaoya knocked on her junior brother for a bit, then continued to say, forgetting the physical form, abandoning sight and sound, freeing oneself from the shackles of body and mind, and merging with the heaven and earth as one, that is called sitting and forgetting. Once you reach this step, no one can teach you anything anymore, it's all up to your own comprehension. Next, I am going to light the ambergris. Immediately enter your best spirit refining state, try your hardest to absorb the fragrance, and thoroughly experience it. Liu Yao and Liao Qi quickly straightened their robes and sat upright, while Liaoya lit the incense and also got into position, preparing to face the onslaught of the fragrance. The faint blue smoke filled the room, the fragrance pervasive. The aroma was spiritual, sweet and refreshing, with hints of flora and a subtle sweetness hidden within. Gradually, the smoke condensed without dispersing, transforming into long dragons that coiled around the people. Liu Yao felt a sense of fullness in his lower abdomen and then streams of warmth circulating around his body, instantly making his mouth dry and his tongue thirsty. This was the effect of the ambergris in promoting qi and blood circulation. At the same time, the subtle, soft fragrance became more soothing and comfortable, bringing with it the refined scent of sandalwood. Liu Yao entered a wondrous state, as if he was in a vivid dream after falling into deep sleep. He was clearly unconscious, yet his perception of everything around him was incredibly detailed, to the point where he could even see the faint fuzz on the back of Liao Qi's neck. This feeling was like switching from first-person to third-person perspective, where one could freely zoom in and out of the scene. Unfortunately, this fantastic state lasted for less than a minute before it ended. When Liu Yao opened his eyes, he found the incense had burned out, and unexpectedly, half an hour had passed. He had thought it was only a matter of seconds. This incense is powerful. With a few more times, sooner or later, I'll be able to chase this feeling and enter the realm of sitting and forgetting. To leave behind form and knowledge, indeed it is wondrous. Liaoya also opened her eyes in admiration. These 20 pieces of silver were well spent. It's a pity we can't use it too often, as ambergris has a strong addictive quality. We can only use it once a week. On hearing this, Liao Qi was shocked. What? 10 pieces? This stick of incense is so expensive. 10 pieces of silver just burned away in half an hour. Her focus was on the silver. She had never imagined that one stick would cost 10 pieces of silver. That's the equivalent of 2 to 3 years of pure profit for their family's martial arts gym. Liaoya looked at her. It's definitely worth it. Both your junior brother and I have gained a lot. How about you? Are you confident in entering meditation now? Liao Qi's pretty face soured as she hesitated to say, no. I just feel like I had a nap. Upon hearing this, Liaoya nearly fainted with irritation, suppressing the urge to smack her sister, her eyes quickly calculating as she came up with a motivational tactic. If you can't reach a state of meditation, don't even think about seeing Liu Yao again. I am going to lock you in the room for the next few days, in total isolation. No, please, Liao Qi wailed. Being confined was like being imprisoned, and it would mean not seeing Liu Yao for several days. The young girl now rushed to Liu Yao's room every morning, wishing they could stick together every day. Sometimes a glance, a smile, was enough to make her happy for a long time. Liao Qi did not want to go days without seeing her beloved. Yet when she looked up and saw her sister's stern gaze, she resigned herself to obediently following instructions. Liu Yao also took her hand and quietly said, I hope even more than sister that you quickly reach a state of meditation. You've got to work hard, don't make me wait anxiously. Liao Qi, of course, knew what Liu Yao was anxious for and blushed as she nodded. Chapter 38, Portable Color Ultrasound Device. In the courtyard of the martial arts school, Liu Yao was practicing boxing under Liao Ye's supervision. Agile as a vigorous macaque, he leapt here and there, throwing punches and kicks, and before long, he had completed a set. His progress was extremely noticeable. Yesterday, when he finished, he was so exhausted that he could barely stand, but today, he was just a bit out of breath. While practicing boxing, Liu Yao also did not forget to train under pressure, occasionally stealing glances at his senior sister's majestic high-rise buildings. Liaoya seemed oblivious, admiringly commenting from the side. Not bad, with the blessing of spirit refinement, you've indeed made rapid progress. You have achieved a small success in sinew strengthening. I understand now why all the masters like disciples with talent, teaching them is truly worry-free. She was very satisfied with her junior brother's cultivation progress. She only needed to give him a few casual pointers, and he would quickly comprehend and improve. Teaching such a disciple gave her a great sense of achievement. The physical fitness of someone in the muscle training realm is comparable to that of a professional gymnast. With the characteristic move at will of muscle training realm, Liu Yao achieved success without much effort. Of course, the instruction from this young girl before him also played a significant role. Liu Yao asked with concern, Senior sister, you've been focusing solely on the two of us lately, what about your own cultivation? Liaoya laughed, I'm already cultivating, in fact, all the time. The marrow cleansing realm doesn't require seclusion. For this realm, as long as one has sufficient resources, strong internal energy and blood, and the internal energy can carry the blood to cleanse and refine the marrow, that's enough. Liu Yao replied, I see, but will you have enough time? The martial arts competition is in less than a month. Liaoya said, I'm confident. The only difficulty lies in the precise mastery of cleansing and refining the marrow. This step requires a strong control over the blood and inner breath, and that's the focus of my recent training. An idea struck Liu Yao, and he quickly asked, Senior sister, what exactly do you mean by blood and inner breath? That's the benefit of having a teacher, you can ask whenever you don't understand something. Liaoya explained, blood is the essence of the human body, derived from the nutrients we take from food and tonics. Inner breath is the purification of blood and is dependent on it, only available to those in the organ refining realm. Lu Yao hurriedly said, if I brought a machine that allowed you to see the internal organs working, would that help your training? Seeing the internal organs in operation? That's a wondrous ability unique to the spirit embryo breathing realm, of course, it would be extremely useful. Liaoya became excited, junior brother, is what you just said true? Is there really such a machine? Lu Yao nodded vigorously, yes, I can bring it back if I make a trip home. Then go quickly. Liaoya urged, breathing hastily, her flawless nostrils flaring, and she subconsciously grabbed Lu Yao's arm, almost ready to throw him over the wall. Senior sister, I'm off. Wait for the good news. With that, Lu Yao hurried off. Liaoya let out a long breath. She wanted to probe into where exactly her junior brother's so-called home was, but after thinking of the upcoming martial arts competition, she decided not to ask. Her junior brother was undeniably sincere towards both her and her sister, without a trace of ill intent. Everyone has secrets, why should she try to play the villain unnecessarily? Moreover, they would soon be a real family. Barring any accidents, Lu Yao was about to become the brother-in-law of the Liao family, upon whom the family's legacy would rely. Unfortunately, Liaoya did not know that her junior brother was not only thinking about her every day but had also made a grand vow to take her as his wife through a proper and public marriage. Lu Yao left the martial arts school and arrived at the medicinal herb shop. He had nearly bought out the shop's stock of cordyceps, so this time he purchased a piece of natural bezoar. In Earth, this stuff was as valuable as gold. Just imagine, something the size of a chicken egg could sell for hundreds of thousands, how tempting that must be. The old Lu Yao was very fragile, not daring to carry such conspicuous items home. But now, things were different. With the strength of sinew strengthening along with the major accomplishment of entering a state of calm, he could deal with 5 armed thugs without a problem, plus the good public order in Xia country, so he could sell the item outright and without fear. After returning to Earth, Lu Yao contacted his exclusive herb supplier Li Lei for the first time. I got a piece of natural bezoar, you interested? Natural bezoar? Ah, yes, yes, yes. Are you at home? I'll come over right now. Come on. Bring a portable color ultrasound device when you come over. Alright, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lu Yao hung up the phone, very satisfied with the other party's efficiency. At the 9-minute mark, Li Lei ran up the stairs, panting. Huff. Huff. Where is it? Let me see. Lu Yao casually threw over something the size of an egg, which Li Lei caught with alarm, not even caring to curse, and quickly took out a handheld microscope to carefully examine it. This palm-sized microscope could magnify objects 300 times and was specially used to identify antiques, medicinal materials, and the like. Li Lei examined it for a long time, then sniffed and licked it. The unique fragrance of the bezoar filled her mouth and nose. Finally, she scraped her fingernail across the bezoar, instantly staining her nail yellow, and it wouldn't come clean no matter how much she rubbed. By now, the overly cautious President Li was 100% sure the bezoar in front of her was the real deal, as well as its quality top grade, market price above 500,000. Li Lei cleared her throat, reining in her excitement, ready to start a tough business negotiation. But seeing Lu Yao's calm expression, and remembering his words he only cared about efficiency, Li Lei put aside her thoughts and directly made an offer, I'll give you 300,000. Lu Yao nodded in agreement, transfer the money. Buying bezoar in the other world had only cost him 500, and a profit of 600 times was enough, there was no need to be too greedy. Soon, Lu Yao received a notification of 300,000 yuan credited to your account. Li Lei had already become quite accustomed to this business model, transferring the money without changing her expression, then she packed up the bezoar. Oh yeah, the thing you wanted. She handed over a box, inside of which was the portable color ultrasound device, its appearance being that of a tablet computer with an added probe. Its function was very simple, generally purchased by small hospitals or pet clinics to use, even many livestock breeders were using it to give physical checkups to their own animals. Therefore, the advantages of a portable color ultrasound device were quite obvious. It was very easy to operate, and no specialized training was necessary. Li Lei said generously, it can run for 10 hours on a full charge, consider it a gift from me. Liu Yao didn't stand on ceremony, this girl had made quite a bit of money from him after all. He then pointed at her handheld microscope and said, give me this too, looks like fun. Li Lei handed it over too, no problem, Mr. Liu, feel free to ask for anything. At this moment, as her excitement over receiving the rare natural bezoar had somewhat subsided, Li Lei noticed Liu Yao's complexion, and the microscope in her hand almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Rosy-cheeked, bright-eyed, robust physique, he looks even better than when I saw him last time. It's like he even practiced martial arts? How is this possible? He's supposed to be in the advanced stages of cancer. Li Lei came from a family famous for traditional Chinese medicine. Knowledge passed down through generations, inspection, listening and smelling, inquiring and palpating were skills she had been practicing since she was young, and she was confident she would not misjudge, especially after having watched someone for such a long time and confirming repeatedly. Liu Yao reminded her, well, that concludes our transaction for this time. Ah, you go ahead with your things, I'm leaving. Li Lei came back to her senses, reluctantly stood up, and left. She actually wanted to talk more, to get to know this bright-eyed, charismatic handsome man better. But Liu Yao always maintained an air of cold detachment, keeping others at arm's length. Chapter 39, Help You Check Your Body. Liao Ya paced back and forth in the boxing gym, eagerly anticipating the miraculous things her junior brother had mentioned. Liu Yao, carrying things, returned to the gym and showed a sincere smile when he saw his senior sister. I'm back, let's see if this thing is useful. Liao Ya was full of anticipation and quickly followed him inside. What should we do? Liu Yao took out the portable ultrasound scanner, this device can see inside the human body, let me demonstrate. When Liu Yao was sick, he had undergone many ultrasound scans and, over time, he had learned how to read them. But from long illness becomes a good doctor to being an actual doctor was a stretch, he was an amateur and wouldn't know how to use professional equipment, so this simplified version was just right. He applied coupling agent to his stomach, then placed the probe on it, and images immediately appeared on the tablet. He then explained, that's how it works. This machine can detect the insides of a person, roughly checking the flow of blood and changes in tissues and organs. The clever Liao Ya quickly grasped how to use it, excitedly reached out with both hands to grasp Liu Yao's shoulders, and shouted. Junior brother, this is inner vision. Only the greats capable of spirit refinement fetal breath can achieve this. With it, cultivation will be more than twice as effective. There will be no more bottlenecks or challenges in martial arts, this is truly a divine object. The girl held the probe gingerly, trembling all over. Junior brother, quickly scan me. I want to know if I'm practicing correctly right now. No problem, but you'll have to take off your clothes. Or do you want to do it yourself? Liu Yao pretended to be embarrassed, but in fact, he was full of anticipation. Liao Ya's face flushed, but it was brief, she then lifted her chin, puffed out her chest, and said firmly. I'm not familiar with this device. We are fellow disciples and soon to become in-laws. Little hindrances shouldn't be a concern, let's go. That said, she stood up and boldly began to remove her top. Liu Yao looked at the curves about to burst forth and his expression froze, his mouth agape with thirst. Just by looking, he could sense their proud stance and amazing elasticity. Liao Ya pretended nothing was amiss, but her face, red to the base of her neck, betrayed her. Then. I'll begin. Yes, start with my viscera. He applied the coupling agent to the girl's body. Her skin was like porcelain, soft, smooth, and flawless. With each stroke of his fingers, a shy blush quickly spread. When he smeared it over her slender waist, Liao Ya trembled violently, and when he reached the side of her ribs, she jerked suddenly, lifting her arm as if to hit someone, but quickly realized and forcibly stopped herself. Good times are always fleeting, and even with Liu Yao fully concentrated, there inevitably came a time when the smearing was over. He could only wistfully savor the delightful touch lingering on his fingertips. In truth, he was already being quite gentlemanly, otherwise, he could have taken advantage of Liao Ya's ignorance and had her stripped completely for a full-body application. At that moment, the girl, enduring her shyness and blushing from head to toe, looked incredibly cute. Junior brother, please check for me quickly. Liu Yao hurriedly placed the probe on Liao Ya's fair and taut body, and images promptly appeared on the tablet. Finally, he shared his knowledge without holding back. Each time Liaoya pulsed her viscera, switched inner breath levels, and circulated her qi and blood, the instrument clearly displayed it all, leaving no part of her body's changes hidden. Setting aside her shyness, Liaoya learned quickly. The two of them studied the body together with the help of the tablet, inside and out. Initially, she clutched at her chest tightly, but as she became absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, she forgot to cover up, affording Liu Yao a feast for his eyes. Before they knew it, the body examination was complete, and Liaoya lapsed into deep thought. This miraculous item from Earth, which could gather information on blood movement, tissue movement and imaging of the human organs, had shocked and inspired her greatly. It made him look at his cultivation from an entirely new perspective. It took Liaoya a while to snap back to reality. She slammed the table and exclaimed, "So that's it. The secrets of marrow cleansing hold no surprises for me now." A massive wave of blinding whiteness surged towards him, startling Liu Yao into holding his breath and, in the process, forgetting to shield his vision and awareness. Liaoya instantly realized where her junior brother's gaze was and that she had forgotten to clothe herself. She bounced up 3 feet high and darted 3 meters away, slipping into her coat in the blink of an eye. Her face flushed to the base of her neck, she tried to appear composed and said, "Thank you for helping me with the body check, I've gained a lot. I am going into closed-door cultivation now. Don't mention it, that's what I should do. You go ahead with your cultivation, sister. I'll be leaving now. I'll leave this here so you can check it whenever." Liu Yao bowed and hurriedly left. Once he was gone, Liaoya's embarrassment overwhelmed her, and she comforted herself, "We're all family, fellow disciples, it's no big deal." Liu Yao deeply understood why it was common for fellow disciples to become couples. Martial training often involves physical contact, and with time, sparks could easily fly. With the two beautiful girls in closed-door cultivation, he was left to stretch his muscles alone and throw a lonesome punch. Practicing solo was rather dull, but the clear progress was uplifting. The Liao family fist became smoother, his strength increased, and soon he was able to go through the motions twice in succession. Moreover, his movements and stances grew more aesthetically pleasing with a hint of sharpness. This was a sign that his Kung Fu was truly reaching deep within, manifesting an aura that radiated from inside out. With the aid of the 10-ingredient tonic soup and the spirit refining method, I'm improving rapidly, becoming stronger every day. Liu Yao reveled in the feeling of his long-missed robust body, overjoyed. For years he had been frail, unable to take a few decent steps, let alone throw punches like he could now. The physical exertion from practicing the Liao family fist was like simultaneously boxing and ballet dancing, which even healthy individuals might not manage to complete. Liu Yao was exhilarated. "Martial path, it indeed hasn't let me down. Maintaining this pace, reaching the blood exchange realm shouldn't be hard." He wiped off the sweat and started preparing the tonic. He had become so adept with the decoction machine that he could operate it with his eyes closed, and soon the tonic was ready. Initially, Liu Yao could only manage a small sip of the 10-ingredient tonic soup, but now he could drink a whole bowl. After finishing the tonic, he spaced out for a while. Both sisters are in closed-door cultivation, I wonder how long they'll be. I might as well go home and take care of some personal business. No sooner said than done. Liu Yao filled a thermal cup with the tonic to the brim, then opened the dimensional door and returned to Earth. There were 2 things he needed to do on Earth this time. One was to obtain firearms for self-defense. The other world was too dangerous, with even vampires lurking around, who knew what else might appear, hence the need for a reliable way to protect oneself. 2 was to start planning ahead for dealing with Zhang Xin. This bastard had poisoned him, leading to cancer, and he could not let that slide. But Zhang Xin was not easy to handle. After all, how many people could study abroad and end up as drug lords? Reality was indeed so fantastical. Zhang Xin was clever, ruthless, and had his own secret skill turning cold medicine worth just a few bucks into high-grade opium. He had built an extensive empire abroad, transforming from an ordinary student into a dominating figure, just like the male protagonist of a novel. Chapter 40, Arrival. He turned on the long unused computer, wiping away the thick dust accumulated on the keyboard, mouse, and monitor. Liu Yao looked at the familiar boot screen and reflected, has it been a year since I last turned it on? Back then, I spent 8,000 on a 3080, and many people called me foolish. The past is unbearable to look back on. He opened a browser and searched for Zhang Xin. The man was anything but low profile, there was a plethora of related news. Young Xia country tycoon, philanthropist, founder of the Xinwang Pharmaceutical Group. Assets scattered all over the world, with hundreds of over 100 million priced mansions, wineries, and islands alone. Likes to visit Gambling City, splurging $500 million every trip. The various circles of Gambling City jointly gifted him a Rolls-Royce. Guest of honor of politicians from multiple countries, has acquired citizenship in Inca country. It seems this is Zhang Xian's main base. Liu Yao was somewhat surprised to read these news articles. Zhang Xian had achieved such big things during the years he was ill. To think that he was originally just a rather clever young student. I'm not strong enough now, it's not yet time to confront him directly, but I can clip his wings. This scoundrel has DP processing factories all over the world. When Zhang Xian came to me, he was trying to transport a huge amount of cold medicine to the southern border. He dares not open factories in Xia country, so it's very likely they are in those small countries to the south. I can start by checking out the nearest factory for information. Filtering through the news, he quickly found his target. Got it, a Chinese tycoon has invested 1.4 billion in starting a pharmaceutical company. That news came from Annan country last year, and the main character was none other than the human-looking Zhang Xian. Right, his processing factory must avoid the limelight, and he would definitely pick a country that is relatively chaotic but with convenient transportation. Annan country fits the bill perfectly. Liu Yao immediately booked a ticket to Annan country. Annan country, often stricken by war, made it easy to acquire firearms. This trip was killing two birds with one stone. Airport. Liu Yao unscrewed the thermos, took a sip of the 10-ingredient tonic soup inside, and felt nothing. He drank 2 more sips before feeling a warm current inside his body. The medicinal effect is at most only a quarter. It seems the two worlds are only superficially similar, with huge differences invisibly. It makes sense. In the other world there are those who reach the indestructible golden body realm, capable of physically withstanding cannonballs, while Earth is the demon-extinguishing world. He sealed the bottle tightly, as he would stay on Earth for the next couple of days and needed to drink it daily. Liu Yao scrolled through information about Xinwang Pharmaceutical in Annan country on his phone when suddenly an idea struck him. What if I set up my own pharmaceutical company? Could I try to decrypt the secret of other world supplements? Once I develop an extraction fluid, a single drop could replace 18 bowls. Dear passengers, please note that your flight CZ3069 is now boarding. At that moment, the boarding announcement interrupted Liu Yao's daydreams. He shook his head, ready to embark on his journey. It's not the time yet, I don't have the power to keep the benefits safe. Better deal with the present matters first. The airplane smoothly ascended into the sky, and it was now time to unbuckle the seatbelt. Liu Yao was lost in thought and did not unbuckle his. At this moment, he was trying the sitting and forgetting practice, but unfortunately, he was without a clue. It's not working. This forgetting the form and discarding the senses. I just can't grasp the concept, it's too difficult. While Liu Yao was struggling, several women on the plane were surreptitiously sizing him up. A few young flight attendants whispered quietly. Did you see? The one by the window. He looks so-so, but his presence is truly unique. That's the kind of guy you marry. His eyes are so bright. The attractiveness of this man lies in his eyes, clear and spirited. With the refinement of the spirit refining method, Liu Yao had a firm grasp on his demeanor, enchanting the girls on the plane so much they couldn't resist. Many high-end females are afraid of this kind of invisible invasion. Soon, a flight attendant came over with an excuse and bent over to whisper, "Sir, you may unbuckle your seatbelt now." Liu Yao smiled warmly, "Okay, thank you." The flight attendant was almost floored by that smile, and several other ladies who had been sneaking glances were thoroughly bewitched, unable to tell north from south. At that moment, a crisp child's voice said, "Big brother, here, have this." A 6 or 7-year-old girl, white and cute, was offering a large apple. Children's hearts are pure, and they naturally formed a good impression of spirit refining experts like Liu Yao. Liu Yao spoke softly, "You eat it, I'm not hungry." The girl's parents were also nearby, smiling kindly at Liu Yao. As technology advanced, travel became simpler, taking less than 3 hours to reach Annan. Liu Yao's luggage was just a thermos, which was refreshing compared to the large and small bags of the crowd around him. The travel was spontaneous, he hadn't prepared anything. But since his card was loaded, he could afford to be capricious. He declined contact information from a bunch of women of various ages who approached him, not just because their looks and figures were overshadowed by a pair of sisters. After settling down, his senses continued to strengthen, and Liu Yao always felt that these women had an unpleasant scent about them. On the contrary, the sisters had a particularly comfortable and pleasant scent, or rather, a body fragrance. This was the external manifestation of a person's essence, energy, and spirit, which someone like Liu Yao, a spirit refiner, was especially sensitive to and could clearly perceive. It's so hot. It must be at least 35 degrees here. Liu Yao, sporting large sunglasses, was indistinguishable from the tourists beside him. Right now, he was going through airport customs, and just outside was Xian City, a famous coastal city in Annan country. The line was moving extremely slowly, and there was the sound of arguing up ahead. Several Annanese customs officers were shouting in Xia language with a strange accent, "Red packets, red packets." Most passengers on this plane were from Xia country, and soon some understood what the customs officers meant, pulling out money and handing it over. The customs officers took the money and immediately let them through. Liu Yao frowned. Could this be such blatant bribery? Young man, being abroad is different from being at home. It's faster if you slip some money in your passport, said the middle-aged man speaking, who was the father of the cute little girl on the plane. He wore a baseball cap and thick glasses that were obviously very high in prescription. If you don't give money, they'll keep you delayed and make you the last one through. It's not much anyway, just put in 20 bucks. The man slipped a 20 yuan note into his passport, then took out another 20 yuan note and handed it to Liu Yao. You look like you've traveled light, probably didn't bring any cash, right? It's common in the country, but mobile payments haven't caught on here. I came out in such a rush. How about I transfer it to you on my phone? Liu Yao really didn't have any change, he only had 100 yuan bills, which would be a waste to use here. We're all from Xia country, no need to be polite. It's only right to help each other when we're out and about, just use mine. Seeing that the man truly refused to take it, Liu Yao didn't insist too much. The group chatted briefly and exchanged names. The man's name was Li Jin, a network engineer for a Xia-funded company, his wife was Zhao Ye, and his daughter Li Yuno. Chapter 41, Underestimated Oneself. With the red envelope, the speed of security checks greatly accelerated. The sweltering weather made people irritable. The security officer tossed the passport over with a disgruntled air, muttering something in Annanese that was probably nothing pleasant. Li Jin picked up his passport, continuing to nag non-stop. Some Annanese are unfriendly towards Xia country people. You must be careful when you're traveling, Liu Yao. Don't get into conflicts with the locals, calling the police won't help if anything happens, the police are even more corrupt. The good thing is Xia Yuan is widely accepted here, so you don't need to exchange currency. In the course of their small talk, it became known that this person had been working in Annan country for 2 years and was very familiar with the place. Liu Yao responded from time to time, when suddenly, his brow furrowed. In a focused state, he sensed a gaze full of malice and greed. With all senses searching, he realized that the gaze came from a dark-skinned security officer who wasn't looking at Liu Yao, but at the little girl Li Yuno. After staying in Xia country for a while, one could get the false impression that the world is full of peace. Liu Yao left the airport with the family without showing any reaction. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land, Li Jin was very enthusiastic. Liu Yao, my car is in the airport's parking lot, let me take you to the downtown area. It'll save you from having to call a cab. That would be great, thank you for your trouble. It's no problem, I'm heading that way anyway. Impressed by the distinguished air of Liu Yao, Li Jin's family all got into the car and drove towards Xian City's downtown area. The street scenes in Annan country resembled those in Xia country from the 90s, with recent years seeing imitation of neighboring countries' openness, attracting many overseas investors. As the city grew closer, Liu Yao relaxed. Although gang culture and chaotic public security were rampant in Annan country, with extortion, shootings, and murders occurring frequently, he thought such actions unlikely under the broad daylight. But the ways of the world are indeed unpredictable. When they reached a deserted street, a decrepit, unlicensed van forced Li Jin's car to stop, and 4 short, thin but fierce-looking men jumped out. All armed with foot-long daggers, they wrenched open the car door, brandished their blades at Liu Yao and the others, signaling them to get out. Thinking it was a robbery, Li Jin spoke in Star Alliance language and his half-baked Annanese, indicating he would give them money and not to hurt anyone. But these men were not there to rob. One of them, with a kill mat hairstyle, snatched up the only 6-year-old Li Yuno. Holding the little girl, his face filled with lechery, he took a few intoxicated sniffs and started walking toward the van. The little girl immediately burst into tears, and Li Jin and his wife's faces changed color. Ignoring the sharp knives, they furiously rushed over, trying to rescue their daughter from the pervert's clutches. The thugs snarled a few sentences in Ananeset, with a fierce look flashing across their faces. They didn't hesitate to stab with their knives. At the critical moment, Liu Yao, who was well prepared, stepped forward. In his focused state, the attacking action of the 3 thugs with knives seemed as slow as a video at 0.5x speed. Liu Yao deftly lifted their arms. The trio's daggers instantly changed targets, stabbing each other as if they were involved in an internal fight. They struck with deadly force, and with a thud, the blades sank deep. The 3 thugs screamed out loud, spraying each other with blood, convulsing as they fell to the ground. All this happened too quickly. The kill mat who had been excitedly holding the little girl was caught off guard when he saw the dramatic turn of events with his companions. His face turned ashen with fear. Instantly using the little girl as a shield, he yelled out in panic, "Don't come any closer, or I'll..." Before he could finish, his vision blurred, and his windpipe was crushed by a palm strike, as he fell to the ground clutching his neck emitting a hee-hee noise. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and Liu Yao had already brought the little girl back to her parents, who were standing there dumbfounded. The mother and daughter hugged each other and wept profusely, while Li Jin looked at Liu Yao in shock. "Brother, are you a special forces soldier?" "No, just some family martial arts skills." At this moment, his wife Zhaoyu ran over and berated Li Jin, "You bastard, going on about how great this place is and tricking us mother and daughter into coming here, we almost lost our daughter." Li Jin allowed his wife to hit and scold him, filled with fear. I thought it wouldn't be so bad in the city area, I truly didn't expect." Liu Yao reminded them, "You should leave quickly. These people have been targeting the little girl since the airport." Li Jin nodded, "Damn it, they are clearly here for people. I don't want the job anymore, let's go back to the airport now and catch the earliest flight home." "Hurry up, let's get in the car." Li Jin had his wife and child get in the car, deciding to return to his country immediately. Zhaoye, holding her daughter in the car, expressed her concern, "Should we call the police?" "Absolutely not." Li Jin quickly stopped her, "These people dare to act like this in broad daylight, they must have backing, and it could even be collusion between the police and criminals. We won't concern ourselves with anything, just go straight home." He didn't dare to take risks with his family's lives and immediately made the safest decision. Then, he said to Liu Yao, "Brother, why don't you come with us?" Liu Yao laughed, "I just got here and haven't had any fun yet, don't worry about me, you guys go ahead." "All right, brother, you are capable, you definitely won't be afraid." "Then we're leaving now." Before leaving, Li Jin said earnestly, "I owe you big time for today. I cannot thank you enough, my cell phone number is also my WeChat. If you need anything, just say the word. I do know a bit about cybersecurity." After the family left, Liu Yao strolled leisurely, looking at his own hands in amazement. He had just knocked down 4 people in an instant, the whole process as relaxed and effortless as swatting 4 mosquitoes. "I'm really strong. Ordinary people seem as laughable as 3-year-old children in my eyes." Liu Yao's mindset began to change. He originally planned just to cause some trouble for Xin Wang Pharmaceuticals, gather information and evidence, and report them to the authorities. But the Annan government was so corrupt, Zhang Xin dared to operate here surely because he had greased palms at every level. Since his own strength far exceeded his expectations, it seemed unnecessary to be overly cautious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 4 kidnappers played by Liu Yao lay in the ICU. 3 of the knife-wounded had their internal organs pierced, and after a token attempt at resuscitation, they were abandoned. Only the one with the shattered throat, the kill mat, was left. A short, thin man with long hair, dressed in black, was looking at the kill mat on the hospital bed, full of tubes, tears streaming down his face. "Who did this? Why would someone want to hurt my brother? My brother is such a good person, how could anyone bear to lay hands on him?" A female voice interrupted his weeping, "Ruan Qiang, your brother suffered brain damage due to asphyxiation, he's become vegetative with no hope of waking. Alas, if he liked little girls, he could have simply paid for it. Why did he have to seek thrills and kidnap someone from Xia country? The speaker was a woman in a dress suit, looking through a medical report. Ruan Qiang cried even harder, "It's all my fault, my brother knew I liked goods from Xia country, so he specially prepared this. Why is this kid so foolish? I just wanted you to stay alive." The woman was somewhat speechless, seeing the deep affection between the deranged brothers. She paused before speaking. "The one who did this is a master." The four of them had no chance to resist, and there are no signs of a struggle at the scene. Ruan Qiang wiped his tears aggressively. "Manager Huang, can you find the one who did this?" "You definitely can, right? Please help me." Manager Huang flicked her hair. "Although they chose a place with no people and no surveillance to attack, so there are no leads, I found the person who gave your brother the information. He bribed a security checker at the airport to provide information, specifically targeting little girls from Xia country." Chapter 42, Speed Up Progress. Liu Yao walked around and discovered. Firearms were not easy to come by. Although Annan had long been afflicted by war and firearms were prevalent among civilians, there was no extent to which they were being sold brazenly by street vendors. As a foreigner, it was quite difficult for him to procure them. Fortunately, Xinwang Pharmaceuticals was easy to find, with the factory located close to Xian City Port. Liu Yao stood 100 meters away, using a state of meditation that gave him a vision akin to that of a telescope to carefully observe the surroundings. The factory's security was tight, surrounded by high walls and electrified fences, with only the main entrance available for entry and exit. There were 2 rows of security guards at the gate, dressed in uniform grey short-sleeved shirts with XW printed on them, presumably representing Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. And most crucially, they were armed. Gun holsters hung from their waists. Closer observation revealed that these individuals were nonchalant, their faces bearing an aura of malevolence, and tattoos peeking out from their collars and cuffs. It was clear they were not the lawful kind. Moreover, several heavy trucks entered the factory area, seemingly to transport large quantities of goods. This was Zhang Xian's factory. It was self-evident what they were moving. As much as Liu Yao wanted to do something, he wasn't reckless enough to attack firearms with his bare hands, so he could only leave for the time being. On the other hand, Ruan Qiang was stabbing an airport security official extorting bribes with a dagger, again and again. "Blind bitch! It was your fucking leak that killed my brother. Bitch! Bitch!" The security official, not knowing how many stabs he had taken, had already been reduced to a pile of mush. But Ruan Qiang did not stop, splattering himself with blood as he continued to stab repeatedly. Standing to one side, Manager Huang watched the scene unfold without much concern. She knew that Ruan Qiang, more than 20 years senior to his brother, was like a father to him. They shared interests and their bond was exceptionally strong. Although the man was a psychopath, he was battle-hardened, having joined the battlefield at 14. Moreover, he had no interest in adult women, sparing her a great deal of sexual harassment. Manager Huang sent a few text messages on her phone and then said, "That family of 3 has already taken a flight back to Xia country, but the young man who was with them has not left yet. I've instructed our guys to look for him. If he shows up on the street, he will definitely be spotted." Ruan Qiang wiped the blood off his face. "Was it this son of a bitch who killed my brother? It doesn't matter if it wasn't, all dogs from Xia should die." He glanced at the several heavy trucks parked in the factory area and said bitterly, "If not for the big deal at hand, I'd definitely go catch the bastard myself. I want him brought to me intact, so I can make him regret he was ever born." Ruan Qiang was, astonishingly, in the very place Liu Yao had been keeping a watchful eye on Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. Manager Huang nodded, "Just focus on getting the shipment out, and don't screw up. I'll take care of capturing the guy. I've chosen some armed men for the job." Liu Yao hailed a trishaw and leisurely made his way to the city center. He was thinking about finding a hotel when he suddenly noticed something odd about the trishaw driver, who kept sneaking glances at him, comparing him to a picture on his phone with malicious intent. Despite having agreed to go to the city center, the driver was taking him towards a secluded area instead. Liu Yao immediately had an idea of what was happening, although he had not expected the trishaw drivers to be their informants. The trishaw stopped in a slum. The streets were filthy, with run-down, chaotic, and low houses. A tangle of electrical wires crisscrossed above, a perfect setting for illicit activities. Soon, Liu Yao felt several malign gazes directed at him. 6 vicious-looking Anan men quietly surrounded him, unmistakably holding handguns. Liu Yao immediately jumped off the trishaw, flipped them the bird, and darted into a ramshackle wooden hut by the roadside. The thugs, not pausing to wonder how their target had detected them, quickly surrounded the building to prevent Liu Yao from escaping. The young trishaw driver, smiling obsequiously, nodded and bowed to the thugs, and then pulled a machete from under his seat, joining in the encirclement. He was just a peripheral gang member, and this was the perfect moment to prove himself. Holding the machete, he was the first to rush in. Then, the next second, his knife-wielding hand was twisted and pinned to the door with a snap, exposing the broken bone. His throat was also shattered by a palm strike. In his painful death throes, he vaguely saw that excellently poised young man from Xia country catching his falling machete. The tricycle driver thought of his elderly grandfather at home and suddenly regretted deeply. His grandfather had always reminded him to stay away from gangs. Even if the enemy had guns, Liu Yao with his machete was still overpowering. It was a very unfair fight. With his state of spirit refinement fully activated, he had complete control over every action of the few thugs. To Liu Yao, their movements seemed as sluggish as those of 2-year-old children, embarrassingly slow. As he approached one of them with his machete, the man didn't even have time to react before a slash severed his gun-holding hand, and the second stroke pierced his heart. Like a punctured hot water bottle, the man collapsed on the spot, motionless. Not a single drop of blood had splattered on Liu Yao, who quickly picked up the fallen firearm, curiously fiddling with it. No boy dislikes guns. Just then, 2 thugs heard the commotion and rushed over. Liu Yao pulled the trigger aimed at the first one. Since it was his first time firing, he aimed at the abdomen, but due to not getting a grip on the recoil, he hit the upper chest. The second man raised his gun to counterattack. But before he could lift it, Liu Yao had already pulled the trigger again. Body following intent, derived from the advanced state of spirit refinement, allowed Liu Yao to perfectly control his body. Based on where the first bullet hit, he precisely controlled his muscles to adjust the muzzle. The bullet whistled out of the barrel, drilled through the opponent's forehead, burst out of the back of his head bringing with it an abundance of fluids, and the man fell to the ground, dead instantly. The next second, Liu Yao fired another shot, executing the thug who wasn't quite dead yet with a burst to the head. The gunfire is louder than I imagined, but the recoil is not hard to manage, he commented on the firearm in hand. What ordinary people would need tens of thousands of bullets to master, Liu Yao achieved with just 2 shots. As successive gunshots rang out, the remaining 3 thugs realized something was amiss and cautiously approached, guns drawn. Their movements were crystal clear in Liu Yao's heightened senses. Waiting with a raised gun around the corner, Liu Yao pulled the trigger just as a thug appeared, flawlessly catching the bullet and meeting his end with a headshot. The last 2 screamed in shock and quickly hid around the corner. However, the rundown wood-paneled house they were in was no protection. Liu Yao's ears twitched, and he already knew their position, firing 2 shots through the flimsy wall. Amid agonized screams, the 2 thugs were struck and fell into pools of blood. The bullets, after penetrating the wall and deforming, tumbled twice in their bodies, causing severe internal bleeding. By the time Liu Yao approached them, they were thoroughly dead. With that, all the thugs were wiped out. Liu Yao shrugged his shoulders. From start to finish, he had been as nonchalant as one taking a leisurely stroll, not breaking a sweat. These guys are so weak, but they've generously brought me guns and bullets, saving me the trouble of buying them. He merrily looted the spoils, uncovering 6 handguns and 6 full spare magazines along with some loose bullets. And while looting, he discovered that beneath the thugs' overcoats they were wearing grey shirts with the initials XW, identical to those of Xin Wang Pharmaceuticals Security. What a coincidence, it turns out we were mortal enemies all along, remarked Liu Yao while flipping the gun in his hand. This thing, paired with spirit refinement, is a perfect match. I don't need to be overly cautious after all, might as well accelerate my pace. A fierce beast needs to kill to establish its position in the food chain. Chapter 43, Breakthrough. Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. Ruanqiang, all the men I sent out are dead. Manager Huang received a call, her pretty face turned frosty with the embarrassing news, 6 good men, all ex-military, armed with guns, all dead. Ruanqiang spat out some phlegm and said coldly, they really are tough nuts to crack. Good, I'll personally take care of him. That guy from Xia country is quite unusual, might have a military background. Today is delivery day, we have to be careful. Manager Wang's words were cut short by the sound of gunshots and shouting outside, followed by the screams that come just before death. They're attacking us directly. Ruan Qiang calmly opened a drawer, attached a few grenades to his waist, then picked up an AK. Don't panic. I've seen all sorts of ruthless characters when fighting against Xia country. I'm going to take my old comrades and kill him. Having said this, he looked towards the four figures standing beside him. They were middle-aged men, their eyes devoid of any emotion, their bodies exuding an undeniable aura of fierceness. Ruan Qiang knew deep down that his own footing in this world was rooted in these four brothers in arms who had survived the hail of bullets together. It was because of them that he could become the security chief of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. With such a background, he enjoyed a life of luxury and pleasure, playing with young girls as he pleased. Listening to the intense commotion outside, Manager Huang was still not reassured. She grabbed Ruan Qiang tightly, staring at him intently. This factory is my life. There must be no mistakes. I'll give you 15 minutes, if you can't solve it in 15 minutes, I'm calling for the SWAT team. Enough, I can solve the problem in 10 minutes. Ruan Qiang brushed off Manager Wang's hand, his expression somewhat disgusted. He disliked older women above the age of 12. Liu Yao arrived at Xinwang Pharmaceuticals on a tricycle by himself. On the way, he googled the name of the firearm he was carrying and found out it was the famous M1911. With a super large caliber of 11.43 mm, it possessed incomparable killing power, as well as many other advantages such as reliability and easy maintenance. It had been the standard equipment of the Star Alliance country. Since Annan country and the Star Alliance had been at war, the 1911 was quite popular around here. When Liu Yao's tricycle was still a long way from the main gate of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals, the security guards had already pulled out their guns and were shouting something in the language of Annan country. Liu Yao didn't even stop his vehicle when suddenly a gun appeared in his hand. The next second, pop 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 pop, 4 shots rang out, leaving behind 4 bodies with bullets through their brows. The whole process took no more than the blink of an eye, and the group never had a chance to realize what was happening before they died. It was now the middle of the night, and though the factory was fully lit and bright, there were still shadows lurking in the corners. Liu Yao headed straight for the heavy trucks in the shadows and heard raucous laughter and a woman's pained sobs before he even got close. He saw 5 trucks parked inside a massive warehouse, guarded by 20 of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals security personnel. Perhaps due to the long night, the guards had caught a young woman, tied her up, and were amusing themselves with her. The poor woman's mouth was wrapped with tape, and she had a blindfold over her eyes. The ground was littered with cigarette butts, syringes, contraceptives, and other debris, giving off a disgusting smell in the air. Liu Yao didn't bother being polite with these scumbags. Entering a state of concentration, his enemies seemed to move at half speed. He pulled out another 1911 and wielded both guns, firing instantly. All his muscles worked together in precise and powerful coordination, controlling both guns as 14 bullets poured out and hit their targets. The powerful 11.43 mm pistol rounds left gaping holes in the enemies' heads and chests, killing more than half of them instantly. The remaining men were terrified, not even seeing where Liu Yao was. Some covered their heads and crouched on the ground, others screamed and ran, while some fired wildly into the sky, all in complete disarray. They wouldn't have been so weak if it hadn't been for the fact that Liu Yao had already taken out the better fighters who had military experience beforehand. The rest were just gang thugs. After Liu Yao fired all his bullets, he calmly performed an airborne mag change. He tossed the empty magazines by flicking his hands, then threw both guns up, quickly retrieved new magazines and inserted them, all in less than a second. The ability to move as one's body wishes, an impressive level of physical control, allowed Liu Yao to master this stylish reloading technique with no formal instruction. He opened fire with both guns again, finishing off the remaining enemies, wiping out this group of guards in a total of 20 seconds. With a gun, ordinary people are powerless against me. Firearms compensate for my lack of attack power and perfectly magnify the effects of spirit refinement. As Liu Yao sighed, he fired and broke the handcuffs binding the woman. The pitiable woman tore off the blindfold and the tape from her mouth. Even though she didn't see Liu Yao, she still shouted something that sounded like thank you in Annan language toward his general direction and then ran away. Afterward, Liu Yao opened the container on the heavy truck. Inside were barrels of plastic filled with a viscous, unknown liquid, not the DP he had imagined. Just then, Ruan Qiang finally arrived with his elite squad. His arrival was timely, and puzzled why his men were silent, he then saw the mess his men were all dead. Seeing that the enemy was inside the factory also made him desperate. The contents of the truck were the factory's most important output, not tolerating any mistakes. Ruan Qiang made a gesture, and the four elites immediately dispersed, while he himself found a solid cover and started yelling at Liu Yao. "Xia country person, you killed my brother. I'm going to torture you slowly, then fill you with cement and stand you at the factory entrance." He spoke in Xia language with a strange accent, intending to distract his opponent and create opportunities for his teammates. Unfortunately, his Xia language skills, learned years ago for interrogating prisoners of war, had grown rusty through disuse, and Liu Yao hardly understood a word he shouted. Before long, seeing his team had already taken advantageous shooting positions, Ruan Qiang's heart surged. He was sure to win. The normal script would be 5 elite troops wielding axe, completely suppressing Liu Yao with their firepower, forcing him to hide behind cover without daring to show his head, and eventually being surrounded and riddled with bullets. That's what Ruan Qiang thought, but reality slapped him hard in the face. They held axe and took cover, barely sticking out their bodies without even pulling the trigger when Liu Yao opened fire first. In a state of focused calm, every move these men made was under control, everything seemed to move at 0.5x speed, and sticking out to shoot was simply seeking death. He raised his hand and a single shot blew the head off the first man who peeked to shoot, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. The second shot took down a rugged middle-aged man who had climbed up to the second story of the factory to gain the high ground. The man was hit in the neck and blood spurted out, ensuring he wouldn't live. Ruan Qiang and the remaining 2 hurriedly took cover, their faces filled with shock. From over 60 meters. A fatal shot with a handgun. What kind of monster is this? The precision and range of a handgun are very low, with an effective combat distance of only 10 to 20 meters. Hitting a target at 30 meters is considered sharpshooter level. At a distance like this, aiming for the head or legs wouldn't be unusual, but the opponent was just that accurate. A middle-aged Anan man with a handlebar mustache took off his shirt and, prodding it with a gun, stuck it out of cover, hoping to trick Liu Yao into shooting. Nothing happened. Then, he continued to prod his shirt, meanwhile cautiously peeking out half his head. With a bang, a bullet hole appeared in the man's forehead, and he dropped dead on the spot. Damn it! This Xia dog seems to know exactly where we'll peek from, he's got a bullet waiting the moment a head shows. Ruan Qiang's eyes were almost bursting with fury. In just a few minutes, only one of his brothers in arms was left. Ruan Qiang's last teammate, covered in terrifying scars from burns, a memento of war, roared, "Platoon leader! He's not human! I'll cover you, get out of here!" He then stuck his gun out of cover and fired blindly in Liu Yao's general direction. He only extended his gun-toting hand, the rest of his body still hidden behind the cover. Just as Ruan Qiang was about to move, a gunshot rang out, and his teammate's hand sticking out from cover was shot through, creating a bloody hole. Both men exchanged a terrified glance, shocked to their core. Hitting a hand with a handgun from 60 meters away in an instant, what kind of incredible marksmanship was that? Both were immediately disheartened and dared not peek out from cover again. Suddenly, Ruan Qiang felt steeped in an overwhelming sense of unreality. On one side, a large force with X providing suppressive fire, yet reduced to cowering behind cover, not daring to move by one man with a handgun. While they kept still, Liu Yao took the opportunity to move to the bodies nearby and picked up an AK. Chapter 44, AK. The AK rifle, to this day, is the most produced and most influential rifle, as well as the deadliest weapon in history, often featured in movies and video games. Even without searching on Baidu, Liu Yao recognized it at a glance. The firearm in hand was well maintained, and after firing off a couple of random shots, he memorized its feel. This rifle is so much better than a pistol. It's easier to control the recoil with both hands, and the trajectory is much more stable, he said. Liu Yao immediately fell in love with this classic rifle. Ruan Qiang listened to the movements of his opponents with confusion, but realizing they now had more powerful rifles, he became even more reluctant to show himself. He wiped the sweat from his face and head, inwardly screaming, "When are the SWAT team's manager Huang called for going to arrive?" At that moment, the gun in Liu Yao's hands was set to single-shot mode. He flicked the selector switch to full auto and aimed at the fuel tank of a distant truck. The truck immediately burst into flames, becoming a huge bonfire, with smoke rising high into the sky. An elite soldier, covered in scarred burn wounds, was hiding nearby. Pushed by the heat wave, he rolled out of cover, trying to dodge into a new hiding place, but Liu Yao had already fired. Accompanied by the distinctive sound of the AK firing full auto, 4 bullets of 7.62 mm grouped within the size of a coin penetrated the man's body, leaving a hole as big as a bowl. Blood gushed out, and he struggled halfway before collapsing in a pool of blood without moving again. With shadowless motion enhancing him, Liu Yao's marksmanship was like that of a sharpshooter who had fired hundreds of thousands of bullets faster and steadier. Ruan Qiang's eyes narrowed, growing increasingly hesitant to compete in marksmanship with Liu Yao, as he touched the grenade at his waist with a fierce look on his face. Seeing a truck and its cargo destroyed, Manager Huang hiding in the distance had veins bulging out of her temples in fury. Originally just a call girl, who knew when she might be played to death, or contract some strange illness and die miserably. Now, her status and identity as Manager Huang depended entirely on this factory. If they failed to deliver on time, Zhang Xin was no philanthropist, he would discard her at a moment's notice for other partners. Additionally, many officials were enjoying the benefits of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals, and if she messed things up, the consequences would be dreadful. At this point, Liu Yao was attempting to capture Ruan Qiang alive. The man had been using hand signals to direct his subordinates since earlier, clearly the leader, surely knowing more information. Holding the AK, he kept firing at the truck's fuel tanks, igniting them to force Ruan Qiang out of hiding. Unintentionally, his actions directly hit the Achilles heel of the two responsible figures of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. The factory, or rather the goods it produced, was the foundation of their beautiful life, and nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Stop shooting! Manager Huang walked forward with her hands raised high. Her form-fitting dress revealed most of her creamy body, indicating she had no weapons, while shouting in the language of the He Kingdom, "Sir, let's talk." The SWAT team was about to arrive, and she just wanted to buy time. Liu Yao looked at the woman for a moment and laughed, "So there are people who understand the language of the He Kingdom here. You seem to care a lot about these trucks." Manager Wang's face remained unchanged as she replied, "I am Huang Ru, the manager of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals. There has been a complete misunderstanding between us. The people who kidnapped that young girl are all dead, and I have no intention of being your enemy." But her complexion was becoming worse. Because Liu Yao's gaze was once again fixed on those heavy trucks, he asked, "What I'm more interested in is where are your products being delivered?" Huang Ru forced a laugh, "You may have received the wrong intel. We don't produce any finished goods here, only provide raw materials to the places above. Any pharmaceutical factory can easily refine these raw materials, so you won't gain anything from us. Of course, we are willing to pay a price. I'm asking you, where are they being delivered?" Liu Yao aimed the rifle at Huang Ru. With a sharpshooter pointing a gun at her, Huang Ru's face stiffened, still not directly answering the question, "I have 1 million in cash here." The next second, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the woman lost an ear. Liu Yao said coldly, "I hate you opium dealers the most. Last time I ask where will the stuff be delivered?" Clutching her relentlessly bleeding ear, Huang Ru carefully concealed the hatred in her eyes, took a deep breath through the severe pain, and said, "It will be loaded onto a ship at the port, then delivered to Hebin Port of He Kingdom. We are just doing preliminary processing here, someone else will take over for further refinement." Liu Yao said indifferently, "Looks like Zhang Xin doesn't really trust you, eh? He just sees this as a basic raw material supply spot." It was rare for the woman to communicate, and he was about to ask a few more questions, to gather more information about Zhang Xin. But Ruan Qiang's face turned vicious as he took 2 grenades off his waist. Through their conversation, Ruan Qiang had figured out Liu Yao's exact location. Pulling the pins, he tossed both fragmentation grenades with a flick of his wrists. In his days on the battlefield, Ruan Qiang survived precisely because of his precision grenade throwing skills. Normally, these 2 grenades would land near Liu Yao, then blow him to bits. Unfortunately for them, Liu Yao was in a state of trance, and he noticed the grenades the moment they were thrown. He could clearly see them tumbling through the air. With a raise of his hand, 2 shots rang out, and 2 bullets hit the exposed grenades, detonating them in mid-air. 2 loud blasts went off, sending countless shrapnel flying. Liu Yao, from a distance, was unscathed, and Ruan Qiang, behind cover, was also safe. Huang Ru, however, was terribly unlucky to receive the full brunt of the explosions, her body pierced all over by shrapnel, and one of her eyes blinded. Struggling on the ground, unwilling to surrender to fate, she soon died on the spot. Liu Yao shrugged his shoulders. He had wanted to ask a few more questions, but this woman was killed by her incompetent teammate. It took a good while for Ruan Qiang to realize what had happened, and his mentality completely collapsed, shooting grenades out of the air. Is this guy even human? He shouted, you're really going to die, SEI. Liu Yao approached the man's cover, unhurried. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer, Ruan Qiang pulled the pins on his last 2 grenades, intending to make them his glory bombs. If the other party dared to come close, it would be mutual destruction. As the footsteps drew nearer, Ruan Qiang finally saw the enemy's appearance. Ordinary looking, bright eyes, excellent demeanor, but not looking at all like an elite. With the glory bombs ready, Ruan Qiang awaited his advance eagerly. But Liu Yao kept retreating, saying, I always feel something bad will happen if I get too close to you. Watching the other man moving away, Ruan Qiang realized his plan for mutual destruction was foiled. He quickly released the safety clips on the grenades and threw them towards Liu Yao while drawing his pistol from his chest. In his trance state, Liu Yao, with an AK in hand, precisely shot bang, bang twice, once again detonating the grenades in mid-air. Ruan Qiang finally saw with his own eyes this incredible marksmanship and was soon reduced to a mess of flesh by the shrapnel. With all enemies eliminated, Liu Yao cleaned up the battlefield and gathered a large bag of guns and bullets. Suddenly, he heard heavy vehicles and a large group of people approaching. Far away in the sky, helicopters were in flight, their 12.7 mm caliber heavy machine guns exerting a severe sense of oppression. Realizing that state forces had arrived, Liu Yao didn't linger any longer. He shot a few rounds to blow up the remaining 2 trucks, then took the collected firearms and returned to Otherworld. By the time the special police arrived, they only saw the industrial site engulfed in raging flames, with billowing smoke visible from miles away. Chapter 45, 2 Women Leaving the Pass. On the Otherworld side, it was early morning, and there was still a hint of chill in the air during this transition from spring to summer. Liu Yao had just placed away a big package of firearms and walked out of the door with satisfaction. Men all like such toys. He had thought that the 2 girls wouldn't have finished their secluded cultivation yet, but hearing some noise in the kitchen, he went over to see that Liao Qi was actually stewing meat. The girl was dressed in a white tracksuit, bending over to break a piece of yam into large chunks and throwing them into the pot. Liu Yao said with a surprised happiness, you're finished with your seclusion? Have you entered meditation? Liao Qi turned around, her pretty face looking at him. Her almond-shaped eyes suddenly lit up, and her beautiful face gained a few more touches of composure. Her breathing became unusually slow and extraordinarily even, making her seem very calm, like a sleeping baby. Liu Yao gave a thumbs up, impressive. You've achieved it in less than 3 days. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liao Qi had already thrown herself into his arms for a tight embrace. The girl rested her head on Liu Yao's shoulder and said softly, I missed you so much. Thinking about you, I went into meditation before I knew it. You just have trouble calming your mind because you're young, but once you get over this hurdle, naturally it's all good. Liu Yao was very happy about her progress, so happy, in fact, that his hand unwittingly slid downward. Didn't you say once you finish meditation you could do something or other? I just finished my seclusion, what's the rush? Liao Qi said, her cheeks blushing as she grabbed her beloved's hand and moved it up to rest on her slender waist that was barely a handful. Just then, a deliberately cleared throat could be heard. Looking back, it turned out Liao Ya had also finished her seclusion. She was similarly dressed in comfortable earth clothing, but even the loosest one couldn't hide her exaggerated figure. The 2, who were hugging and getting handsy, quickly separated. Liao Qi blushed a bit, while Liu Yao shamelessly greeted her, Senior sister, you've also finished seclusion, did you break through? Liao Ya shook her head, your device made me realize I still have many rough edges to smooth out, so I want to seriously refine them. I'm not in a hurry to advance. Liu Yao was startled, ah? But the martial arts competition is coming up, will there be enough time? Liao Ya smiled brilliantly, like a myriad of flowers in full bloom, if I said I originally had a 60% chance of winning, now it is 120%. Her mood appeared to be excellent, with her eyes also smiling, revealing a row of white, orderly teeth that glistened like porcelain. Little brother, your device is a marvel. It allows a martial artist to control the conditioning of their blood and inner breath with precision as if a fetal breath realm master were giving personal guidance. I estimate the time for advancing realms before the blood exchange realm could be shortened by at least 70%. Only then did Liu Yao relax. That's good to hear. Oh, by the way, the instrument blinked a few times and then went black. It had also popped up some warnings before, but I didn't understand what they meant. It probably ran out of battery. I'll charge it now, it's a small issue. At that moment, Liao Qi called out, the food's ready, let's eat. I'm starving. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Liao Ya had a bead of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. She quickly sucked it back with the speed of lightning, then said demurely and gently, let's eat first, then. Next, Liu Yao had the privilege of watching two human shredding machines at work. The two women grabbed hold of the meat bones and gnawed on them with crack crunch sounds. Despite eating rapidly, their manners were surprisingly elegant, leaving no room for criticism. After stewing 20 jin of meat and bones, not a single bone was left over after dinner, nor a drop of soup. The sisters wore expressions of contentment and ease on their faces, looking just like two adorable kittens. After dinner, Liao Ya had Liu Yao demonstrate stretching exercises. Without a word, Liu Yao performed a wide split, touching his toes with both hands. He could now stretch on his own, having practiced daily without fail. Liao Ya nodded in approval and said, your progress is evident, but your body is still too stiff. Liao Qi, show him how it's done. The moment Liao Qi stepped forward, she performed 10 cartwheels with the grace of a gymnast. Bending forward at the waist, her fair, delicate hands supported her on the ground as her beautiful legs swung and circled back in a repeating motion. Her cartwheels were performed slowly, without using the momentum of her body. Not only did she display her elegant posture, but she also showed incredible flexibility, her movements both graceful and sensual. Liao Ya said, when you can perform such moves, you will have succeeded in sinew strengthening. Then you can move on to bone tempering. Liu Yao understood, his next goal was clear: to transform from a rough man into a flexible gymnast. After instructing Liu Yao, Liao Ya started to explain the key points of organ refining to her sister. After you've mastered bone tempering, you can feel the inner breath. Organ refining is about using this inner breath to forge and strengthen your internal organs. Once you succeed in organ refining, your organs will have their own spirits. After organ refining, your strength can increase tenfold, bringing about a transformative improvement in your combat abilities. That's why the imperial court places such importance on organ refining martial artists. After explaining, Liao Ya asked Liu Yao, junior brother, is the device ready to use? Almost there, I'll check it out. Liu Yao got up and fetched the portable color ultrasound device, which was already fully charged. With this, Liao Qi's organ refining will be a piece of cake. Liao Ya patted her sister's head, you're lucky. The old way of organ refining used to be quite torturous. Soon, Liu Yao returned with the ultrasound device. Next, we will use this device to assist in the breakthrough. Liao Qi, take off your top. Liu Yao, follow the steps I tell you to check the organs. Both individuals before him were very close to him, and although Liao Qi felt slightly shy, she did not hesitate to reveal her fair skin. Liu Yao applied the coupling agent on the young lady, lingering a little longer on a certain spot, which earned him a stern look from both women. He didn't dare to misbehave again and diligently carried out his work. Following Liao Ya's instructions, he used the probe to check the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys one by one. Liao Ya transmitted her inner breath to assist Liao Qi in controlling her inner breath, starting her first organ refining session. Martial artists cannot see inside their bodies, and normally organ refining is a slow and strenuous process of trial and error that can easily cause internal injury. It's both mentally and physically taxing, not to mention extremely painful. With this divine instrument, one can break through in just 2 days. Liu Yao, watch carefully, you will have to do this someday as well. Okay, senior sister, Liu Yao replied. The conditions inside Liao Qi's body were clearly displayed by the portable color ultrasound device, with every slight blood flow and organ change detectable. The target was clear and efficiency greatly improved, eliminating the guesswork typically involved in breakthroughs. After much work, Liao Qi's cultivation was on the right track and she had a clear understanding of how to refine her organs. Under normal circumstances, this step would have taken at least a week, but now half a day was more than enough. The sisters marveled at the portable color ultrasound device. Liao Qi's big eyes occasionally glanced at Liu Yao, her heart warmer always brought surprises that made life increasingly better. Chapter 46, give the girl a self-defense weapon. Howren Martial Arts Hall. Since losing a martial master, and having been completely humiliated by a minor boxing gym in a competition, the number of disciples practicing boxing in the large courtyard had notably dwindled. Sun Howren wasn't too concerned. People naturally gravitate towards the successful and shy away from the defeated, as long as the lost face was regained, that was all that mattered. As the day of the competition approached, a person like him would certainly not fight fair and square. At the moment, Sun Howren was discussing plans with a man. Yan Gui, I'd like you to take action and capture the Liao family's young lady to force Liaoya into conceding defeat, he said. The man named Yan Gui spoke with righteous indignation. Master Sun, that seems inappropriate. I, Yan Gui, am honest and upright, how could I engage in such a sordid deed as kidnapping women and children? The man was less than 1.5 meters tall, thin and small. If not for his wrinkled, rough face, he'd have looked like a child. Sun Howren responded calmly, help me win the competition, and I'll give you the deed to a large opium den. Upon hearing about the opium den, Yan Gui's persona changed abruptly, immediately taking on a mercenary air. One is too few, give me 3, Master Sunday. You own 20 of them after all. I've just arrived in Yunzhou and am in need of establishing a base. Agreed, Sun Howren accepted directly. Go at once. Yan Gui scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, can I have the deeds beforehand to boost my morale? Don't worry, if I ran away or failed the mission, you'd have plenty of ways to deal with me. Sun Howren took out 3 large sealed heavy papers and gave them to the man. They were indeed the deeds to the opium dens. Those opium dens were like hens that lay golden eggs. Yan Gui's eyes instantly blazed with fervor as he hastily accepted them. Ah, Master Sun, you do speak decisively and act quickly. Although my asking price was a bit steep, you won't be at a loss. I've heard about that matter. Tisk tisk, Jinwu National Martial Arts Association. Once you have the Liao family on your side, you'll have an additional seat, and it won't take long to earn back the profits for 3 opium dens, he said. Sun Howren's eyes turned cold. You are quite well informed. Of course, I thrive on this line of work. Yan Gui carefully placed the deeds in his chest pocket, stood up, and saluted with a fist before leaving. You wait for my good news. After saying this, his entire being transformed into a shadow the size of a basketball, sticking close to the ground and then disappearing. After he left, Sun Howren spoke to an empty space in the room. Mr. Luo Su, next, you just need to follow this man and await your opportunity. The air rippled, revealing numerous waves, and a westerner in a tailcoat appeared. It was none other than the one who had administered injections during the competition. Son, you are indeed a cautious man, but that's exactly what I like about you, he said. Sun Howren said dismissively, you flatter me. Such greedy people are commonplace. Luo Su straightened his tie and responded with polished courtesy, my dear friend, not only do you assist me with human experimentation, but you also go out of your way to indulge my little hobbies. I'm very grateful. Sun Howren chuckled, there's no need for such formalities between friends. Just keep Liaoya alive, I still have to defeat her fair and square. Agreed, I wouldn't devour a treasured food all at once, replied Luo Su. At the thought of the sisters with their rare, pure souls, Luo Su's fangs involuntarily protruded. Ah, the blood of pure virgins is sweeter than the finest wine, such temptation is truly irresistible. He exclaimed. The next day, after using the color ultrasound instrument again, Liao Qi was just a step away from entering the organ refining realm. Liao Ye, however, advised her not to rush to break through to the next realm. Instead, she said, there's no need to hurry. Take your time and naturally enter the organ refining realm. That's how you reap the greatest benefits. Liu Yao watched the entire process of breaking through to the next realm, gaining a great deal of insight, which would be of immense benefit to him when it was his turn to refine his organs. Since Liao Qi needed rest to recuperate and there was nothing else to do, she spent her time practicing martial arts with Liu Yao. The young girl rested her cheek on her hand, smiling fondly as she watched her sweetheart stretch and practice his punches. Feeling energized under the gaze of those beautiful eyes, Liu Yao thought he was performing exceptionally well today. After a while, an idea struck him. He had brought back so many firearms, maybe he should give one to his sister for self-defense. Liao Qi, look at this. He pulled out an M1911 and deftly spun it around in his hand several times. The gun's surface had been blued, and the wooden grip panels were intricately checkered, making it quite exquisite. Once the girl saw it, Her excitement soared. Wow, a foreign gun. Do you want it? It's pretty powerful. Liu Yao handed it to her. This is the safety, don't point the muzzle at anyone you don't intend to shoot. This is how you change the magazine. He taught her hands on how to use it, then stood behind her, guiding her hands to aim at an old tree in the distance and fire a shot, snapping off a branch. Liao Qi excitedly toyed with the finely crafted pistol, her joy boundless. I've always wanted one since I was little, but dad and sister never allowed it. You keep it for self-defense. I'll give you some more magazines and bullets in a bit. The girl planted a big, affectionate kiss on Liu Yao. Thank you, I really like it. Master Liao had already noticed the activity here and saw Liu Yao giving out another gift. He quickly made his way over without drawing attention. Liu Yao said with a smile, elder sister, would you like one too? Liao Ya demurely replied, it's quite interesting, different from the foreign guns I've seen before. As a fellow martial artist, she was also intrigued. Liu Yao went back to his room and brought out another firearm and lots of bullets. He set up a wooden stump as a target and let the sisters practice shooting in the spacious courtyard. The two stunning girls had a blast firing the guns, and not just randomly, they mastered the technique quickly, using their superior physical strength to counteract the recoil of the pistols, their marksmanship nearing that of professionals. After playing around for a while, Liao Ya's cheeks were flushed with enjoyment, her eyes shining. Then, suddenly remembering something, she swiftly shed her jovial expression, speaking seriously, as martial artists, we should rely on our own strength and avoid becoming infatuated with external things. Liao Qi responded without looking back, I know, I know. You know nothing. Liao Ya smacked her sisters behind hard, creating a crisp smack sound. Struck by an organ refining warrior, Liao Qi felt a piercing pain, rubbing her butt for quite a while. Liao Ya took out her own spear and said to Liu Yao, junior brother, shoot me with that foreign gun. Ah! Isn't that too dangerous? It's fine, just shoot. Seeing the girl's confident demeanor, Liu Yao took aim, elder sister, be careful. After the warning, he fired a shot next to Liao Ye, intending for the bullet to whiz past her thigh. But the spear, transforming into a black dragon, leaped suddenly and deflected the bullet. Junior brother, don't hesitate, small firearms can't hurt me. Okay then, I'll continue. Seeing his elder sister was unafraid, Liu Yao decided to fire all 6 rounds. Liao Ya manipulated the black dragon in her hand, conjuring several blurry shadows to intercept all the bullets, sending sparks flying. See that? Firearms are just a supplement, true strength lies within oneself. She said, while secretly easing the numbness in her hands. Watching Master Liao stand confidently with the pistol, Liu Yao and Liao Qi nodded in agreement and clapped enthusiastically in praise. As everyone was enjoying themselves, Liu Yao was about to mention that he had even more powerful toys. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a strange person crawling through a drainage ditch, a place not even a dog could enter, and stealthily moving through the vegetable garden. Chapter 47, Good day, ladies. Yan Gui was born into the thief sect. His sect had ancestral techniques that utilized special hand movements to use light to conceal one's form. Combined with his outstanding agility and breath-concealing technique, he was virtually undetectable by god or spirit, capable of stealing both wealth and lives. At this moment, he had wormed his way into the courtyard through the wall's drainage pipe, silently crawling in the vegetable garden, his small stature of only 1.5 meters hunched into the size of a basketball, waiting for the right moment. I don't need to face off against Liao Ye, I just need to take advantage of the moment and kidnap Liao Qi. He was indulging in his perfect plan when he suddenly realized that the weakest of the 3, the sickly one, was staring right at him. Impossible. How could a mere sinew-strengthening practitioner detect me? The next second, he saw this person swiftly draw a handgun and open fire on him. Hey look, there's someone here. Liu Yao, having achieved a great level of inner focus, easily spotted the stealthy thief. Yan Gui silently cursed, how was I discovered as soon as I arrived? But he wasn't the least bit panicked. His agility was his greatest confidence. Crawling on the ground like a snake, he moved like a centipede skimming the surface, very fast and extremely low to the ground. If a normal person tried to hit him, they would surely find it head-splittingly frustrating. Sadly, none of the 3 were average people. Liao Ya let out a thunderous shout, and his spear transformed into a black dragon devouring men. Liao Qi fired her gun in rapid succession, Her face flushed with excitement, Liu Yao simply lifted his hand, and the bullets completely blocked the thief's escape routes, forcing him to reposition. Yan Gui narrowly dodged the engulfing black dragon, his face stung by the cutting force. He swung his crescent blade deflecting countless incoming bullets, his palms numbed by the impact. The situation was perilous, a slight mistake would mean his demise right there and then, immediately causing him to despair. Damn that Sun Haoran! Talking about how it's just a small gym with 3 people, but it turns out there's a martial master close to marrow cleansing, plus 2 sharpshooters with inner focus helping out. Damn it all! As an assassin, he had no wish to get entangled in a fight and was set to flee, but Luo Su, who was following him, didn't want to return empty-handed. The craving for virgin blood burned inside him like a fierce flame, terribly tormenting. Luo Su stood atop a distant rooftop, watching Yan Gui hop and leap about, a mocking smile on his face. After observing for a while and getting a sense of each person's strength in the scene, his entire being merged into the air and disappeared from sight. This was complete invisibility, not the mere visual deception of Yan Gui's. While Yan Gui was focused on dodging the attacks from Liaoya and Liu Yao, the air in front of him suddenly thickened, sticky like glue, ensnaring him. Then, a syringe appeared, and its contents were instantly injected into him. Luo Su, dressed like a gentleman, materialized out of nowhere, his eyes now a bloody red. "Good day, ladies." With an elegant smile, Luo Su held a spike-like rapier, his fangs glistening coldly, emitting an endless malice. It was the natural predatory desire of a snake for a mouse, a wolf for a sheep. Faced with an expert, Liaoya didn't hesitate to thrust his spear straight into the fray. Luo Su parried with his rapier, calm and unhurried, as the two clashed. Meanwhile, Yan Gui, left stunned for a second, inflated like a balloon, his body covered in bulging veins, quickly transforming into 2 meters tall. Claws grew out of his hands and spikes from his spine. With a howl, drooling, he charged at Liao Kui like a truck. Liaoya wanted to turn back and rescue her, but nearly got pierced by the lightning-fast rapier instead. "Your loved ones will be tortured before your eyes, and the endless suffering will make your blood an exquisite delicacy." Luo Su's eyes became even redder. The situation was clear, he was entangling Liaoya, but it was only a matter of time before Liao Kui would collapse. And then Liaoya would be in trouble, caught between 2 monsters. This was the strategy that Luo Su had improvised on the spot. As soon as Liu Yao saw the monster charging at Liao Kui, he immediately opened fire to rescue her. Emptied a magazine of his handgun, 7 bullets all hit the same eye, blinding it on the spot. The monster let out a painful howl but was not severely wounded. It might have been strong but lost its intelligence, and immediately abandoned Liao Kui to charge at Liu Yao instead. Liu Yao ran straight away, back to his own room. Handguns were somewhat useful but too slow. By the time the monster caught up, Liu Yao was just making an entrance with an AK in hand. At that moment, they were less than 10 meters apart, even the white of the monster's flipped eye could be seen clearly. Liu Yao took a deep breath, and the monster slowed down to half speed. With calm composure, he turned off the safety and pulled the trigger, as bullets whistled out eagerly. The high-powered ammunition concentrated in an area the size of a coin, all hitting Yan Gui's forehead. Went the sound as the top half of his skull was blown off. An oddly colored bean-curd substance splattered everywhere. The muzzle kinetic energy of an M1911 is 477 joules, while that of an AK is 2010 joules. The difference is a full 4-fold. The power is incomparable. With Liu Yao's magically precise marksmanship, it took only 10 bullets to blow off Yan Gui's skull. The monster Yan Gui had become fell to the ground, its body bubbling and dissolving into a pool of liquid that disappeared. Afterwards, Liu Yao turned the gun towards Luo Su. With full focus mode on, he pulled the trigger. The initial velocity of the axe bullets is 715 meters per second, twice the speed of sound. Luo Su surprisingly retreated sharply, dodging several shots. But Liu Yao's focus was not for nothing, he rapidly followed up with gunfire. Luo Su indeed had skills, waving his rapier like lightning, striking sparks as he actually parried several bullets. Liu Yao kept his finger on the trigger without letting go, subsequent bullets followed up and Luo Su couldn't block them, pop 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 he was shot with several black holes. Amid his painful screams, a smoke-like substance oozed out of the holes. Right then, Liaoya followed up with Blue Dragon bearing sorrow, her spear transforming into a dragon's head with a roar, taking a bite off Luo Su's sword-holding arm. The tide turned too quickly, the vampire who had been elegant and composed just now was on the verge of death. Luo Su's mood at that moment was like he had been screwed over by fate. The human male's weapon was formidable, packing huge power with automatic firing capability, and it was much more portable than a machine gun, far surpassing bolt-action rifles equipped by military forces of all countries. What country had developed this new type of weapon? It couldn't possibly be the backward Shun dynasty. With no time to think, Luo Su let his severed arm morph into smoke as thick as India ink, filling the room and obscuring vision, as he once again vanished into the air. Liao Ya's spear struck out in all directions, but sadly to no avail, her enemy had disappeared without a trace. With full focus mode on, Liu Yao faintly detected an abnormal fluctuation in the air in the distance, and immediately swung the gun around to fire. The whistling bullets hit something, and after a wave of ripples, Luo Su, looking like a sieve, appeared, furiously staring down Liu Yao. He had made it to the wall and one more step would have allowed him to scale it and escape with his life. But that one step was farther than heaven itself. Liao Ya exerted force on her legs, launching forward with two deep footprints, and a thrust to the chest impaled the enemy, nailing him to the wall. With a teammate holding the front, Liu Yao calmly reloaded, pulled out a new magazine to replace the old one, and at the same time cocked the gun, all within 0.3 seconds. Luo Su began to roar, "You can't kill me! I am..." He couldn't finish his sentence as 10 7.62 mm bullets obliterated his head. Luo Su turned into a handful of black ash, scattering into the wind and vanishing. Although they had managed to kill the monster quite easily, Liu Yao still had a high regard for its strength. It had formidable vitality, enduring so much beating only to be killed by a headshot. It could turn invisible and possessed many bizarre tricks, able to engage in close combat with Liao Ya and give as good as it got. Luckily, teamwork made the task lighter, with Master Liao leading the front. All Liu Yao had to do was focus on shooting, drastically reducing the difficulty. Chapter 48, Waiting. This foreign devil is with Sun Haoran, that son of a turtle is indeed resorting to sneaky moves. Liu Yao suggested, "Senior sister, as you've seen, my firearms are quite powerful. Let's take them down and wipe out that scoundrel. You just need to hold him off, and leave the rest to me. I still have use for Sun Haoran, can't kill him yet," Liao Ya said with a light chuckle as she put the long spear back on the weapon rack. "I used the color ultrasound instrument to comb through my cultivation from beginning to end, making my foundations even more solid. Forget blood exchange, innate realm is no longer just a wishful thought. Therefore, every step from now must heart and body perfectly shatter the mirror, and killing Sun Haoran in a fair duel is just the beginning." Liu Yao nodded. When it came to the path of martial arts, he would let her arrange it as she saw fit. After experiencing numerous battles, Liu Yao found firearms to be quite fun, and a great stress reliever. A boy's happiness is just that simple. By that time, Liao Qi had already searched the two enemies. The bodies are gone, which saves us some trouble. Brought back these things. Upon closer look, aside from the silver and weapons, there was a book and a strange gem. The book belonged to Yan Gui, titled Enigmatic Butterfly. Liu Yao glanced through it. It described the advanced techniques of using inner breath. Spreading the inner breath across the surface of the body to refract light, achieving an optical camouflage effect. Mastered to perfection, one could become completely invisible. Yan Gui was still worlds away from that step. This was a fine item, and Liu Yao was very interested. He set it aside to study further later. The gem left behind by the vampire Luo Su was too eye-catching. It was a ruby, radiant in color, flawless and clear, and shone brilliantly like a quail egg. If brought to Earth, it would have to be auctioned at an international auction house, starting at 8 figures. "What's this thing?" Liao Qi asked out of curiosity. Liao Ya blinked her big eyes and stared at it for a while, then said, "Such things drop out of Western demon beasts when they die, it's said to be the crystallization of their life force. Many forces offer a high price for them, even the consecrated deists are very eager, but they keep its specific uses a closely guarded secret." Consecrated deists. Those who practice Dao arts, all spirit refining experts. Ambergris is made by them. Deists are very rare, in the entire Yunzhou, there's only one, employed by the prefectural governor as a consecrated expert. He learned a new term. Then, pointing to the gem, Liu Yao said, "Do you have any use for this thing? If not, shall I take it?" The sisters had no objections. "Take it then, but be careful not to let others see it." After all, killing a foreigner, even if he is a monster from the opium company, is not something you can openly discuss. Liu Yao packed away the spoils of war and noticed Liao Qi's eyes shining at the sight of the AK. He quickly passed it to her. I was just about to let you play with it, but we were interrupted by those bastards. You've seen the power of this thing. Let me teach you how to use it. The girl learned quickly. By the second magazine, she could already manage full auto fire control. Liao Ya also fired a few shots, her dignified and delicate demeanor giving way to a girl's playful innocence, gleefully having fun as the courtyard crackled like the sound of firecrackers. After a while, Liao Ya had her fill of fun. She looked up at the sky and said, "Prepare the medicinal bath, increase the dosage by 30%. The two young men and women worked together to prepare the medicinal bath. As Liu Yao sorted the various herbs, he also made small talk. There's a realm in martial arts that's not afraid of bullets, right? Liao Qi fetched water for the bath barrel and replied in a soft voice, "It's called Indestructible Golden Body Realm, not even cannons can kill you." It's precisely because the imperial court has 4 great grandmasters of this realm that the foreigners don't dare to overstep. You sister mentioned spreading martial arts, wanting to gather a whole team. She loves to dream big. Indestructible Golden Body Realm great grandmasters aren't so easy to come by, Liao Qi said as she carried water back and forth until the barrel was full, the effort causing her to break into a slight sweat, her fair skin flushed with a pink hue. After they finished their busyness, the two sat together, the younger sister nestled in the embrace of her beloved, and said, "Liu Yao, can you bring more clothes? The kind that are worn close to the skin. It's getting hotter, and I have to change every day. 2 sets aren't enough." Liu Yao, hugging her with a mischievous smile, said, "No problem. But I need to know your size to buy the right ones, right?" As he spoke, he was about to conduct a geological survey. After a precise measurement, he obtained the accurate data. But since he was already there, he took the opportunity to also explore further south to ascertain the vegetation coverage. The two were affectionate for a while until they were startled awake by the sound of water boiling in the bathtub. Liao Qi hurriedly struggled free, blushing, "I am yours sooner or later. Just wait for it, it's all good." After speaking, she ran off like a frightened little deer. The medicinal bath was soon ready. Inside the spacious luxurious bathtub, the verdant medicinal liquid bubbled continuously. Liao Ya stripped off her clothes, tested the water with her lotus-like arms, and then slowly soaked in, humming contentedly, "Ah, this is nice." Liao Qi followed suit, leaning on the tub wall like a lazy little kitten. "How's that? Lucky I brought back Liu Yao, right? Otherwise, we couldn't enjoy this." Liao Ya glanced at her sister teasingly, "You also picked up a husband for yourself," hugging and embracing in broad daylight without any shame. Her sister's cheeks reddened, "You saw that? I've seen it several times. You really should look at yourself in the mirror." Tisk tisk, about to melt into his arms. After some playful banter, the two women settled down. Liao Qi rested her chin on her sister's shoulder and inquired, "Remember you once said, the belly button is related to little babies?" Liao Ya's face stiffened slightly, she wasn't very clear on the matter herself, and after pondering for a while, she replied, "It must be. After organ refining, the inner breath travels all over the body, I feel this place connects the inside with the outside, it must have something to do with little babies." "Oh, I see." Liao Qi nodded, deep in thought. "You're asking this, you want to give yourself to him?" "Yes, I love him so much, I want to have his babies." Hearing her sister's decisive answer, Liao Ya wasn't surprised at all, anyone could see what was in her heart. "I've dedicated myself to the martial path, it's a good thing you found someone worthy to continue the Liao family's lineage. It's just happening a bit fast, it's only been a month, and the little cabbage I painstakingly raised is about to be taken. This month has been the happiest of my life." Liao Qi touched her belly button, a shy but happy smile on her face. "Sister, I want to join Liu Yao in union of sect mates. I won't be coming back to my room tonight." A martial artist's love and marriage are different from ordinary people. Liu Yao and Liao Qi were senior and junior disciples, their union as sect mates was equivalent to being husband and wife, accepted and blessed by all. Liao Ya cautioned, "Your physique is much stronger than normal people, be careful not to hurt Liu Yao." "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." The sisters came out of the bath all wet, and Liu Yao felt their gazes on him were a bit off, but he didn't think much of it and went inside to take a bath. "Ah, Refreshing. Not only pleasurable but also assists in cultivation, spending money really is the real deal. How else can one get stronger without spending on it? Liu Yao had a pleasant soak, humming a tune as he went back to his room to sleep. Before sleep, he unfailingly attempted the practice of the forgetfulness in meditation of spirit refinement, still without a clue. Then, suddenly, a knocking at the door. When he opened it, to his surprise, it was Liao Qi. Chapter 49, Sister is a Big Liar. The younger sister's face was flushed with red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. I promised you. She murmured. Liu Yao was overjoyed, the heroine is indeed trustworthy, her promise worth 1,000 in gold. I like that. The younger sister playfully punched him, then took out a piece of white silk, spread it out, and lay down on it with her eyes closed. There were too many wonderful things about Liao Qi, but what attracted Liu Yao the most was her fair, creamy skin. Natural beauty without ornament, a lotus born from clear water, filled with the boundless charm and vitality of youth, akin to the peach blossom spring lush grass so green, fallen petals in profusion. Narrow at first to an outsider, but after passing through it dozens of times, the path suddenly opens up to a bright clearing. Liao Qi was blushing all over, her pretty face showing surprise. Sister, you big liar. It's nothing like what you said. Liao Ye, who was preparing to go to bed inside the house, suddenly felt like sneezing, a bit confused. She was practicing organ refining, so how could she catch a cold? Then, she heard a strange sound, like the mewling of a kitten. Liao Ye immediately realized what it was and spat disgustedly. Lying in the sleep cultivation posture on the bed, she just couldn't settle down to sleep, the strange noise persistently drilling into her ears. With no choice left, she pulled the blanket over her head. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it started again after just a few minutes. That damn girl! Early the next morning, Master Liao, who hadn't slept well, got up and started practicing her punches. It was just getting light when she went outside and found her sister sneakily doing something by the well. On closer inspection, she discovered she was washing a bedsheet. Liao Ye said disdainfully, "How old are you to still wet the bed, aren't you ashamed?" Liao Qi, who was secretly scrubbing a large stain with a washing board, jumped in fright when her sister startled her, her cheeks turning bright red. I didn't. Hastily, she stuffed the bedsheet into the tub, trying to hide it from view. If not you, then was it Liu Yao? It wasn't him either. Ah, I can't explain it to you. Liao Qi looked at her sister with a strange, full-bodied gaze. You've deceived me bitterly. Liao Ye rarely showed a touch of embarrassment, but it vanished in a flash as she argued, you also kept me up all night. Liao Qi stuck out her tongue, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to tend to Liu Yao's morning routine. Worn out by the late night, Liu Yao slept soundly until he was awakened by the tickling of a girl's braid. He pulled her into his embrace, greedily inhaling her sweet fragrance. You've been busy since early this morning. Liao Qi shook her head, just a little odd, not much of a feeling. Oh, I have this for you to see. The girl brought over that white roll, scattered with speckled plum blossoms. Liu Yao of course knew what it was, not at all surprised, and found himself increasingly fond of the girl before him. After that, Liao Qi carefully placed the white silk into a wooden box. Husband, let me help you get up. It's time for the meal. Liao Ye sat at the table, happily gnawing on a piece of meaty bone. She was about to greet Liu Yao when she suddenly stopped short. The spirited young fellow from yesterday had now become a shadow of his former self, looking haggard and supporting himself weakly on Liao Qi's arm as he walked over. Only a wheelchair and a blanket were missing. On the other hand, his sister's skin was even more delicate and her beauty more striking, with an added touch of charm in her expression. The couple sat closely together, with Liao Qi cheerfully feeding Liu Yao. Suddenly she looked up and said, "By the way, sister, I've made a breakthrough in organ refining." After speaking, she stimulated her organs to produce a dull rumble, as if an engine had surged to life within her body. Liao Ye was somewhat speechless. You've been busy all night, and you still managed to break through. Liao Qi smiled sheepishly and said, the excitement just naturally led to the breakthrough. No wonder Liu Yao has ended up looking like this. Liao Ye suddenly realized the gap of two major realms was just too much for him. Then she instructed, next, you need to use your inner breath to temper your organs. With the color ultrasound instrument, this step won't be difficult. Ahoy! I've already sensed the inner breath, Liao Qi responded while feeding Liu Yao a sip of soup. Liu Yao was in pain yet overjoyed, feeling almost as if he was about to float away. He firmed up his determination to seriously practice martial arts, otherwise, the disparity in constitution was too great. Liao Ye, uncharacteristically eating slowly, appeared on the verge of speaking several times but ended up simply stating, with a long journey ahead, one must prioritize their health. The Military Preparations Dao office. The clerks passing by wore solemn expressions, and the servants without any status dared not even breathe too loudly, creating a stark contrast to the typically relaxed atmosphere, as if some major event was about to unfold. Soon, an old, black luxury car drove in. After coming to a halt, the driver got out and respectfully opened the door. A gender-neutral beauty stepped out of the car. Dressed in a grey women's suit and sporting an ear-length bob, her phoenix eyes slanted upwards, giving her an intimidating look, while her expression exuded confidence, as if she had everything under control. The woman, flanked by subordinates, went straight to meet the Military Affairs Commissioner, with no one daring to intercept her. The Military Affairs Commissioner Liu Shijia, almost 60, was the highest-ranking official in the Military Preparations Dao office. He seemed to be expecting the woman's arrival, sitting casually behind a large mahogany desk, and greeted her coolly, "Princess Yongping, I presume." Not only was his attitude impolite, but there was also no stool or tea offered. An attendant immediately prostrated on the ground with hands supporting her, and Princess Yongping, using a person as her stool, sat down with poise and composure, holding an envelope in her hand. "This is a decree from the Prime Minister's office. The Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association is officially established. From today on, Yunzhou martial artists will be under my administration," she stated. With that, she carelessly tossed the envelope. It flew like a blade, piercing into the mahogany desk in front of Liu Shijia with a thud, embedding itself 3 inches deep. Liu Shijia's eyebrows twitched. "I've been aware for quite some time, please, make yourself comfortable." He pulled the envelope out of the desk, patted it lightly, and set it aside. However, inwardly, he was shocked. Such skill was characteristic of someone in the blood exchange realm. This woman being only about 20 years old, her talent would be considered astonishing even among royal kin. Princess Yongping's lips curled in disdain as she said, "In these challenging times for our nation, not only have martial artists failed to aid the state, but many have caused trouble, even conspiring to create chaos. The imperial court will not sit idly by. I trust that you will make the right choices, Master Liu." Without looking back, she left. Liu Shijia's face was obscured by shadow, masking his expression. Martial artists had always been under the Armed Forces Authority's management, but now there was a sudden shift in oversight. The transfer of power between departments in a feudal dynasty was bound to be filthy with intrigue. Chapter 50, Li Pei. After the meal, Liao Qi dragged Liu Yao off to the room with a smile. Martial artists had strong bodies and robust vitality, and their desires were much stronger than ordinary people's. The girl, having tasted the marrow, had developed a keen taste and immediately wanted to engage in cultivation with him. Getting up early in the morning might not be too good. "Ah, forget it, come on." Though somewhat tired, Liu Yao also found pleasure in it. Afterward, Liao Qi calmed down, and the blush on her face faded. "Today, we're going to the Armed Forces Authority to register my martial master qualification. With both of us as martial masters, the Liao family fist won't be a minor school anymore." A martial school or sect with only one martial master could easily fall apart if the leader encountered mishaps. Liu Yao played with the softness in his hand and said, "Then I also need to work harder and strive to make it 3. With medicinal supplements, a personal teacher, and all these advantages, he was confident he could quickly step into the organ refining realm. After getting dressed and helping her tidy her disheveled hair, the two stepped into the courtyard. Liao Ye was practicing with her long spear, her face flushed, and whether it was from the exercise or not, she gave an annoyed glance at the pair who had indulged in an extra meal. She was about to call them to leave for the Armed Forces Authority when someone arrived with a message. "Master Liao, I am Zhang Jin, a servant attending to Princess Yongping." The visitor had a clean-shaved, white face and a voice with a slightly sharp edge, likely an eunuch, yet he was dressed in a Western suit. "I've come specifically to inform you the Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association has been established. From today onwards, all martial artists will be managed by the association, not by the Armed Forces Authority. This is a decree from the Prime Minister's office, and you may verify it at any government office. Liao Ye took the decree and handed it to Liu Yao, somewhat surprised. Why all of a sudden? Zhang Jin smiled and said, this is the will of the imperial court. Every state and prefecture will do the same, and Yunzhou is not even the fastest. Princess Yongping will host a banquet tonight at Four Seas Tower to welcome all of you. Make sure not to miss the time. Liu Yao, having read the decree, knew such a thing couldn't be fake, and one could easily verify it by asking at any government office. Handing a taels of silver to the strangely dressed eunuch, he shook hands with him. Eunuch Zhang, thank you for the trouble. May I ask if you have any advice? Zhang Jin's hand did not shake as he accepted the silver, and his smile became a few degrees more genuine. Our house has long heard that the Liao family is a lineage of loyalty and bravery. Truly, the reputation is well deserved. Well then, I will overstep my bounds and say, while our court favors martial artists, some do not repay the nation's kindness and even repeatedly commit crimes. Therefore, the National Martial Arts Association was created to rectify this. The association follows a Western model. In addition to the chairman, there is also the position of council member. This position does not depend on connections or kung fu, but on the two words loyalty and bravery. The Liao family has a blood exchange expert who sacrificed his life for the country. Indeed, a model example. There's great hope for becoming a council member. After finishing his words, Zhang Jin bowed with his hands clasped. I have several more visits to make, so I will take my leave now. After the visitor had gone, Liu Yao said, no wonder that bastard Sun Haoran has been using every means to target us, his sights must be set here. He definitely doesn't want to see you become a council member. Liao Ye, confident and filled with a fighting spirit, said, such a lowlife as Sun Haoran isn't worth mentioning. We'll go to Four Seas Tower and see, if that lout is there, it will be the perfect time to settle this. In the evening, the three of them arrived at Four Seas Tower, which had been reserved by Princess Yongping. At the entrance stood 2 rows of 20 burly men in western suits, radiating sharpness, with the bearing and stride of military men. Liao Ye looked forward with anticipation. I have heard that Princess Yongping is an exceptional talent. At just 20, she has already entered the blood exchange realm, so I wonder what she is like. Liao Qi glanced at the doorman with a curl of her lip, quite the grand setup. Then, a voice came from behind, she is Prince Yi's daughter. This grandeur is actually quite modest for her. Turning around, they saw that it was Duan Pei, who had acted as a witness in the past and had just arrived. With his age and experience, he explained a few things to the group. Not only is the commandery princess's father a prince, but also the Minister of Military Affairs and a core member of the Western Affairs faction. Unexpectedly, it was she who came to rectify Yunzhou's martial faction. Several people exchanged greetings and entered the Four Seas Tower together, taking their seats in a designated area. They saw that all the martial artists of Yunzhou listed in the register and above the organ refining realm had come, about 100 or so. Those who had witnessed the last competition were all present, including Sun Haoran and Master Peng. The expressions on everyone's faces were varied, mostly showing a hint of astonishment, as the establishment of the elite National Martial Arts Association was quite unexpected. Only a few people, like Sun Haoran, seemed to have known in advance and sat there composedly. Among them was the elderly Master Peng, whose occasionally opening and closing elderly eyes sparkled with a sharp light. The crowd didn't have to wait long before an announcement rang out, Her Highness, the Commandery Princess, has arrived, and a short-haired beauty made her entrance. With elegance, she clasped her fists in a salute, her voice crisp and pleasant as a singing aureole, clearly heard by everyone. I am Li Pei. As a fellow practitioner of martial arts, there is no need to regard the so-called title of Commandery Princess. In order to popularize the martial path and promote the spirit of martial excellence, the Imperial Court has established the elite National Martial Arts Association, entrusted with the heavy responsibility of strengthening the nation and the people, and rebuilding the divine land. I have the honor of becoming the president of the Yunzhou branch, overseeing the affairs of martial artists. The short-haired beauty spoke confidently. Liu Yao glanced at her, then at Liao Ye, his expression strange. This was the first time he had seen someone who could compete with Master Liao in terms of chest size. Li Pei was dressed in a fitted suit, resembling a female university student about to go for an interview. She also had a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. According to physiognomy, those born with such a mole are destined to struggle with love and be trapped by emotions in this life, and they are prone to tears. Yet, this woman had a pair of very appealing phoenix eyes, slender with a slight upward tilt at the corners, conveying disdain and arrogance. It was clear she was someone not to be trifled with, carrying the air of an overbearing female CEO and not appearing to be someone prone to crying. As he was observing her, he was taken aback when Li Pei suddenly turned her head, her gaze particularly bright as it directed straight at Liu Yao. She is also at the constant stability realm. Their eyes met, and they both had the same thought. Liu Yao subtly nodded his head, discreetly moving his gaze away. Li Pei, however, showed a hint of interest. She hadn't expected to find someone in Yunzhou proficient in spirit refinement. The room fell silent, as everyone digested the news of the establishment of the Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association, weighing the pros and cons. Surveying the surroundings, Li Pei, expressionless, dropped a bombshell. Before coming here, I did my homework and have a deep understanding of Yunzhou's martial faction. The actions of certain individuals are truly disappointing. Selling opium, trafficking people, forcing the virtuous into prostitution. Forgive my bluntness, but you are a bunch of trash. The primary task of the Martial Arts Association is to decisively weed out those harmful to the group. From today onwards, the qualifications for martial artists and the opening of martial arts schools will undergo stricter auditing, and those who commit crimes will be severely punished. These words sent a stir through the audience. What Li Pei spoke of were the most lucrative industries, there were many involved in these acts. It was like taking away people's livelihoods, equivalent to killing their parents. The crowd was full of rebellious martial artists, with countless eyes fixed on Li Pei with malice, especially those who ran brothels and opium dens, wishing they could devour her alive. As she watched a group of people boiling with rage, Li Pei sat down leisurely, her mouth curling up into a contemptuous smile. This is my first time in Yunzhou, and I was just thinking it would be nice to see the local talents. Would anyone like to ask for tips? Asking for tips meant that Li Pei would stand still, allowing the challenger to make the first move, while she countered and neutralized the attack. By doing this, she was positioning herself as a senior and a superior, clearly showing disdain. But it was also the fastest way to dominate the local martial artists. The crowd became restless. The martial artist who ran a brothel particularly looked down on women and was the first to lose his patience. A burly man stood up and bellowed. The imperial court is foolish and lawless, letting foreigners take over our great lands, and I have been indignant for a long time. Today, I will meet you in challenge. The shout reverberated throughout the hall, vibrating like a buzzing sound, coming from an organ-refining warrior. Chapter 51, Roulette. As someone stood up, the crowd below erupted into cheers. The burly man's fighting spirit soared as there were many destitute people who had resorted to selling their children lately, boosting the business of his brothel. How could he allow this lowlife to mess things up? Li Pei remained seated, her jade hand gracefully gesturing an invitation. The burly man slowly approached, and when he was 10 meters away, he suddenly pulled out 2 revolvers from behind his back. He knew he was no match, so he did not aim to kill the enemy. He just wanted to sweep away Li Pei's prestige and make her lose face. That would be enough. Hitting her with just 1 bullet would do. Liu Yao was greatly curious. Even martial artists weren't that rigid, and some used guns. It was a good opportunity to broaden his knowledge. The armed burly man didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and both guns fired, the bullets reaching their target in an instant, with several shots intentionally aimed at Li Pei's magnificent chest. She remained seated without moving, but her body seemed to disappear into thin air. Wherever the bullets were directed, that part of her body would vanish, leaving the bullets shooting through ineffectually. This was not an afterimage created by excessive speed, but rather Li Pei's speed did not surpass that of the bullets. She relied on the spirit refinement realm to lock onto the direction of the gun barrels. Liu Yao was greatly enlightened and praised inwardly. Beautiful. By locking onto the direction of the gun barrels in a calm state, predicting the trajectory of the bullets, one could control their body to dodge in advance. I could do this too, what a learning experience. The burly man emptied his bullets, yet not a single shot hit his target at point-blank range. And the next second, his vision blurred, and before he knew it, Li Pei had already appeared beside him. Without sound, without shadow. No one in the entire audience could see Li Pei's moves clearly. This scene caused another stir. If you can't see it, it means she could take your life at any moment. Fortunately, Liu Yao saw everything clearly. Not only was this woman fast, she also carried a strange whirl of air with her, which nullified all airflow and sound. No wonder she was undetectable. This use of inner breath was very similar to that described in a secret manual named Enigmatic Butterfly. The burly man broke into a few beads of cold sweat but did not panic. Instead, he decisively threw away his guns and knelt on the ground. "Madam Chairman, your skills are indeed divine. I am utterly convinced and willing to serve you in any capacity from this day forward." In the face of such a decisive surrender, Li Pei, with a smile, picked up a revolver that had emptied its bullets, reached into the burly man's gun belt with her jade hand, and took out a .45 bullet. "You fired so many shots at me, we can't just let it go at that. Let's play a game of Russian roulette, shall we?" Li Pei opened the cylinder of the revolver, dumped out the spent casings, and then placed a bullet into one chamber, spinning the cylinder for a few seconds before snapping it shut. This was none other than the infamous Russian roulette game, well known even on Earth. The burly man knew of this cruel game and pleaded frantically, "Commandery Princess, Madam Chairman, I've conceded, you are magnanimous, please don't stoop to my level." Li Pei aimed the gun at her own head, "One shot each, I'll go first." After saying that, she pulled the trigger. In the expectant gazes of countless people, there was a click, the hammer fell on an empty chamber, and nothing happened. Then, Li Pei pointed the gun at the burly man's forehead and said with a light chuckle, "If you die, it means heaven has called for you." With that, she pulled the trigger. The cylinder spun, the hammer fell, and a loud bang sounded. A bloody hole appeared in the burly man's head, and a mass of brain matter sprayed out from the back as he collapsed to the ground. "Tisk tisk, I can't be blamed for this. It seems like your brothel has collected many resentful spirits, and retribution has come," Li Pei said. Carelessly discarding the gun, she moved lightly back to her seat with poised elegance. She even glanced at Liu Yao, placed a finger on her lips, and quietly made a shh gesture. Liu Yao knew what she meant, she had cheated. With her sustained calm state and the physical qualities of a blood exchange warrior, she could clearly see the spinning of the cylinder and control the Russian roulette, ensuring the burly man's inevitable death. As a practitioner of sustained calm himself, Liu Yao understood all too well. Li Pei looked over the arena, adjusted her tie, and her icy voice carried throughout the venue. "Our dynasty favors martial artists, not asking you to join the battlefield and serve the country, but neither can you collude with outsiders to bring disaster upon the region." Having said that, she picked up a stack of papers from the table and flung them into the crowd, scattering like snowflakes all over the place. Those who caught them saw the words "Life and Death Agreement" written boldly on top, with Li Pei's signature and seal below, and a large blank space in the middle for anyone to fill in. "This is a blank life and death agreement, I've already signed my name. Those who disagree can challenge me to a duel to the death." Everyone was inwardly amazed by the woman's assertiveness. The blank space meant no matter how you come at me, I will take it on. Seeing a powerful government office now overseeing them, everyone felt somewhat displeased, but they were overwhelmed by authority and strength, so they could only tolerate it. Yet those with astute minds were already considering throwing their lot in with this decisive commandery princess. Sun Haoran slowly stood up, clasped his hands in front of him, and said, "I am willing to follow Chairman Li's lead without question." Surprisingly, he was the first to submit. Ignoring the various looks from the crowd, he stood there, unperturbed. "No matter what, secure a position on the board first. Being the first to submit, I'm paying handsomely for a horse's loyalty. She will surely favor me." Soon, other shrewd individuals caught on to this, one after another expressing their willingness to follow Chairman Li's instructions, and the situation suddenly became much livelier. In the midst of this bustling scene, Li Pei observed the marrow cleansing realm martial master who had the appearance of a schoolteacher, with a look of amusement. Liao Ye couldn't stand to see her opponent gaining the upper hand, and suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Sun Haoran, let's settle our business." The crowd looked towards the two, recalling there was still this unresolved issue. Li Pei also wore an interested expression, as the eunuch Zhang Jin quietly explained the details of the situation to her. Sun Haoran indifferently said, "In the presence of Chairman Li, I won't stoop to your level. Let's call it quits." Liao Qi scornfully said, "You have the gall to back out of an agreement you made in public? Are you, a marrow-cleansing warrior, afraid of me, an organ-refining warrior?" Her provocation was quite naive, and she seemed too eager, making it obvious to anyone. The young girl had reviewed her entire cultivation process with the help of Liu Yao's color ultrasound instrument and was eager to challenge her foe. The old hand, Sun Haoran, frowned. This girl looked too excited and expectant, Something was off, and with Luo Sua and the others gone without return, there was definitely something fishy going on. So he called out to Li Pei. Chairman Li, the National Martial Arts Association is newly founded. Although I am of the marrow cleansing realm, it is not suitable to engage in strife with my peers. Please make a decision. He thought it was a perfect opportunity to woo him, a marrow cleansing expert, and that Li Pei would surely support him. But to his surprise, her phoenix eyes arched, and she instead said, since it was agreed upon publicly, a martial artist should keep their word as steadfast as a mountain. Why not settle it today instead of picking another date? I will be the witness, let's resolve your grudge today. Many martial artists who loved to watch the excitement immediately started cheering and making a racket. Li Pei returned to the 8 Immortals table, had the eunuch prepare ink and paper, and wrote out a life and death agreement with beautiful, small script on the spot. With the same terms as the previous duel, simply changing the names. Under these circumstances, the battle today became unavoidable, and Sun Haoran took a deep breath to quickly adjust his state. His face still showed indifference to fame and fortune, yet his entire demeanor had shifted to that of a fugitive as seen in wanted posters, staring intently at Liao Ye. The crowd put aside their ponderings, ready to watch this unique fight. Normally speaking, an organ-refining warrior could hardly defeat a marrow-cleansing warrior. Organ-refining warriors have the strength of a crouching tiger, with punches and kicks exerting a force of 3,000 jin. Marrow-cleansing warriors possess the strength of an elephant, with no less than 6,000 jin to their name. There was once a tug of war where 20 strong men were pitted against a single marrow-cleansing warrior and suffered a miserable defeat, all of them pulled to the ground. However, Master Liao had previously demonstrated peak organ-refining strength in her bouts, making it hard to predict the winner. Chapter 52, National Martial Arts Association Director. The martial arts duelists entered the distinctive courtyard of Four Seas Tower, and the spectators, having taken their seats, widened their eyes and focused attention. A life and death fight between high-ranking fighters was a rare sight, an invaluable opportunity for observation. To everyone's surprise, both duelists wielded long spears, though Sun Haoran's was silver, while Liao Ye's was black. Liao family girl, back then your father sank a cargo ship, 100,000 caddies of opium fed to the fish, causing countless people to lose their fortunes. I was just a petty smuggler of opium, luckily I found one of your father's arms and that helped me advance rapidly, leading to today. You dying by my hand can also be credited to your father. After finishing with his biting words, Sun Haoran didn't say more and took the initiative to attack. The silver spear shimmered into countless cold flashes, accompanied by a whistling sound as it struck the air, raining down on Liao Ye like a meteor shower. Some in the crowd recognized it that was the famous soaring dragon skyward style of Haoran Martial Arts Hall. To be hit by even a single strike would mean more than a chilling touch, it could tear one apart with its massive force. Liao Ye fought fiercely, with a piercing battle cry she thrust her spear directly. The clangor of metal on metal rang out as sparks flew from the head-on clash of the two spears. The girl actually chose not to dodge or evade, engaging in a head-on confrontation with an opponent a whole cultivation level higher. Sun Haoran was certainly not afraid, instead he was overjoyed in his heart. You, in the organ-refining realm, trying to compete in strength with me in the marrow-cleansing realm. Their battle sped up, the spears whipped through the air so fast only two dark shadows could barely be seen, and the force of the blows whipped up strong winds painful to the face. Liao Ye didn't show even a hint of fatigue, her performance at a lower cultivation level was remarkable during the fight. But Duan Pei shook his head and said, Sun Haoran may be morally corrupt, but his skills are real. Master Liao has become somewhat impatient. An initial burst of energy is followed by quick depletion, with such fierce attacks, she likely won't last long. At the next table, Master Pang also said, the energy of someone in the organ-refining realm is inherently weaker, it would be wiser to use hit-and-run tactics to look for a lethal opportunity than to confront head-on, which is foolish. Just when things looked grim for her, a thunderous humph and ha erupted from Liao Ye's mouth and nose, and the power and speed of her black dragon spear surged, starting to overpower her opponent. Sun Haoran gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. His own spear felt as if it were striking a mountain, and each collision sent a numbing shock through both of his arms. Her strength is not less than mine. Even with all his strength, he couldn't reverse the tide and was instead forced to retreat. He couldn't believe it, he was in the marrow-cleansing realm. How could he be at a disadvantage in this battle of strength? But the reality before his eyes was indisputable. Even those in the marrow-cleansing realm are not perpetual motion machines. Gradually Sun Haoran's strength began to decline, it was no longer just a retreat, he couldn't even block her spear anymore. His face and throat were sliced open one after another, and if he hadn't dodged quickly, the duel could have ended already. The spectators also sensed his decline, and Duanpei exclaimed in surprise, organ refining suppressing marrow cleansing. The crowd thought they were seeing things wrong or that Sun Haoran had some tactic in play, but as the fight dragged on and his situation worsened, it was clear he was no match in a head-on clash. But it wasn't over yet. Liaoya took a deep breath, her already proud chest swelling further. Her spear shook and became a soaring black dragon, rapidly cast shadows enveloping her opponent from all directions. Down in the stands, Li Pei, resting his chin in his hand, watched with glee and suddenly recognized the move, saying in astonishment, "This is blood battle in all directions, the Xiao family's spear technique." Sun Haoran roared in anger, "You still have strength in reserve." By now, his arms were trembling, and the flush of exertion on his face was being replaced by a pallor, he was running out of strength. Sun Haoran let out a heart-wrenching roar of rage, drawing on all his potential, "But if you can't win, you simply can't win, no matter how loud you scream." Suddenly, Liaoya's black dragon completely engulfed him. The crowd only saw Sun Haoran being shredded into bits by the high-speed spinning spear, spraying the ground in a fan shape. A few drops of blood trickled down the tip of the spear. Liaoya stood tall with her spear, the sweat from her vigorous exertion steaming into fog. For a moment, everyone was in disbelief. Overcoming a higher cultivation realm was the stuff of legends, something never seen in reality, especially in such a dominating fashion. It took several seconds, but Li Pei was the first to start clapping, followed by a gradual chorus of cheers and applause. Duanpei, having watched his longtime rival die like this, murmured to himself, "Organ refining defeating marrow cleansing, we in Yunzhou have actually witnessed a peerless genius." Liaoya became the focus of the entire venue, and onlookers marveled at her talent. Crossing borders to break the enemy, a heaven-sent prodigy indeed. Truly a talent extraordinary. This physique is nearly perfected to the utmost. Liaoya didn't show much excitement, as her aspirations were no longer placed on the likes of Sun Haoran. She was contemplating stepping into the marrow cleansing realm. With this, I could also reach the legendary state where everything falls into place seamlessly, like an overflowing cup of water. At that moment, as waves of praise flooded in, Liaoya glanced at Liu Yao awkwardly. She knew her own affairs best, although she had some talent, it was far from what they claimed, and she owed much to her junior brother's help. She held her spear and cupped her fists in salute, bowing to all sides, and was about to leave the stage when Li Pei approached her with a smile, "Master Liao, please wait a moment." Both women were exceptionally beautiful, and as they stood tall and graceful together, they especially caught the eye. Li Pei announced loudly, "According to the Imperial Court's requirements, the National Martial Arts Association will establish 3 director positions, with the rank of 7th grade, to be held by local martial artists, who will share all related affairs." Upon hearing this, there was a stir among the audience. Everyone realized the importance of these positions and started whispering amongst themselves. Managing all the martial artists in Yunzhou, the 3 directors would undoubtedly hold high authority, not to mention the rank of a 7th grade official. At this point, Duanpei and Master Peng looked serious yet hopeful. As owners of some of the biggest martial arts halls present, they naturally expected some honor for themselves. Li Pei paused for a moment, then continued, "The position of director will not be based on one's power or level of kung fu. Since everyone is here today, I will set a standard." Her expression became serious, and she spoke solemnly. The late Liao Qigong was unmatched in loyalty and bravery, sacrificing his life for the nation. His descendant, Liao Ye, with a heart of kindness and a spirit of courage and wisdom, can certainly be a role model for all martial artists. Master Liao, would you be willing to take on the role of a director for the Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association? Liaoya cupped her fists in salute and said, "I am honored by the chairman's affection, and I am willing." Li Pei's face broke into a smile, "Very well, the first director of the Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association is born." After her speech, she began to clap, initiating scattered applause. Those martial artists who had just praised Liao Ye's talent were now somewhat displeased, and the elderly Master Peng had an especially sour expression on his face. By rights, as the most respected among them, the first director's position should have gone to him. Yet, it was given to an obscure young girl. Master Peng made a covert signal, and immediately, someone in the crowd started to heckle, "There are 2 more director positions, who might they be?" Yet, Let's choose them quickly. Li Pei maintained a composed smile, as someone new here, of course, I must pick the best of the best, the most suitable candidates. Everyone, please be patient. This was like dangling a carrot in front of a donkey. Many people saw through it but couldn't do much about it. Li Pei slowly cupped her fists in salute to those all around and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, on my first day of practicing fists, my master taught me this salute, and there is one thing I remember very clearly: left palm with 4 fingers together, symbolizing unity and striving forward for all in our community. In today's world, we martial artists must relentlessly strengthen ourselves, to serve our nation above and bring peace to the people below, daring to lead the world." As Li Pei called out this rousing slogan, the young martial artists below energetically cheered her on. The current Shun dynasty was not only righteous but also carried the mandate of expelling the Tartars, which was more appealing to the people than the fallen feudal dynasty of Earth. Yet, there were many who were lackluster, disdainful, or even openly scoffing. Chapter 53, Forcibly Crossing Inner Breath. The banquet concluded, and the attendees departed, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Jin approached and said, "Master Liao, please come with me." Having killed Sun Haoran after signing a life and death declaration, Liao Ya naturally expected to collect her prize. The trio arrived at Li Pei's place, where the short-haired beauty greeted them warmly, taking Master Liao's hand. "I never expected Yunzhou to harbor such a genius as your younger sister. This trip has truly been worthwhile." Liao Ya modestly demurred, "I dare not compare. You have already reached the blood exchange realm." The two women exchanged courtesies, their ample bosoms heaving in a subtle contest. Liu Yao covertly assessed which was more magnificent, but even in a calm state, he couldn't reach a verdict, mainly because they wore too many clothes. Here are the deeds for the Haoran Martial Arts Hall, a total of 24. Besides the main residence, the rest are opium dens. Li Pei looked at Liao Ya with a smile, her tone even, "Most of Yunzhou's opium dens are right here, and so is the connection to the Heilong gang built up by Sun Haoran. Master Liao, you've become rich overnight." But Liao Ya's face showed disgust. "Opium has brought great harm to people, and my enmity with the Heilong gang is as deep as the ocean. Chairman, all I want is to retrieve my father's body, as for the rest, it's fine if I don't take them." "That won't do. According to the rules, these assets are now yours." Upon hearing Liao Ya say this, Li Pei's expression relaxed quite a bit. Sun Haoran's properties involve shares of many people, not just anyone can take them on. "But don't worry, I will lend a hand. Master Liao, shall we go meet these opium den owners tomorrow?" Liao Ya had no objections, that would be very good. After bidding farewell, the trio of Liao Ya were personally seen out by Li Pei. Once they were gone, Zhang Jin handed over all of their information. "Congratulations to the Commandery Princess on acquiring a great general. A joyous beginning is sure to lead to smooth sailing and swift success in Yunzhou." Li Pei, flipping through the documents, said with a smile, "The great general is not just one individual." Zhang Jin thought her master meant Liao Qi. "Are you speaking of the Liao family's second daughter? To have reached the organ refining stage at such a young age, she truly is rare talent." However, Li Pei's gaze lingered on Liu Yao's file, her lips curling with interest. "Such sparse information on this man. He comes from overseas. It's said that he has a gift for spirit refinement and comes from a wealthy family, not lacking in funds. Keep an eye on him." Although Zhang Jin was puzzled, she did not inquire further and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, the three were very pleased. Liu Yao joked, "We scored a great victory and even secured an official position. Tonight is truly a case of both fame and fortune, Master Liao, congratulations." Liao Ya smiled, "Truthfully, I'm not interested in power, but with this position, I can act against the Heilong gang, and I'm willing to give it a try." She looked at the words Liao Family Boxing Gym hanging in the main hall and suddenly felt that revenge was no longer an extravagant hope. And all this was thanks to her amazing junior brother, making her feel the deal for this sister was extremely worthwhile. Liao Ya put away her long spear and said, "Prepare the medicinal bath, increase the dosage by 50%, I'm advancing to the Jin realm through marrow cleansing." Before leaving the house, Liu Yao had already prepared the medicinal herbs, so the preparation of the medicinal bath was very quick, and soon the two fair-skinned young women were soaking in it. Amidst the steamy mist of the bath, Liao Qi chattered, "The Commandery Princess is really easy to get along with, she's even going to help us tomorrow." Liao Ya rubbed her sister's head, "Silly girl, that's because our goals align. She had already perceived the intentions of the noblewoman to curry favor, both parties were still in the stage of cautious probing. Liao Qi held up the medicinal liquid, pouring it over her fair body, letting it cascade down her delicate collarbone. Watching her increasingly enchanting and amorous younger sister, Liao Yab pretended to be displeased and said, "After we take over the Haoran Martial Arts Hall tomorrow, it will be perfect to serve as your family business. Why don't you and Liu Yao move there and live on your own? It will give me some peace and a good night's sleep." "No, I don't want to leave you," Liao Qi objected, clinging to her sister like glue, not letting go. "I want to be with you for a lifetime." "Let's not, you're too noisy. I'll cover my mouth in the future." Liao Qi rubbed against her sister's chest, coquettishly acting spoiled for a long time, and with much persuasion, she finally convinced her to abandon the idea. In truth, Liao Ya was only saying that to scare and vent a little. The sisters had been inseparable since childhood and shared a deep bond, she couldn't bear to part with her sister. But she still cautioned, "It's fine to enjoy romance, but don't neglect your cultivation. Remember Liu Yao is still unwell." Liao Qi nodded in agreement over and over, and simultaneously blinked her big eyes, seemingly lost in thought. After her bath, Liao Qi, with her hair still wet, hurriedly went to Liu Yao's room. Liu Yao took out a portable color ultrasound device to assist her in stabilizing her organ refining. Today, with only the two of them, the intimacy made things less awkward than before, and she simply chose not to wear any clothes for easy monitoring. Holding the probe, Liu Yao teased as he scanned her flawless, alabaster back, "What a pity not to put a cupping jar on this." The state of her blood and organs was clear at a glance, allowing Liao Qi to easily know her progress and what she needed to do. "With this device, it's so simple. It won't be long before I achieve 5 organs resonance." Wiping the coupling agent from her body, Liao Qi was extremely satisfied with her cultivation progress. "When sister was refining her organs, it took her months of hardship, but I only need 2 or 3 days." Liu Yao also made significant progress. Having seen it so often now, he had a clear understanding of the organ refining realm, which would make his own breakthrough much simpler in the future. After wrapping up the serious business, it was only natural for the two of them to spar a bit. Liu Yao thought it would be just another unremarkable fight, where he was bound to be the losing party. But at the last moment, Liao Qi placed her hand on his back, transferring to him a large amount of inner breath. "This is the precious inner breath transformed from the essence of the 5 organs. You need to keep it for your cultivation, why give it to me?" Liu Yao immediately wanted to get up, but his sister held him down firmly. "Don't move, you need to reach the blood exchange realm quickly and get well." "Stop, stop, stop, a martial artist's progress relies completely on inner breath, you." Liao Qi turned a deaf ear and transferred it all at once. With an abundance of tonics and medicinal baths, her inner breath was extraordinarily powerful. Liu Yao felt his blood turn hot as if it were water, and his entire body inside and out underwent a sauna, extremely soothing. Every cell cheered and yearned for this essence of life. Having received immense benefits, Liu Yao looked at Liao Qi with a complex expression, wanting to scold her but he couldn't. Instead, he just held her close. Inner breath is the most important thing for a martial artist. Taking tonics and having medicinal baths, everything is to strengthen it. It is the very foundation of a martial artist's existence, yet Liao Qi transferred it without hesitation. With her slender index finger drawing circles on his chest, her gentle voice comforted him, "Don't worry, with your device, I don't need so much inner breath for cultivation. I will give it to you every day." Looking at her beautiful face, feeling the soft body in his arms, Liu Yao found himself filled with endless energy. Liao Qi quickly bit into her pillow. Chapter 54, Disaster at the Opium Den. The next morning, Li Pei drove over to pick up the guests. Liu Yao looked curiously at the black vintage car, noting that it had a complete set of steering wheel and gear positions, much like the antique cars in Earth. Liao Ya spoke courteously, "It is an honor that the commandery princess has taken the trouble to come herself, I am flattered beyond measure." Li Pei was dressed in Western attire as usual, though today she wore a vest. "There's no need for formality, Master Liao. I am taking this opportunity to experience the local customs and human interest, I'm really looking forward to seeing most of Yunzhou's opium dens." The eunuch Zhongjin was driving the car, with Liu Yao in the passenger seat. 3 slender girls sat comfortably in the back without any crowding. On the road, Li Pei, noticing the silky sheen on Liao Ya's skin, started a conversation. "Little sister, are you in the process of the marrow cleansing realm? Your perception is as sharp as ever, Commandery Princess. I had the good fortune to make a breakthrough after last night's battle. Li Pei showed no surprise. Anyone present yesterday could see that Liaoya had reached the limit of organ refining. Congratulations, I wish for you to cleanse the mortal marrow soon and exchange it for immortal bones. I thank you for your auspicious words. Advancing in the martial path isn't about accruing enough experience points to ding level up, it's a slow process of bodily transformation. The car drove by, spurring the listless and emaciated passers-by to scatter and avoid it. Li Pei gazed out the car window, caressing her smooth chin. The Imperial Court has established the National Martial Arts Association with the intention of popularizing the martial path and strengthening our nation and people. If every citizen practices martial arts, enhances their physical strength and mental fortitude, shedding the air of defeatism, we will certainly be able to erase our previous humiliation and rebuild the divine land. Liaoya immediately felt that she had found a kindred spirit. Exactly, if everyone practices martial arts, with a large enough base, we could eventually form a squad of indestructible Golden Body Realm masters. No matter the strength of the enemy's iron ships or powerful cannons, I would face them head-on. Li Pei. Cough. Senior sister. Liu Yao suddenly interjected, why are you always so obsessed with this? He had heard the girl mention this once before. Because I have witnessed the power of a indestructible Golden Body Realm Great Grandmaster with my own eyes. Liao Ya's pretty face flushed red. I was young at the time, but I still remember Lord Guan's heroic defense of Tiger Gate Fortress. Single-handedly facing tens of thousands, how magnificent he was. Tearing Western demon beasts apart as if they were mere paper. The girl went on endlessly about what she had seen and heard in her youth, but Li Pei's face was etched with deep embarrassment, and the eunuch Zhang Jin driving the car also had a strange expression. Both knew that back then, in the wake of Lin Gong's actions to destroy the opium, the foreign powers had used this as an excuse to brazenly invade, with tens of thousands of Einheit troops besieging Tiger Gate Fortress. During the crisis, the Imperial Court, divided between the factions for and against war, was disgracefully indecisive, especially since the former emperor was reluctant to engage in battle. Lord Guan pleaded for reinforcements multiple times, but in the end, he only received 200 troops. Surrounded by enemy forces, Lord Guan fought valiantly until his golden body shattered, witnessed by numerous people along the coast. A loyal and patriotic great grandmaster was thus tragically betrayed and left to die, a disgraceful chapter for the Imperial Court, and the atmosphere sunk into awkwardness. Fortunately, they reached their destination at that moment. Fushao Road, Fushao House. The name sounded pleasant, but in reality, it was a large opium den, and it had diversified development, with a brothel and a gambling house right next door. Countless people, despondent in spirit, exposed their worst in there. Many addicted to opium with no money could only sit idly around the opium den, like lifeless zombies. Li Pei spoke indifferently, each and every one of these opium dens and gambling dens has an organ refining martial artist in charge. They exploit their fellow countrymen's flesh and blood without the slightest qualm, indulging themselves and advancing their cultivation. Now, they belong to you, Master Liao. They got out of the car and walked into Fushao House. The manager waited anxiously and, upon seeing the visitors, tried to compose himself. Master Liao, our Fushao House makes a clear profit of 3 pieces of silver daily, a remarkably lucrative deal. With you at the helm, it can only flourish even more. Liaoya couldn't care less about these things and got straight to the point. This is the property deed. From now on, this place is mine. Close it immediately. Everyone, get out. Of course, the manager was reluctant, arguing, our establishment has shares from several officials of the prefecture government. By doing this, you. Li Pei laughed and said, I wonder which officials those might be. The shopkeeper's face turned ashen, and he dared not speak further. The shares of the opium dens owned by court officials were definitely not something that could be openly discussed. The bouncers in the opium den cowered to one side. They were not fools either and did not dare to trouble these individuals. Afterward, the eunuch Zhang Jin waved his hand, and innumerable stout men in black appeared, dealing with the miscellaneous affairs. The sign of the opium den was taken down and smashed. Addicts who refused to leave were unceremoniously thrown out the door, large opium pills were doused with lime and thrown into the stinking ditch, and finally, countless opium pipes were burned in the street. Thick smoke rose, and thus Yunzhou's largest opium den was no more. Following that, the group hurriedly moved on to the next establishment. The deed was shown, and on the spot, the place was closed down for good, and the opium pipes were burnt. The few who dared to resist in a fit of emotion were also harshly dealt with by Zhang Jin. It turned out that this eunuch was an expert at the marrow cleansing realm. With such efficiency, they had managed to bring down over 20 opium dens in just half a day, causing quite a stir throughout the city. Many were astounded. Opium dens were businesses with deep connections, involving countless high officials and martial experts. Someone actually dared to mess with them? The National Martial Arts Association and the Liao family fist gained fame from the battle. After dealing with the opium dens, the group arrived at the large estate of the Haoran Martial Arts Hall. Countless men in black raided Sun Haoran's home, while the others simply waited. Li Pei was very happy, laughing, "How exhilarating! Today, I was able to vent thanks to your influence. Otherwise, given my special status, I wouldn't dare to be so ostentatious." Liaoya was also filled with satisfaction. "This is exactly what I've been wanting to do, only Heilong Gang remains to be taken down." The two women exchanged looks, feeling an instant connection as kindred spirits. Li Pei said earnestly, "Director Liao, although we've vented our anger today, it has also caused you significant losses. Besides, many are watching these shops, afraid that they might be turned back into opium dens. How about this? I'll buy them at the original price, and I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss." Liaoya glanced at Liu Yao subconsciously. After all, there were still 1,000 taels of silver hidden under the bed, and she didn't care about such a trivial profit, boldly saying, "There's no need. I didn't want to get involved with these shops anyway, and without the Commandery Princess's help, I wouldn't have been able to acquire them. You should handle them as you see fit." Li Pei was surprised by Liao Ya's financial largesse. It should stand to reason that the Liao family fist, being a small sect, would care greatly about money. But upon focusing and observing carefully, she confirmed that this woman genuinely did not care about these prosperous shops. Li Pei thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's do this. The shops will be considered assets operated by the National Martial Arts Association. Here I have some medicinal formulas and secret manuals for you to keep as compensation." Nonchalantly, she handed over a few books, with titles such as the Medicinal Liquor Secret Formula Golden Elixir Brew, the Massage Secret Art Dynamic Dragon Subduing Art, and an unremarkable Xiao family spear technique. Liao Ya's composed face showed a trace of shock. "Commandery Princess, this is too valuable. These are top secret teachings from within the palace. Golden Elixir Brew and Dynamic Dragon Subduing Art were the top-tier nourishing and training methods, which every martial artist coveted. Moreover, the Commandery Princess had simply handed over these formulas all at once. They could become the core legacy and greatly treasured secret of a sect, whose value simply cannot be measured in money." Li Pei generously said, "No need to be polite, this is just a small token of my regard. We are counting on you to become skilled in cultivation as soon as possible for the National Martial Arts Association." Liaoya was deeply touched. "Thank you, Commandery Princess." After receiving the secret manuals, Liaoya held the unremarkable Xiao family spear technique with a complex expression. Li Pei spoke softly, "This is for you. You may practice it freely, no one would dare say anything about it." Liaoya started to speak but then stopped, and finally just bowed her fist in thanks without saying a word. Liu Yao, who had been quietly watching, quietly asked Liao Qi, "What's the deal with Xiao family spear technique? I noticed something unusual about sister." Liao Qi spoke in a low, muffled voice, "My sister and I have a mother. After our father died, she didn't want us anymore and returned to her maiden home. Xiao family spear technique is the martial art of our mother's family." "What?" There were surely a myriad of messes behind this, and Liu Yao didn't rush to ask further. Liao Qi continued, "Actually, I have long forgotten what she looked like." Chapter 55. Before long, the entourage of confiscators had finished their business. The eunuch Zhang Jin, accompanied by 2 attendants carrying chests of money, came over and reported. "Combining the opium den with this mansion, we've confiscated a total of about 100 taels of medicinal materials, antiques, weapons, and silver coins, but we did not find the remains of the late elder Liao." Liao Ya's expression turned cold as he said, "I myself will retrieve my late father's remains from the Heilong Gang." Then he said to Zhang Jin with a smile, "Eunuch Zhang, thank you for your trouble this time. Consider these belongings a token of my gratitude, it's not in vain that everyone's been bustling about." Hearing Liao Ya say this, Zhang Jin hurriedly demurred, "This won't do, this won't do. The two attendants carrying the chests also suddenly changed color. 100 taels was no small sum, and to think it would just be given away like that? If it were the former Liao Ye, he might have been tempted, but ever since he had seen a suitcase full of 1,000 taels of silver, he had developed a strong resistance to money. What was this little amount in comparison? After much insistence and a meaningful glance from Li Pei, Zhang Jin finally accepted the hard-to-dispose of weapons and antiques, which constituted a considerable gain, much to everyone's delight. Through close observation and meditation, Li Pei confirmed that Liao Ye truly remained unmoved by wealth and goods, inwardly praising his steadfast mind and valuing him even more. One must know that martial cultivation is a competition for resources. Without money, progress is difficult, and martial artists have an extreme fondness for wealth. Liu Yao picked up a copper coin and talked with Liao Qi with a laugh. Is this a copper coin? It's my first time seeing one. Liao Qi nodded. Yes, it is. One could see on the round copper coin that the obverse bore the engraving Jiande Treasure, and the reverse Great Shun Minting Bureau. Jiande was the reign title of the current emperor of Great Shun. Li Pei and Zhang Jin found the conversation between the two slightly amusing. How could someone have never seen a copper coin before? Afterward, Liu Yao picked up a few smaller copper coins and asked, "What are these?" Liao Qi answered, "These are called small change, even less than copper coins. You've likely never seen them before." Liu Yao understood, if copper coins were like $100 bills, then small change was like pocket change. Liao Qi sighed with a wry smile. It suddenly occurred to me that you've always paid with silver when shopping, never using copper coins. That's why the shopkeepers on the street like you so much. Haha, silver is easy to carry, copper coins are too cumbersome. Liu Yao tossed the small change back, not paying much attention to all the silver coins scattered on the ground. Without showing any emotion, Li Pei interjected, "I've heard that young Master Liu comes from overseas." "Yes. Though I am a wanderer from abroad, I am also a disciple of the Liao family fist. I have seen the commandery princess." Liu Yao said, neither servile nor overbearing, as he gave his respects. Li Pei laughed. "Director Du has been constantly concerned about you. He even mentioned you when we met yesterday. Foreign techniques are difficult to find. I have been searching earnestly, but fortunately, I already have some leads." Liu Yao had already purchased what he needed, but such matters cannot appear too easy, or one would be harassed endlessly. Li Pei folded her arms across her chest, appearing all the more magnificent. "Does young Master Liu also regularly practice spirit refinement?" Liao Qi spoke proudly. Liu Yao achieved focused spirit after just 1 month. Li Pei unfolded her arms, her face showing surprise. 1 month? Truly a prodigious talent. For most people, just managing to meditate is the pinnacle. 99% of them would never reach the state of focused spirit in their lifetime. Yet this person had attained it in just a month. Li Pei took Liu Yao even more seriously in her heart, resolutely deciding to recruit him for her own use. A focused spirit expert is a rare find, the ideal choice for operating firearms. And firearms pertain not only to muskets but also to accurately firing cannons. Her expression softened, and she spoke in a gentle voice. "In today's world, the way of spirit refinement has declined, but we could certainly exchange more on the subject." Liu Yao replied with a laugh, "I have learned a lot from the commandery princess already. The ingenious way to dodge bullets and the roulette strategy are both quite enlightening." These words were heartfelt, and hearing them, Li Pei covered her mouth with a light laugh. The path of spirit refinement is vast and profound, with boundless applications. What I have shown is but a minor skill. Her smile was now more sincere, her eyes curved, and the teardrop mole by her eye corner lent a unique charm. Subsequently, the two shared their insights on spirit refinement. Li Pei, having no one of the same path to talk to, was very lonely and thus quite happy at this moment. Liao Qi, seeing her man easily gain the favor of a commandery princess, felt even more honored. Sun Haoran was completely wiped out and became a thing of the past, and Li Pei sent the three back to the boxing gym. The day could be considered enjoyable for both the host and the guests. Li Pei valued the three greatly. They were just extraordinarily talented, truly rare talents. And the greatest gain for Liu Yao and the others was the secret manual given by the princess. Art of the Dragon Slayer Manual is a unique massage technique passed down within the imperial inner circles, specifically designed for the great dragon, which is the spine. You should know, even old masseurs with decades of experience wouldn't dare to easily work on someone's spine, because one careless move could paralyze the person from the neck down. Therefore, the nurturing and practicing methods targeting the great dragon are extremely precious. The commandery princess is really generous, even giving this away. With it, through massage, one can stimulate the great dragon to clear the meridians and balance yin and yang, which is hugely beneficial for the realms of organ refining, marrow cleansing, and blood exchange. After introducing the book's impressive features, Liaoya said to Liu Yao, "Junior brother, take off your outer clothes and lie down, and I will demonstrate." Liu Yao obediently stripped down to his shorts and lay on the bed. Intimate contact was inevitable between master and disciple, and they had long since become accustomed to it. Liao Ya's jade hands began the massage, kneading, rubbing, pinching, squeezing, with a subtle strength. This enticing scene should have been comfortable and pleasant, but Liu Yao suddenly tensed his body, enduring the urge to cry out in pain, for it was really too painful, accompanied by bouts of soreness and numbness. Liao Ya kept her hands moving. Pain on the first time is normal. Afterward, it will become very comfortable, even enjoyable. Liao Qi, listening to her sister's words, felt something was off. Liao Ya reminded her, "Liao Qi, watch closely and learn, in the future, you'll have to massage both me and Liu Yao." The younger sister immediately focused intently, carefully memorizing everything. As Liao Ya's hands moved back and forth on the spine, Liu Yao's body uncontrollably twitched. Especially at the reflex areas corresponding to the organs, a slight stimulation could affect glandular secretions, unexpectedly enjoying some of the effects of organ refining while in the midst of sinew strengthening, greatly enhancing his physique. After the massage was over, Liu Yao felt incredibly refreshed, not a single spot felt uncomfortable, every part of him felt splendid, and he couldn't help but say, "Indeed, it is miraculously effective, truly a secret passed down within the imperial family. But it demands a lot from the practitioner, the strength must be precisely controlled. I am usually calm, I should be able to." Liao Ya shook her head, "Your strength control is sufficient, but you lack inner breath. Art of the Dragon Slayer manual must be accompanied by inner breath." Liu Yao was quite disappointed, as he was quite keen on massaging the girls. No matter, as soon as he reaches the Jin realm and refines his organs to gain inner breath, it would be possible. Afterward, everyone turned their attention to another secret formula, the golden elixir brew. Liao Ya said, "This is a supplement for the marrow cleansing realm. Legend has it that it is the dew from the dew collecting disc built by Emperor Wu of Han, which can help inner breath penetrate into the bone marrow, reaching a state where the marrow is trained like frost. We're not short on silver, so when this brew is ready, you all can drink it." At this point, Liao Qi, batting her innocent white eyes, asked Liu Yao, "You said you have golden elixir brew and want me to drink it. Where is it?" The golden elixir brew is a sacred supplement for the marrow cleansing realm, rarely seen outside, and hearing her sister say this, Liao Ya also looked over, puzzled. Liu Yao immediately felt cornered, gave a dry cough, and said, "That, no rush, there'll be a time for you two to drink it." Although the two women found him somewhat baffling, they didn't think much of it. Chapter 56, Evacuate Disaster Victims. In the evening, Liao Qi continued to channel a great amount of inner breath. Liu Yao was full of energy and got up early the next morning to practice boxing. This practice session was crucial. He found himself brimming with strength, his physical power greatly increased, and he even managed to go through the Liao family fist routine twice. Liao Qi's mind was always on her beloved, and she immediately noticed this, smiling with her eyes squinted with happiness, saying, "Liu Yao, you're improving so fast. After going through the Liao family fist twice, you're already ready to attempt bone tempering. With the supplements, medicinal baths, and your inner breath, I haven't really put much effort into cultivation." Liu Yao felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had only focused on spirit refinement, and his martial arts progress was all due to cheating. Liao Qi appeared even more delighted than Liu Yao, her pretty face flushed with excitement as she said, "Once my Art of the Dragon Slayer manual is mastered, I'll give you a massage every day. In no time, you'll go through the blood exchange." Seeing the girl more proactive than himself, Liu Yao was deeply moved. At that moment, Liao Ya joined them. She was dressed in a similar outfit to Li Pei, a tailored black women's suit. Her slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs were both beautiful and sexy. The shirt was nearly bursting at the seams, but luckily a large bow tie concealed it, making it less conspicuous. Realizing her sister and junior brother were staring at her, she explained, I'm going to the National Martial Arts Association to report for duty, so I have to wear the uniform. Liu Yao suddenly felt that busted girls are really pitiful, no matter what they wear, it looks provocative. Liao was completely oblivious and started planning her day. I also need to buy some white liquor to make the golden elixir brew. I've long heard great things about this secret recipe given by the commandery princess, and I can't wait to try it. At these words, Liao Qi's face blushed, and she glared fiercely at Liu Yao. This rascal had made it impossible for her to look at those words without getting embarrassed. Although yellow wine was commonly consumed in the Shun dynasty, there was still a market for white liquor, and it should not have been hard to find. But the three of them scoured the entire street without success. The wine shopkeeper said with a worried frown, "Master Liao, there's a grain shortage now, and the use of grain for brewing has been banned. There's only fruit wine." Liao Ya frowned and said, "They've even banned brewing." Liu Yao said, "No problem, I'll bring some high-proof liquor when I go back home soon. The higher the alcohol content for steeping medicinal wine, the better." Hearing Liu Yao say this, Liao Ya readily agreed, "All right. Let's go to the National Martial Arts Association first." The Jingguo National Martial Arts Association had its offices within the Yunzhou Prefectural Yamen. Along the way, they saw many rice shops with long queues, countless gaunt-faced poor people waiting indifferently with their rice bags, flanked by rice shop workers holding sticks with vigilant expressions on their faces. The sisters' expressions were a mix of melancholy and relief. The skyrocketing rice prices had persisted for a long while, and they would have been affected too, but with Liu Yao around, they had long forgotten what money was for. No matter how much prices rose, there was always enough meat on their table every day. Liao Qi suggested, the more they limit purchases, the more panic there is, and the more people hoard grain. This is not good. Should we also buy some rice to store? Even if Liu Yao has a lot of money, we should still save some. Liao Ya was somewhat tempted, but before she could speak, Liu Yao rejected the idea, "No need. Whatever we stockpile, it should not be food, we'll never lack that." The three of them were quick on their feet and soon arrived at the martial arts hall. The black-clad attendants were already busy going in and out, and they nodded respectfully to the trio upon seeing them. There were also some familiar martial artists, some filling out forms, others exchanging resources, all in an orderly manner. Liu Yao silently praised the commandery princess's methods. In less than 2 days, the National Martial Arts Association was already up and running, taking over the responsibilities originally held by the Armed Forces Authority. Li Pei's office was on the 3rd floor, featuring a minimalist Western style. At the moment, she was casually reading at her desk. The way this woman read was quite peculiar, using her bosom as a paperweight to firmly hold down the pages of the book. In doing so, not only were her hands freed up for other tasks, but the weight on them was also greatly reduced. Seeing the visitors arrive, Li Pei didn't go overboard with the pleasantries. Instead, she simply gestured to the seats with a wave of her hand, indicating for them to take a seat. Liu Yao's mischievous eyes were fixed on her impressive bosom, an entirely subconscious movement, male instinct. Only then did Li Pei realize that her posture was too casual. She quickly straightened her clothes and sat up properly, giving Liu Yao a sharp look that silently cursed him as a little pervert. The book, no longer pressed down, closed on its own, and Liu Yao caught a glimpse it was actually a foreign work. Li Pei passed over a copper badge. Liao Ya took it and saw that it read Director of Yunzhou National Martial Arts Association Liao. Director Liao, this is your waist badge. The identification document still needs the prefectural governor's seal, it should be ready in a couple of days. Your office is next to mine. Oh, and I have registered young Master Liu and your sister as your secretaries, with the rank of 9th grade. This gives them an identity, allowing them to come and go from the government office at will. Li Pei spoke lightly, but official status was something many longed for, not only elevating one's social position but also minimizing many inconveniences when traveling outside. To win over the three, the commandery princess obviously put in great effort. Liao Ya hastened to express her gratitude, "Thank you, commandery princess. It's a small effort, no need for thanks. Later, let Zhang Jin show you around, and ask him for anything you're missing." Just as she was speaking about him, Zhang Jin suddenly knocked and entered. His complexion wasn't too good, and he handed a decree to his superior. At a glance, Li Pei's expression stiffened, and her previously pleasant demeanor was replaced with rage. The prefectural yamen has ordered that the National Martial Arts Association immediately go to clear out the troublemakers outside the city. Liu Yao and the others exchanged glances. This issue seemed all too familiar, rumored to be an enviable easy job. They hadn't expected it to come full circle. Li Pei scoffed, "This is retaliation against us for destroying the opium dens. Having the newly established National Martial Arts Association confront unarmed disaster victims will surely lead to conflict and casualties. Then simply have several newspapers publish the story, and there will be a pretext for impeachment. The same old tricks." Zhang Jin asked, "What should we do, Commandery Princess?" Li Pei slammed her fist on the table, "I'm going to seek an audience with the prefectural governor to explain the pros and cons. Blind use of force to disperse them is not the solution. If a major disturbance breaks out outside the city, he won't be able to shirk responsibility either." Meanwhile, several sneaky figures dressed in official uniforms were gathered together, conspiring against Li Pei, seething with hatred. "The moment this woman arrived, she's been destroying our wealth. Let's collectively file a complaint against her. But we have no legitimate reason. The Liao family won the martial arts competition, and the property is rightfully theirs, it's a private matter. What a waste Sun Haoran is. To think we took such pains to cultivate him, only for him to be killed in another jurisdiction. This woman shows no sign of letting things go, we need to plan ahead." As the group was filled with impotent rage, the Military Affairs Commissioner, Liu Shijia, sipped his tea and said with unconcerned composure, "I have already devised a plan for this matter. You all just need to wait for the report to be presented." Chapter 57, Relief Aid. Li Pei returned after only a few minutes, her face ashen. "The prefectural governor has declined to meet with me, citing pressing official duties. Has he also colluded with that group?" After pondering for a moment, she said, "Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to use force against the famine victims. Let's go outside the city first to assess the situation." As before, several people took a car driven by Zhang Jin to inspect conditions outside the city. However, upon reaching the city gates, they found them tightly shut, unable to leave. Li Pei suddenly had an ominous premonition and quickly climbed up to the city wall. Seeing the situation outside, even the always composed Li Pei couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "How could there be so many?" Stretching as far as the eye could see were emaciated, barely alive famine victims, cramming the space outside the city to the brim. She remembered there being only around 10,000 people just 2 days ago, but now there seemed to be a sea of people stretching uninterrupted, at least 100,000. Below the city, a malnourished child weakly begged towards the top of the city wall. His limbs were like sticks, his ribs clearly visible, making his belly protrude even more. He begged ceaselessly, meanwhile saying, "Daddy, some noble has come to the top of the city wall. I see state soldiers' officers accompanying her. Maybe if I bow more, I might receive a reward." A gaunt middle-aged man, with cheekbones protruding and speaking weakly to his own son, groaned, "Zhu Ziyi, stop moving, save your strength." Zhu Ziyi bowed several more times before slowly making his way to a woman lying on the ground. "Mom, I've got a reward from a noble to buy you something to eat." The woman's lips were cracked, her face yellow and pale, and a few flies were flying in and out of her nostrils. Zhu Ziyi tentatively checked for breathing but withdrew his hand as if shocked by electricity, quickly crawling to his father's side and crying, "Mom is dead." The middle-aged man opened his lifeless eyes, glanced in the direction of his wife, and said with a sense of relief, "It's good she's dead, it's good. If she's dead, she won't have to suffer any more." A few people with greedy looks in their eyes also noticed the body, licking their lips and gathering around. Amidst a great drought, people resort to cannibalism. The mere 6 words in the history books resembled the hellish scene unfolding before them. Liu Yao furrowed his brows, never having expected such a situation outside the city. Having been born in the peaceful country of Earth, he was completely ignorant about famines. The concern for people in his homeland was the health issues brought on by obesity. Everyone has a sense of compassion, and he found it hard to look at such a miserable situation. Li Pei's face was iron blue. She turned and asked the state soldier's officer, who stood by with his hands tied, "Commander Su, does the prefectural governor know about this situation? Why has relief not yet been dispatched?" Commander Su quickly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the Commandery Princess, it wasn't like this at first, just these past few days they suddenly converged here. I've urgently reported it upwards. But there's been no response yet." The man was big and burly, somewhat simple looking, yet he was a master of the marrow-cleansing realm. However, both in terms of strength and status, he was far inferior to Li Pei, and he didn't dare to be rash at this moment. Li Pei took a deep breath and decisively said, "This situation is like oil on fire, a single spark could cause great disaster. Zhang Jin, bring out the princess's ceremonial guard and request the prefectural governor to come to the city wall." Zhang Jin was startled, instinctively trying to advise, "Your Highness, such an action will certainly bring censure." But he quickly shut his mouth, knowing too well what sort of person his master was. Despite being a woman, her passion for benefiting the country and serving the people was no less than any man's. Zhang Jin left with a complex expression on his face. Li Pei then turned to Liu Yao and the others, saying, "Martial arts are not omnipotent, you should head back first." Liu Yao stepped forward and said, "My family has some surplus grain, and I am willing to help with the disaster relief. Young Master Liu has a kind and generous heart, and I appreciate your intentions," Li Pei said with a bitter smile in her heart, knowing that individual wealth was but a drop in the bucket in such a situation. Liao Ya also said, "My junior brother has some skills, perhaps he could truly offer some help, Commandery Princess Yu." At this moment, a uniform marching sound interrupted their brief conversation, as countless military soldiers escorted a man dressed in a large red official robe. The military soldiers exuded an aura of agility, fully equipped in Western attire, with high morale. They were the prefectural governor's standard bearers. The man was none other than the prefectural governor of Yunzhou Wenren Liang. One would think his swift arrival was good news, but Li Pei's face soured, and she couldn't help but curse, "That old bastard." Liu Yao quietly explained to the sisters. His quick arrival indicates he was well prepared, clearly expecting the commandery princess wouldn't ignore the situation. This way, not only can he leverage the situation, but it also means there's one more person to take the blame should anything go wrong. Quite the schemer. No sooner had he finished speaking than Governor Wenren Liang ascended the city walls. Following him was Liu Shijia, Assistant Commissioner of Preparedness, with a look of resigned desperation. He had been dragged here by the prefectural governor. With the Preparedness Authority having jurisdiction over local military forces, his position as Assistant Commissioner made him an excellent scapegoat. Liu Shijia never expected the riotous populace to reach the scale of 100,000, at this moment, he felt like he was screwed. What was originally a trap for Li Pei had now ensnared him as well. Li Pei's expression was cool as she said, "Governor Wen, you have seen the tragic situation outside the city, please provide immediate relief to the afflicted." Wenren Liang had big ears and a very fair complexion. "Commandery Princess, without rice, how can there be a meal? How can there be surplus grain to relieve the famine when I still need to maintain the concessions and supply the army? Purchase it from the grain merchants, or conscript it. Today, we must organize manpower to distribute porridge." Wenren Liang's expression remained calm, "To let the commandery princess know, most of the grain in Yunzhou city is in the hands of your future in-laws, hoarding it to sell at high prices." Li Pei's expression changed, and she was speechless for a long time. Wenren Liang continued unhurriedly. "The importance of Yunzhou needs no embellishment, it must not fall to ruin. I have just received intelligence the crowd outside has been beguiled by Mahayana sect sorcerers planning to assault the prefecture government. That cannot be referred to as disaster victims but should be accurately called rioters. I will immediately order the state soldiers to annihilate them, but after the fact, I will need you all to jointly submit a memorial to the emperor." Liu Shijia, who had kept silent until then, was the first to respond, "The prefectural governor speaks sense, and I will sign the memorandum." He was determined to keep his official position and had no intention of letting the disaster victims storm Yunzhou city. The Liao family sisters were losing their composure. It was clear that he intended to label the disaster victims as rioters and violently eradicate them. Just as they were about to speak out impetuously, Liu Yao held them back and glanced over at Li Pei's side. The short-haired commandery princess, who seemed so inconsistent with the feudal dynasty, gazed at a small beseeching figure in the hellish scene outside the city and said softly, "We have guns and cannons, and we have formidable martial artists, crushing these ants would be effortless." Liu Shijia eagerly said, "Exactly, that's the most effortless method. Left outside, they will also starve to death, it's better to give them a swift end." Li Pei's lips curled into a smirk, reverting to that conceited and scornful young woman, and she smiled, saying, "Governor Wen, I believe you do not wish to carry the reputation of a mass murderer. Let us distribute porridge to provide relief. I will go to this so-called future in-laws of mine to requisition grain." Wen Renliang looked deeply at Li Pei and bowed, then I must trouble you, Commandery Princess, to make the trip, and I will certainly cooperate fully with your efforts to distribute porridge. Chapter 58, Return. Seeing the hot potato thrown out, Wen Renliang bowed and quickly left with his attendants. To him, it didn't really matter whether it was about killing or relief. As long as he had the support of this Commandery Princess, he could easily extricate himself from any future troubles. After walking some distance, he caught a glimpse of the short-haired woman still standing on top of the city wall. In a voice only he could hear, Wen Renliang murmured, "Compassion does not rule an army." Li Pei joked in self-deprecation, "Alas, I am indeed not cut out for handling military and national affairs. I was taken advantage of in just a few words, and now I've inherited such a mess." Liaoya stepped forward to hold her hand and sincerely said, "Commandery Princess, your compassion for the people and saving the lives of over 100,000 people outside the city is truly admirable." Liao Qi looked on with a face full of respect. If before the two women simply had a good impression of the Commandery Princess, now they had a heartfelt recognition, since their views on important matters aligned. Li Pei laughed, "Stop calling me Commandery Princess. Let's just call each other sisters from now on." The two sisters sweetly called out sister, and after Li Pei responded with little sister, the relationship between the women grew much closer. "We need to start gathering grain for distribution. It just so happens that I'm also dissatisfied with this marriage. You all should go back now. We wish you all the best, sister. Once I get through the current crisis, I will find you so we can deal with those malicious gangs together." The girls said their goodbyes, and just before they left, Liu Yao called out, "Commandery Princess, I will also contribute what little I can." "Thank you very much, young Master Liu." Although it was but a drop in the bucket, given that he had offered several times, it would be rude to refuse his kind intentions, so Li Pei agreed to accept his help. After the Liao family fist trio left, Zhang Jin, who had been silent the whole time, drooped his face and said, "Commandery Princess, what are we to do? The price of grain has skyrocketed. It's extremely difficult to purchase even with money. How can we distribute food? Moreover, your husband's family." Li Pei's easygoing expression vanished, but as she looked down at that tiny pleading figure below the city, she showed no sign of backing down. "We'll use my personal funds to buy as much grain as possible. I'll also plead with my father for help, he just happens to be in Jinling right now." Back in the boxing gym, it was rare for the two sisters to gather around Liu Yao with faces full of anticipation. Liao Qi clung to his arm and coquettishly said, "With your abilities, you must be able to help, right?" "I'll do my best," Liu Yao nodded. "I need to make a trip home, it'll probably take 2 or 3 days before I can return." Although he didn't want to play the savior or the hero, having seen the plight of these people from the same Shun dynasty, Liu Yao didn't mind lending a hand. He didn't aspire to save all beings, but he sought to be without remorse. "Liu Yao, you're the best." Liao Qi hugged him tightly and took a deep breath of his scent, then dragged him into the house. "Come, I'll transfer my inner breath to you." The two entered the room, and of course, it wasn't just a simple transfer of inner breath. Immersed in the fragrant sweetness of the girl, she still transferred a vast amount of inner breath at the climax. Liu Yao hastily grabbed Liao Qi's wrist to prevent her from transferring too much. "That's enough, don't give it all to me. You need to keep some for your own cultivation." But the girl cheerfully said, "Just give." Then she transferred inner breath from another connection. Inner breath can be transferred from more than just the Shengyang A cup ointment. Liu Yao groaned lowly, his body shivering from the endless onslaught of searing inner breath, nearly fainting on the spot. Soon, his entire body felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, comfortably warm. The girl had transferred all her inner breath to him. This precious essence of life, transformed by internal organs, was something not even blood relatives would be so generous with. After a long time, Liao Qi gently stroked the back of her beloved who lay on her, softly saying, "When you return, I'll teach you to advance to the bone-tempering realm myself, as your master." With inner breath nourishing him, Liu Yao felt exceptionally spirited. This time, returning to Earth to buy a large quantity of food, the mere 700,000 in his bank card might not be enough, he needed to mobilize more funds. First, he secured the ruby dropped by the vampire Luosu. If he really needed money, he would sell it. Then he picked out a pair of jadeite bracelets, a spoils of war obtained from rummaging through Sun Haren's house. Jadeite and similar gems were generally unpopular with martial artists because they were too brittle and could easily shatter during a fight. The jadeite bracelets were spared because of their fine quality. Neither sister cared for such trinkets, and leaving them idle would be a waste, so, Liu Yao planned to take them back and convert them into money. After the looting, he also brought back a large collection of antiques and calligraphy, all inscribed by famous personalities from the Tang and Song dynasties. But he had no energy to mess with these. Liu Yao's goal wasn't to be a merchant of two worlds, he had no desire to waste too much time on this. Following tradition, he went to the pharmacy to purchase expensive medicinal materials, calculus bovis, cordyceps, and musk, clearing out the pharmacy's inventory. This should definitely be enough money now. I remember the cheaper rice is only about 4,000 a ton. After ensuring his financial security was absolutely assured, Liu Yao took a tram to Yunzhou's port district, planning to rent a warehouse. Different from the desolate scene inside the city, it was bustling here with sturdy workers waiting to be hired, employees from the chambers of commerce in suits, and even pimps from brothels handing out pamphlets soliciting customers. In the distance, a giant cruise ship spouted thick smoke, seagulls cried as they swept across the sky, and the sound of ship horns carried from afar. Liu Yao arrived at the ship chartering office, a government-supervised and merchant-operated enterprise, one of whose services included warehouse rental management. After stating his purpose, a skinny manager in a long robe quickly led him to a warehouse. Manager Zhang, after touring the premises with young Master Liu, introduced him, "Young Master Liu, this warehouse is close to both the port and Yunzhou city, very suitable indeed. How long do you plan to rent it for?" The location of this warehouse was quite average, having to take detours to either the port or the state city was inconvenient and unappealing from both ends. However, Liu Yao felt it was pretty good because it was sufficiently remote. "Let's start with a year's rental for now. I am handling affairs for Princess Yongping, and she will come in person in a few days to inspect. Manager Zhang, please pay extra attention and avoid any unpleasant incidents." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's professional smile vanished instantly, his expression turning into one of alarm as he hastily bowed. "So Master Liu is serving a noble, my apologies for the oversight. I will definitely devote my full attention to this." Since Li Pei dealt with more than 20 major opium dens in one visit, dominating an industry that catered to both legal and illegal sides, having shut down most of them, her reputation was unmatched for a time. Naturally, Manager Zhang did not dare to offend her and took extra care to attend to Liu Yao with the utmost caution. After leveraging his intimidating connections, Liu Yao then amiably said, "That settles it, I'll rent the warehouse." "All right, here is the key, Master Liu, please take care of it." Manager Zhang handed over the key, exchanged a few cautious words, and promptly left. Securing his belongings and fully entering into a meditative state, Liu Yao summoned the star key to open the dimensional door. A vortex-like portal immediately appeared, and after a familiar sensation of weightlessness, he was back in Anan country, Earth. The site of the previous uproar, Xinwang Pharmaceuticals, had been reduced to ruins and sealed off by the police. With the rain that had followed, the place became even more desolate. Liu Yao took out his phone to search the internet, and came upon the latest news report. On the morning of April 16, a fire broke out in the production workshop of Xinwang Pharmaceuticals, fortunately without any casualties. The police stated they will investigate the cause of the fire and handle it according to the law. The official declaration characterized the incident as an accidental safety accident. Chapter 59, Sell Jade. This drug manufacturing plant definitely wouldn't withstand a thorough investigation, who knows how many people would be involved. Liu Yao showed no surprise as he took a taxi to the airport, while contemplating. This is just a primary processing plant. The raw materials are sent to Hebin Port in He Kingdom for refinement. It's just the time for me to head there once I advance to the bone tempering realm. He took a flight back to his country. Before boarding the plane, he called Li Lei to come pick him up at the airport, putting this free labor to use. 3 hours later, the plane landed smoothly. "Liu Yao, over here, over here." The diligent comrade Li Lei had been waiting for a while, showing no impatience and even eagerly helping with the luggage. Detecting the strong scent of medicinal materials in the suitcase, Li Lei immediately assumed, he must have been sourcing from abroad. Liu Yao had brought precious medicinal materials bought from Otherworld, causing the girl to misunderstand. After getting in the car, Liu Yao asked casually, "Li Lei, I'm looking to sell some gems and jadeite. Do you have any connections?" Ah, are you developing a new product? Several small countries in the south were abundant in jade, so she thought Liu Yao had found a new source. She nodded and said, I do know a few people at the International Jewelry Trading Center. Then let's quickly finish here, and you can take me there. Li Lei nodded in agreement and then took out a handheld microscope to verify the goods. But as soon as she opened the suitcase, she was stunned. Why is there so much? Liu Yao had never bought foodstuffs in such large quantities before. Fearing that he wouldn't have enough money, he had bought out all the high-end medicinal materials from the pharmacy, more than he had ever brought back before. Li Lei, somewhat awkwardly finished verifying the goods, played with the calculator for a long time, repeatedly checked her balance, and finally said with a flushed face. The total is 1.3 million, but, With a red face, the girl clenched her teeth and exclaimed, I don't have enough money, I only have 930,000. Can I owe you the rest? Liu Yao looked at her with a strange expression, as if to say, you're actually short of money. Li Lei looked like a typical wealthy second generation, and it didn't make sense that she would be lacking funds. Entering a heightened state of awareness, he sensed she was both bashful and anxious, her expression filled with exhaustion. It seemed she indeed had run into some trouble. Liu Yao inquired, if you don't mind, tell me what happened. Li Lei lowered her head and after a while, she reluctantly said. It's quite embarrassing. My old man brought home a vixen, not only did she swindle all his money, but she also involved him in illegal fundraising. He's now trying to plug the financial holes everywhere to get a suspended sentence. After saying this, the girl kept her head down in silence. She felt very unsteady, afraid of losing this most important supplier. She was also extremely embarrassed, feeling as if she had been looked down upon. She had even hoped for something to happen with this rare handsome man with a good temperament. In her agonizing thoughts, she heard Liu Yao say, if you're short of money, just give me 500,000, that'll be fine. What? Li Lei's eyes widened as if they might burst, incredulous, you? Liu Yao nodded, that's what I mean. Make it quick. She was a straightforward and generous woman, and quite a pleasant person. Their long-term cooperation had been very enjoyable. The cost of his medicinal materials was only a few hundred yuan. Liu Yao didn't mind lending a helping hand for such a small favor. Li Lei, with her head lowered, packed up the medicinal materials while casually wiping away the tears from her eyes and said calmly, consider the money as a debt to you, I will definitely pay it back as soon as possible. Liu Yao, with the jadeite bracelet in his pocket, was secretly relieved. Thankfully, he had prepared extra. The Qingcheng International Jewelry Trading Center is the most influential and largest jewelry trading market in Xia country, gathering jewelry brands from around the world. Recently, it was also hosting the International Fashion Cultural Industry Expo, and when the two arrived, it was already a sight teeming with people. Li Lei led Liu Yao to a quaint shop on the top floor. A refined man in a Zhongshan suit greeted them and handed over his business card. Liu Yao glanced at, which read, General Manager of Ningqi Pavilion Qi Jun. The man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat haughty tone, said, Li Lei, long time no see. How's your uncle doing? Li Lei was somewhat embarrassed, not wanting to discuss this topic, and quickly introduced, this is my friend, Liu Yao. He's the one selling jadeite. Could you take a look for us? Qi Jun sized him up and frowned upon seeing Liu Yao dressed in cheap attire. The jadeite brought in by customers like this was hardly ever real, and if it wasn't for a familiar face bringing them, they wouldn't even get to see him. With a condescending air, Qi Jun said, Mr. Liu. Let's see what you have. Liu Yao had a poor first impression of this man. But since he was there already, he still took out the beautiful pair of jadeite bracelets. As soon as Qi Jun saw them, his heartbeat quickened and his pupils shrank instantly, but he perfectly disguised his reaction under the guise of putting on gloves. He took the bracelets, pretending to casually examine them, and then looked at them with a handheld microscope, silently exclaiming. The texture is smooth and delicate, the color is uniform and pure, the shape is plump and round, and there's even a pair. The cream of the crop. They could easily sell for 2 million. Qi Jun struggled to contain his excitement. A few years ago, he had bought a jadeite pendant worth 100,000 for a mere 5,000, and basked in glory within his family. He hadn't expected another windfall to drop into his lap. These two seemed like novices in conversation, so taking advantage of familiarity should make them easy to sway. Qi Jun composed himself and calmly said, in the jadeite business, second-hand goods don't fetch much. Your bracelets are all right. I can offer 20,000. If that seems fair, leave them. Liu Yao took back the bracelets and said bluntly, I don't think that's appropriate. Goodbye. After speaking, he pulled Li Lei away. The moment he produced the bracelets, he sensed noticeable greed and malice from Qi Jun. Qi Jun had not expected the other party to walk away without any negotiation and quickly chased after them trying to save face with a smile. Mr. Liu, Li Lei and I have been friends since childhood, I can offer you more. Liu Yao ignored him completely and had already left the shop. Qi Jun's face lost its casual expression, and although he tried to stop Liu Yao several times, he couldn't make contact and could only follow behind, shouting. You can name your price, doing business means we should settle on the cash, don't rush off. No need, farewell. Qi Jun's expression could only be described as twisted, truly experiencing the feeling of a cooked duck flying away. Once they were far away, Li Lei rejected several calls from Qi Jun and finally blacklisted him outright. I'm sorry, my relationship with him is just average, I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. The young woman said apologetically, feeling as if she had lost all face for the day. Liu Yao didn't mind at all, no worries. There's no trade without guile, that's just how business is. While they were chatting, Li Lei received another call, and this time she answered. A loud female voice came through. Girl, what did you do to Qi Jun? He's been searching everywhere for you, almost to the point of going to your father's detention center. Don't even mention it. I took a friend to sell some jadeite at his place, and he tried to scalp us. Jadeite? Come to me, let me take a look. Li Lei hesitated, are you sure? Sha, don't look down on people. Hurry over. After hanging up the phone, Li Lei said sheepishly, I have another friend who wants to see it. Chapter 60, Get Rich. Li Lei brought Liu Yao to an antique shop Kuya Pavilion. The shop owner was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a trench coat with an elegant demeanor. Her eyes lit up when she saw Liu Yao. I'm Qi Kuya, pleased to meet you. They shook hands, and the woman scratched gently in the palm of Liu Yao's hand. Liu Yao's heart remained undisturbed, spoiled by the Liao family sisters, he was no longer interested in ordinary goods and presented the bracelet forthrightly. Qi Kuya put aside her frivolous expression, hurriedly put on professional gloves, and took out a handheld microscope. After carefully examining for a while, she looked up and said, top-quality glass type, with a clear and moist texture, full of nobility, and it's a pair too. It can easily sell for 2 million. Li Lei, standing by, expressed her surprise, it's that valuable? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Qi Kuya glared at her friend and snapped, antiques is the one trade where eye for detail matters most, how could I possibly get it wrong? Not just Li Lei, but even Liu Yao hadn't expected this price. Countries in the Xia country cultural sphere all highly prized jadeite, causing its price to soar year after year. Qi Kuya continued. To have top-notch quality and to be in pairs is extremely rare. If you want to maximize profits, you should find buyers slowly or take them to auction. But if you're in urgent need of money, I can only offer 2 million. Mr. Liu, please consider it. Liu Yao liked this straightforward method and quickly made a decision, all right, 2 million it is. Deal. Just give me a few minutes, Qi Kuya said as she took out her phone and started operating. She didn't have enough money, but after cobbling together funds from here and there, she managed to gather the amount. Soon after, a notification of a 2 million yuan transfer popped up on Liu Yao's phone. Qi Kuya carefully put the bracelets away, then laughed heartily, that dumbass Qi Jun missed out on a good thing and let me, of all people, get lucky. Li Lei explained to Liu Yao, this crazy woman and the Qi Jun we met earlier are cousins, and they don't get along. After finishing her laughter, Qi Kuya's demeanor became graceful again, and she proposed, since it went so smoothly, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? As she spoke, she kept her gaze locked on Liu Yao's eyes. The more she looked at this man, the more she liked him, as if he were fine jade. Unfortunately, Liu Yao was oblivious to the suggestion, I have other matters to attend to. Let's find another opportunity. After saying so, he nodded at Li Lei and, disregarding any attempt to keep him, left on his own. With the man gone, Qi Kuya still stared at the doorway, her face showing heavy disappointment, he's pretty aloof. Li Lei nodded, he's always like that, stop getting your hopes up. Chi Kuya shrugged, it's a pity. She took out her phone, snapped several photos of the bracelets, and sent them to her family group chat before locking them in a safe. It didn't take long for the group chat to erupt. I didn't expect the jade bracelet to be so valuable, it seems there's no need to sell the ruby, Liu Yao thought to himself. With the previous income from medicinal herbs, there were now 3 million yuan in Liu Yao's bank account. He took a taxi to the 573 warehouse located in the northern suburbs, a state-owned storage enterprise. He rented a nearly 1,000 square meter warehouse, with a yearly rent of 240,000 yuan. It was somewhat expensive, but a state-owned enterprise was safe and reliable, which could save a lot of trouble. All that was left was to buy some rice, create a portal between the world's warehouses, and then he could transport large quantities of goods between the two worlds. Liu Yao logged onto the bulk purchase network, searched for rice, picked the cheap option at 2,000 yuan per ton, and bought 500 tons. It seemed like a lot, but in the grain trade, it barely made a splash, merely equivalent to the purchasing power of a town's rice noodle factory. Even though I chose a seller from the same province, it will take 2 days to deliver. Li Pei should be able to hold on, she is a commandery princess, after all, Liu Yao mused. In the Shun dynasty, Jinling. Li Pei drove to see her father. In Yunzhou, it was truly impossible to buy rice, not even with money. Now, not only were unscrupulous merchants hoarding grain out of greed, but many forces were also stockpiling food. In chaotic times, food was always the most important hard currency. Passing through a beautifully scenic lake and countless pavilions and towers, with the clear water and stones, and the beautiful bamboo and trees around, Li Pei arrived at Minji Hall, her father's estate in Jinling. The servants at the door recognized her and respectfully saluted. Eunuch Wang, the leader of the inner servants, holding a snow-white whisk, said serenely, "Commandery Princess has returned, just in time to persuade Prince, who has been so busy he hasn't even had time to eat." Li Pei nodded slightly and entered the house. A tall and thin middle-aged man had just hung up the phone. Seeing the young girl enter, he looked surprised and pleased. "Pai Pei, what brings you here?" He was Prince Yi of the Great Shun dynasty, Li Gong, who stood up to embrace his daughter's shoulders, laughing. "How have you been in Yunzhou? Is there something wrong?" "Nothing urgent, I just came to see father." "It's already late, have you not had dinner?" "I was so busy I forgot about it, let's eat together then." "Today, we have the 7-colored dragon sparrow eggs offered by the southern borderlands." Following Li Gong's words, numerous servants filed in, setting 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. The dishes seemed to glow, each aspect of color, aroma, flavor, and presentation was perfect. Li Gong picked up an ordinary-looking egg and cracked it open. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled the room, invigorating the spirit. Li Pei took the 7-colored dragon sparrow egg her father handed her, and was about to speak when Eunuch Wang suddenly came in, holding several pieces of intelligence in his hand. Li Gong waved casually, "Go ahead." Eunuch Wang then began to read. Zhongzhou and Huai State both claim to be severely afflicted and request the imperial court to reduce taxes and provide relief funds and grain. The new army and the navy are simultaneously telegraphing for food and pay. Li Gong said impassively, "Not a penny less in taxes, prioritize grain supply for the navy." Eunuch Wang acknowledged the instruction and continued reading. From the Minis Federation side, the legendary vampire hunter Lincoln with the national treasure Cherry Blossom Divine Axe has slain the vampire prince, ending the civil war in the north and south. Izumo country has attacked Rakshasa country's fleet, and the two nations have started a war on our nation's soil. At this point, Li Gong put down his chopsticks. "Prepare the carriage, we must return to the capital overnight." Li Pei, who had been listening, felt that each issue pertained to the life and death of millions, each matter more significant than her own trivial matter of famine. As Eunuch Wang flipped through the intelligence, there was also, Lord Aspen, a queen's envoy from Queen Einheit, requests an audience. He has already arrived at the estate. Li Gong massaged his temples and said in a heavy tone, "Ask him to wait a moment, I shall meet him shortly." Eunuch Wang bowed and left. Li Gong spoke gently to his daughter, "You've rushed here from Yunzhou suddenly, is there anything wrong?" Li Pei shook her head, "No, nothing. I can handle it myself. Yunzhou's situation is complicated, you must be careful and prudent, and not misuse your royal status to act willfully. I still have some matters to attend to." "I understand, father. Take care of yourself." Not until her father had left did Li Pei bring up the issue of the grain. She didn't want to trouble her father further and decided to find a way to secure the grain on her own. As she pondered her available resources and prepared to leave, Li Pei happened to meet the foreign visitor at the estate's entrance. The foreigner, with his smooth white hair tied back, gave a graceful bow with his hand on his chest upon seeing Li Pei. However, as he looked up, his eyes turned blood red, fangs protruded, and the air around him grew thick and blood-tinged. Realizing his condition, he quickly covered his mouth, bowing gracefully, "My apologies. Your Highness, your blood is an unbearable extreme temptation for me." Li Pei suppressed her disgust, offered a perfunctory curtsy, and drove back to Yunzhou.